Wow, wow, wow. Mm. Oh, hi, I'm all right. I wanted to tell you I tried Elden Ring, but I had a feeling you'd pop in. Um, I played Elden Ring on PS4 as well as in tribute to Death's Whiplash myself last night. I haven't gotten through the whole game yet, but I'm going to play a little bit more of that coming up sometime soon. I've tried Ghost of Tsushima on PS4. I've played some of it, some portion of it. I just haven't finished yet. I haven't gotten through it all yet. I just thought I'd explain that. Hmm. I'm drinking oatmeal, which actually tastes like oatmeal. Mm. Hmm. Well, Oh, skunk. Mm-hmm. Skunk. Uh-oh. Got sprayed. Oh, boing, boing, boing.
Javak!
Ugh.
Oh, Flair.
Ah, got sprayed.
Niklog! Bomanav!
Obamba see you. Obamba Bovaladanto. Kiriombo Sandwa. Yonkido Bombas. Uzam. Mama Mone.
And added two Sims in the game, Chester Geek and Julian Cook as roommates to the Green family, or to the Green family.
Wab. Oh. Sí, Ademo. Globber, 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 globber! Oh, shit. Nah, Oh, ah! Oh, Blina, Blina. Oh, Blina! Blina!
Shimini.
Give. Ah, Diplo! Blin. Ah, Gozo! Blibbe. Oh, Glip! Glipla! Ba. How putti leva, go lip yoda.
That is the Pimp Viking 3D arcade game he's playing.
Glava. Glava. Oh, shit. Oh, olé. Tafukura. Shimmy Cham. Esse pulle bare do la banana. Give. Blibbe. Oh, give leap. Ablati, nella po. Ah, No! Kaplana! Flipta! Ablati, nella po. Ah, how putti leva, go lip. Badif. Vlada? Oh, patala. Ouf, la bas. Tällä Oh, hamflat. Li blodet. Hevwab. Hevlag is it?
Tranks and a
Balinka.
Hmm.
say and a put on that thing. Crumbs najnava. Oh.
Oh.
Nifana. Nifa tozen?
Oh, nice. Schnefu. Ja, jinga da.
The store is empty except, of course, for Crazy Bill, who just hangs out in the canned goods section, talking about how he used to work for some big company and rid apricot. So Gabriel says to walk around the store with a broom and pretend he's sweeping. He spots a coin beneath a Wrigley freezer machine and jams the broom back behind the compressor to try to get it out. The machine goes haywire and starts spewing frozen Wrigley liquid everywhere. Gum. Oh, Gabriel crams a wad after wad of minty tooth dental gum into the spout of the Frigley machine, and not only does the gum stop the leak, but it leaves Frigley's with the fresh minty aftertaste recommended by 4 out of 5 dentists. Gabriel earns 1 cooking skill point. It is every restaurant's worst nightmare. A party of 20 shy teenagers with no reservations. They showed up on the doorstep with no warning, and they're getting rambunctious while they're waiting for a table. At this point, they're starting to annoy the other guests. Julian can tell them that there's no room. They hope they don't make a scene, or he can make a room by them for room for them by asking the last athlete group is waiting on to leave. The grandparents. He's devoted. Oh, failure. Well, well. He got kicked down the ladder, kicked down the career ladder. Wow, wow, wow. Wah, wah.
Boleh, Pak.
Man.
Wow, wow, wow.
Bocah lah pasal. Oh, zakuf ni. Pire po.
Et voilà.
Dek, dek. Siapa tu nak lepas?
This this object here lets you control the weather. It's an aspiration reward object.
Malingkar.
Jaguna. Tag. Ricardo. Oh.
Pipili devil. Essa fruta, hein? É folha dela, sabe? Esse aqui tá na boca. Foi. Sem problema.
Shadow Mistake.
Você pode do. Ela foi voyage. Relaxa. Maybe.
Listi.
Modo schifo.
Un po' se fida. Blevo.
Uda mino. Aha.
Un po' se fida po. Ma...
Ah.
Zaba.
Gonerli. Cosa non c'è?
Zaba. Oh. Zaba. Zaba la fu.
Ah, Zaba.
Felicia.
Bello blackwell.
Ma schivavo.
Vabla. Vedete,
Luca va, salada.
Bueno, simplemente.
Oh, voilà. Come? Voilà. Deleva. You do it. Choose the bull. Credo. C'est mon sabon. Il lakido.
Aha.
Ikili. Maraknupag.
Magwufa.
Oh, vada.
Balinka.
Valakushamu?
Enamasa, mude,
Selede.
muna fifa.
Zele.
Yok
Bimla
tanto.
la si lido bola.
Shakbala mash the
Boleh
wind.
dia lah.
Zdava?
Ya bola.
Mona
Boleh.
blagovu.
Boleh.
Už to kosi.
Oh. Vipi tidak po? Apa betul?
Tibano.
Oh. Ni c'est voi, c'est bleu. C'est mieux.
Trompo.
Matsinak.
Hasab wala. Worship. C'est bien c'est le verbe.
Mista pa.
Ah, voilà. Oh, voilà, voilà. Oh, le c'est bien. Leve.
Zambla.
Oh. Vanessa. Edna. Happy. Lovely.
Shit, Grandma.
That's Georgia. L'amour, le coupable. Quel est-ce? C'est dur. Chapeau. Regarde, voilà, c'est... Vous aimez? Here's it! Play!
Nova! Havana!
Oh my lord. See about you tonight.
Woo! Nada! Woo!
He's a overall.
Jamais. Ha ha ha! Le super!
I'm not muted. Nope, I'm not muted. Nope. I have my mic turned up. Maybe you should, mind you, you've been mined. I outmined you. You've been outmined. Be right back. I drank oat milk. This right here is oat milk. I drank it. I drinked it. It tastes a lot like oatmeal. Liquefied oatmeal. Ew. But it tastes alright. I love oat milk. And I'm back.
And Bob loves bullshit.
Fuma lava shitty blab.
Ah, the Adventures of a TV show I call. Well, I know the show Family Matters, but the show aired on TV from 1989 to 1998. Family Matters, that show. It's on Max. All the seasons are there, but I'm doing a parody of it called Sim Matters, a parody of Family Matters, a parody spoof. Something like that. It's just instead of creating the character, it's difficult to create the Winslow family in The Sims only using their first name and last name uh, like that. Let's see. Actually, speaking of which, hold on for a second. Let me think. That's actually going to be the Strangetown family, or in the Strangetown, we're going to go for this one. We're going to head to Strangetown. You'll see. It's going to be in Strangetown where it takes place. In a particular Sim family, directly, you'll see where that's going to go. Loading Strangetown. Hold on. Please wait. Hang on. You'll see which one's going to be like Steve. Actually, it's going to be this particular family called the Beaker family. The Beaker family makes an appearance in The Sims 2 on PSP. They do. Nervous Subject will be actually like Steve Urkel, and Carl and Harriet are portrayed by Circe Beaker and Loki Beaker. Yes, that's correct. Here. So here you go. Nervous Subject takes on the appearance of Steve. Loki Beaker takes on Carl, and then Circe is actually on the form of Harriet. There you go. That's the answer. Something like that. Although Nervous Subject, this sim right here, aka Nervous Subject, appears in The Sims 3. He does. He has a Sims 3 appearance, a younger version of him. In fact, as a matter of fact, we'll learn about the origin story of Nervous
Bravo.
Subject, or aka Steve. His hobbies include twitching and blinking a lot. That is Nervous Subject. Or, in that matter, Circe knows 238 different ways to make someone scream, and none of them are nice. She enjoys taxidermy and collecting coat hangers. As soon as he perfects his latest invention, Loki is sure to get recognition he knows he deserves. In the meantime, he keeps himself busy trying to assemble a nuclear reactor out of common household items. So instead, Loki is the one who tries to be an inventor, but Nervous Subject twitches and blinks a lot, but he becomes the test dummy for Loki to try out his invention on. She's got work to do. Nervous's family member is Olive Spectre. Here's how the family tree goes. You've got Olive Spectre, that is the relative of Nervous Subject, stuff like that. So we can go up the family trees to take a look who's who, who's related to who, and who's deceased and who's alive. See, these are all the Sims before Sir Speaker and who she got married to Loki, before her. So here we go up the family tree.
Oh.
So you can see family trees to see who's who on the family tree. The Singles family is related to the Beaker family. Yes, that's correct. The Singles family, known as Aaron Singles.
Devoir.
Ow! Oh.
Oh. Colorado.
Fernando.
I'm going to take you back to neighborhood view and I'll show you where they are. Be right back while I brush my teeth. I'm back. In fact, let's look for the singles family. They're actually down in the family bin. Right there. There are 2 alien sims and 2 non-alien ones. There are 2 alien ones you can see right there. So it's going to be a bit of a fuller house. A bit full.
Seven. Oh! Ow! Lord. Oh! Pinto. What's that about?
Uh-oh. The singles don't get along very well with one another, do they? No, they do not.
Tisa uwa jaja.
Moștovli,
Lasă-vă.
extra poglublati, in de stabelaga.
Ești două la gdi. Adevăr.
Rahab, Shuwasam Neem, Ramanim.
Pastu.
Ding Steiki, Daishna. Churchill Lulia. Baba Zoram. Uvenala, Ushazabat Tableau van Ushanadrome. Mashinda Pai Pai, Saba?
Baba.
Uh-oh. Someone's a basket case. Nervous subject became a basket case. Ow. But basket case, I mean, nervous subject's aspiration meter hit rock bottom, and now he's a bit on the loopy side until a therapist can sort of check in on him, so to speak. Oh,
Revoir.
Oh, butter dut.
mwom,
Schnab.
mwah.
Sure, Miss Wika. Masu Beishi.
Nasty
Trang.
Ow.
Dash macaroon.
Shab,
Two crackle
Whoa.
dits.
They don't get along very well with one another.
Vernon.
Flibab.
Bostowangia. Makadula. Shab, Dovi. Shay, Isavad, Dovas. Giselle. Maito Bangasto, Balish.
Being on my blab.
Jimanavab, Ukamanat.
Hold on. Things are getting sick. That's called vermin. That.
Et voilà. Et voilà. Ça. Hmm? Ah. What did
Well, oh, there's a bed down below. Oh, a bed down there. 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7.
Oop, t'es trip.
Oh, the exterminator. Bug. There's a dead roach right there on top of the truck. That is the exterminator. Yes, that is the exterminator.
Privadosh.
I'm gonna take medicine to cure sickness.
Gabu! Achimango!
Bathroom now.
Oh.
Oh,
Ah.
Lo sepso
Ah.
crucia. Rotosh.
Mama.
Ah.
Buddha Veshni. Tukalar. A lotion of Becky. Budigo? Ravelet. Very blank. Lunda. Stupiki. Slambir Chinik. Anasunet.
Yeah, Matu.
Lam Navejnavav. Yeah, Turkanu. Oh, really, Pentelic. Landa.
Hashi, hashi. Ah, baggy, sniff, niggy, Brigarnia, Teddy.
ouch! His Pratt was lying, and that doesn't go well.
Oh, dash, me
Lotion of
for piada.
Ow. Nope, he gets shocked when he tells a shiv.
Piso? Piso, piso, piso. Ah, just see phone.
Busted.
Ooh. Oh, dash, me pepun, babayanta.
Wab. Boleh ba?
Okay. Oh, sheesh. Yeah. No. Baba, don't deixe. Apoaste. Roxa!
Yep, still sick with the flu.
Black the bola.
Ah, habla berkata. Wabble.
Robita.
Estou fambada. E quando ela div?
Corbin.
Happy. Tatabadi.
Mafatas. Where's the roof? Isso.
I have enough space, but Sims need countertop space to put food down and prepare food at. If there's no counter space, they won't be able to prepare food.
Kalosh.
Well, it's called free will, known as autonomy, rather. Autonomy is what allows things to take care of themselves. That's what that does here. That's called free will, known as house specific options. Free will off allows Sims to stay idle no matter what. It's up to the player to make them do things. On, they automatically do things on their own without player intervention. You have to make them go to the bathroom or eat. You got to make them go to the bathroom. You got to make them eat, and you got to go to work if they're in a bad mood. You got to make them do stuff if they're not in a good mood, whether they want it or not. Either that or they'll die of starvation in game. That's the last thing you want to have Sims do is die from lack of food. That is the last thing you'd ever want them to do. Nervous subject sleeps down here. I'm in the middle of doing some home renovations, renovating things. Homework, or doing some home renovation work or homework. Yes, I'm doing a lot of renovation, which will eat up the family's funds. Time for some home improvement work. It's getting to it, but I'm trying to keep it that way while giving it a renovation, a bit of a remake. Okay then. Hang on. I've got some news. I ordered noodles from Amazon in a 6 pack and large bulk packs, and I've got 10 bulk pack stacks of noodles. 10 bulk pack stacks are like this tall. They're like 10 stacks of 'em that are in bulk. Let me take a picture and I'll show you. Hold on. You'll see when I upload the image to my computer over Bluetooth from my phone. You'll see what I mean. Hang on. Yes, you heard correct. There was an Amazon. Well, I ordered Amazon items like food items with EBT food stamps. I did, but let me show you something that's going to blow your mind a bit. That you're going to have your blown or mind blown out by it a bit. I'm going to show you an image of what I ordered, how many stacks of noodles that I have. Here you go. This. I've got 10 of these. Different flavors of them. The spicy chicken, the Nong Shim Shin in the packet, the cup kind, the Nong Shim Shin Black, the Nissan Foods cup kind. I've got the spicy chili lime down below. I've got the packet kind down below. Yeah, I've got different variants of them. If you were my neighbor, I'd give you like 2 or 3 of these. Like I would automatically just give them to you to have just to have food, but that's the amount I've got right there. This on Amazon, you can order these in bulk and get a lot of them instead of buying individually at the grocery store every time. You can get them in bulk. You can get them in bulk quantities. You can. You can do that. That's something you can do. Um, when I do Walmart grocery shopping, I would actually get noodles individually, like individual amounts of them individual, but I figured I'd be a bit more easier if I just get them in bulk instead of just buying them one by 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 one. I could just buy them in bulk of the same kind and have more of them. I eat these sparingly though. I eat these noodles very sparingly. I don't eat them that often. I eat them in the morning, or I may eat them wait till the evening to eat them. I usually just eat them every now and then. I don't eat them back. I just wait a day or two, or a few days to eat them. I don't eat them excessively. I'm aware they're high in salt, but that's fine. I've learned from my own doctor that he's told me that you do need some sodium in you. You need some salt in you, though. You need some of it. And the fact that I drink broth or I eat ramen that is sodium, that you do need some of that in you. I've learned from my own doctor himself. He's told me that you do need some sodium in you. You need some salt. It's not possible to go on a sodium free diet. Not exactly. You do need some salt in you. I have ordered turkey sticks as a bit of a snack. That's why I wanted to show that I end up getting a large amount of noodles there. That Amazon, you can buy them things in bulk. They do get about to $12 and like $12 depending on what it is. But those things, yeah, Amazon has like a pack for like $12 for a specific type. It's a lot expensive in bulk, but it's cheaper individual, but you have to buy multiple to make up for it. So that's what I decided to do is to get noodles in bulk and not individual. I'd have plenty in bulk to have on hand. Plus, noodles are not perishable. They don't go bad like perishable foods do. They don't. Regular foods do actually perish if they sit out in extreme temperatures, extreme heat. I've got turkey sticks. It's turkey sausage sticks. Mm, mm. I enjoy these. These are called turkey sausage sticks. Mm, mm. Be right back. I'm back. Yes, I admit that I love ramen noodles, but I eat those sparingly. I eat them every once in a while. I usually eat them once every so often. I used to eat noodles back in 1998 when I was a kid back in 98 a lot, just because I just used to eat them.
Hebsy, Susul.
Ooh, sub.
Domi tipo. Esta liga toshi. Fosigini. Hmm.
Well, actually, this one right here, we'll call him Nervous Subject, is actually going to essentially play fetch with Beasley.
Fleeting? Zev, Zev.
Ah, he's still sick. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. Mm.
Blorb. Blorbphoben. A lorb.
Nervous Subject's got his hair like in a mohawk fashion, like in a saw blade type mohawk style. Kind of like that. We're going to give him a different look. Yes, he laughs because I changed his look. Your Sims will react to how you change their look.
Yeah, flatter.
Not quite. Bing, bing. Not the right look.
C'est
He
plat.
likes it.
Là, ça va là. Koşat. Ela ganda. C'est va là-bas.
Bliv, madam, bliv. Achina ta, beth ita botto ti, shitang bate, buon rono ti. Nu lepo.
Uh-oh. Actually, Sir Beaker is actually working in like in a medical field. Surprisingly.
Floppa.
Ah,
Tokish. Ligway.
Là, ça va là-bas.
that item he's toting allows you to absorb aspiration or skill.
Blars.
Watch. He's gonna absorb a little bit from her. Uh-oh.
Oh, faut
Ça
là-bas.
Boing.
Faut là.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, voilà.
Nib.
Nervous is a basket case. Wow, wow, wow. Wah, wah. Be right back.
Attends, fais! Wat is mijn...
Oh, ladder.
Vieze.
Pas, domme kwap.
Wat heb je about?
Gosh, Oh,
Yes, you can drain aspiration from other Sims, but that won't exactly go as planned.
Là, c'est fait là-bas!
As soon as I got Circe to drain Shelby's aspiration, her aspiration bottoms out, and Circe goes up into the gold area. Because of this, the therapist is invisible to Sims that are non-controllable, unfortunately.
Wat is al dat grauw?
Fleda, ça va là-bas? Mon
Web? Potato nib.
Hold up, la. Oh, we see no. Oh, la, kom maar laat staan. Nou, dat is. Oh, ze doen hier wat zijn. Oh, Crafton, vrienden. Hep, Rowan.
Good deal, love.
Fleda, Fleda,
If web. Sim, web é você, web.
Jivata.
Ela
Oh, aha. Jivata, man.
Vlad?
Uzi tisu. Vladidi?
Actually, summer 2024 on GOG is known as Point and Click Summer, where GOG has had game sales of point and click games. One of the recent games I played was called Blackwell. I beat one of them. I thought I'd play The Sims for a little bit. Now I'm going to jump to Blackwell, the video game. It's on GOG. I got it there. Oops. I don't know what I did there, but I got something to pop up there. Oops. Let me drag it out of the way. Oops. I'm going to take you down to Blackwell, the video game series. Disregard the quick action thing. I accidentally screwed that up. Okay. There's also QuakeCon. Bethesda's got some titles on sale by them called QuakeCon. Quake. Hang on. Blackwell Legacy had to update itself. So we're going to look at one of the Blackwell games called Blackwell Unbound. I played one of them already. We're going to have a look at one of them. I'm going to see if I can get this into windowed mode or not. Blackwell Games was written by Dave Gilbert. Okay, I'm getting into window mode. You'll see what I mean. Blackwell. I'll change windows. This is called Blackwell, a point and click game. There's actually quite a few games that are made by Logic Eye Games, a publisher, an indie developer publisher group that makes them. I'll show you the Blackwell series. That was The Sims 2 for about an hour and a half for a bit. Time to take you down to Blackwell Lane. This game has speech, subtitles, commentary on, so we're going to do that.
Hello, hello, hello. This is Dave Gilbert, and this is the audio commentary for Blackwell Unbound. Some of the basic stuff out of the way. You can hit any key on the keyboard to shut me up. If you get sick of my voice or you just want to get on with the game, just hit any key on the keyboard and your wish will be granted. Don't click the mouse, though. That won't work. So the two questions that everyone seems to be asking are, number one, why Lauren and Joey instead of Rosa and Joey? And number two, why the simpler graphic style? Well, number one, I'll
The game's paused for a bit. I thought I'd introduce you to a game series written by him, Dave Gilbert, the commentator, who provides audio talk. He talks about the game behind the scenes. Let me just turn down my mic a bit so it's not going to echo back through my TV, but let me just make sure we can still hear me, but here we go.
answer that one first. First of all, this game was originally part of a much larger game called the Blackwell Convergence, which was much bigger than could possibly be created in a reasonable amount of time. So I cut some sections out of it, and some of those sections were flashback sections where you play Lauren and Joey in the 70s, so I cut them out. And then as time went on, I realized, hey, Convergence is still going to take a long time to make. Wouldn't it be nice if I could release something kind of in the meantime, something small and simple, just to get something out there, to get people's attention back on me and earn some money and blah, blah, blah. So I took the sections that I cut out, and I looked at them, and I thought, hey, this does fit together really well on its own as a standalone game. And so I put a small team together. I got Aaron Robinson on board, and I found Thomas Reagan, and we put together the game. And I wanted to keep it simple because I wanted to get it out reasonably quickly, using whatever was left over in the budget, which wasn't much, by the way. But I think it turned out really well, and so that's why I created this game the way it was created. Anyway, click that new game button and play the game. You don't want to listen to me talk anymore.
Gilbert explained a big deal, but that's actually what he was saying. I let him talk about the game in commentary mode. This game gives you the option to activate in-game instructions. You have the option to hit yes or no. Note: in addition to on-screen instructions, you can view the instructions by clicking the help button on the options screen. Here we go.
Infinity. I've been told it's beautiful, but I don't think it's anything special. But when you live like me, most things become quite ordinary. Life, death, tormented souls, it's all the same to me. Sometimes I wonder if anything will ever surprise me again. Sometimes I wonder if I even care.
When I sat down to play this game for the very, very first time after I finished programming, I realized I didn't like how it started. It started off with Lauren slamming the door and yelling at Joey, and they have that little interchange, which is funny and cute, and it's a nice way to introduce the characters, but it set the wrong tone for the start of the game. So I went and did this little quick scene, which I think changes the tone just enough to give that funny exchange later a little bit more of a darker overtone, and makes it a little bit more sad now that you know a little bit more about who Lauren is. So that's why I added this. It wasn't there originally.
And stay out!
Aw, hey, you know I don't like that. What's your beef anyway?
Returning for the third time in a Wajida game is, of course, Abe Goldfarb, who is reprising his role of Joey Malone. Working with Abe, as I've said many times before in previous games, commentary, is always a pleasure, and Abe has become very good at the whole voice acting thing. I've noticed in doing voice acting and directing voice acting, there's a lot of technique involved with holding your breath a certain way and stuff like that. And it's really hard for a seasoned actor to get their head around because they're used to projecting and emoting and using their breath a lot to convey emotion. And when you do voice acting, you can't do that. And Abe has really gotten a handle on it. Joey has a much wider range of emotions in this game, and Abe is such a good actor. And if you listen to the blooper reel, it sounds like it's all fun and games. He cracks a lot of jokes. He is a very funny guy. But at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, the guy is totally focused, totally serious, and does amazing work. He's just one of the best actors I know, and it's always great to work with him.
I am not talking to you.
Oh, promises, promises. So what's next on the list?
What's next? The balcony.
Why, gonna throw yourself over and join me?
No, I'm having a cigarette.
Great, you want a cigarette. What am I supposed to do?
You can do whatever the hell you like.
Yes, there is some mild profanity in the game.
Just
and
one.
some use of tobacco
Then
in
I
it.
can get on with this.
Danny did a funny thing when doing some of Lauren's lines. She took a pen off.
Hang on, please wait. I thought I'd show this game from Watch It I Eat Games, and this game was written by Dave Gilbert.
The desk and would hold it between her fingers like a cigarette and deliver her lines holding that fake cigarette. and it would sometimes take a drag from it. And it really was kind of funny. I wish I had taken some pictures. It was really funny just to watch her hold this pen in her hand, delivering these lines like she's holding a cigarette. It was pretty cool.
Tutorial walking. Left click anywhere on the screen to walk there.
I'm not moving from this spot until I've finished my cigarette.
Lauren is played in this Blackwell game. Rosa Blackwell plays in the others. It says here, tutorial, switching characters. Lauren isn't going anywhere right now. Maybe you will have better luck with Joey. Press the tab key to switch characters. Or you can hover over the top of the screen to reveal the toolbar that's got options, stuff like that. Like, I can turn the commentary, speech, and subtitles on and off. The music cannot be disabled, but you can click to Joey and Lauren by hitting J or L. R for Rosa in the different Blackwell games, but Lauren in this one, you can switch the character, so you can switch to Joey, interacting. Tutorial interact. Good, we're now controlling Joey. You can also switch characters by pressing the J or L button in the main interface. Walk Joey over to Lauren and left click to talk to her. Joey is a ghost that can do certain things that Lauren and Rosa can't do in the Blackwell games. Stuff like that.
Hey,
What?
why the heck are you so mad?
You honestly don't know.
I have no idea.
Typical. If you don't know, I'm sure as hell not going to tell you.
You done moping? Or do you want to grind your teeth some more?
Christ, Joey. Can't you just leave it for 1 minute?
Look, I'm sorry.
Sorry for what? Exactly.
Take another drag of that cigarette, darling. You get real ugly when you stop smoking.
Oh? Is that right?
Well,
Actually, it's just a fake pen.
Ugly, am I?
Dave Gilbert
take it easy,
admitted
dear.
in the
It was
commentary.
just a little joke.
A joke. Yeah. I'm a riot. Like today, when those pipes burst.
Oh. Wait, is that what's got you in such a guff?
This is
I
Joey.
got soaked, and you just laughed.
Well, it was funny.
It was cold and wet and slimy. It wasn't funny.
You should have seen the look on your face. The way you jumped up and down and ran in circles, squealing.
Still wasn't funny.
If you say so.
Writing the dialogue between Lauren and Joey was a pleasure. It was so easy, and I'm not saying this to brag. I'm saying this because writing the dialogue between Rosa and Joey in Blackwell Legacy was a heck of a lot more challenging. With Unbound, with Lauren and Joey, these two characters already know each other, so they can say anything to each other. They can banter, they can joke around. They've known each other for a long time. With Rosa and Joey, it was totally different because these are two characters who were getting to know each other over the course of the game. So I had to, whenever I gave them dialogue, I had to be aware of what stage of the relationship they were in. So there was a lot more challenge with Legacy than there was with Unbound. And I enjoyed writing for these two characters a lot.
The reason why I like the Blackwell games by Dave Gilbert is because it gives you
I'm trying to
audio
think of other
commentary.
adventure game protagonists that smoke. I think Manny Calavera smoked, but he was dead, so it didn't really matter. I can't think of any other player characters that smoke as much as Lauren. I really like the fact that she smokes. It was a decision I made way, way, way back in 2004 when I was originally designing the backstory. I knew that if I was ever going to do a flashback with Lauren, that she would be a chain smoker. It really establishes this addictive, self-destructive personality that she has. And I love the animations. It made things a lot more difficult. The whole animation of her smoking, I had to double the animations, like her walking, her talking, all this other stuff. But I like the fact that she'll just kind of randomly light up. If you control Joey for too long, Lauren will get bored and just light up and start smoking. During certain conversations, she'll start smoking. She'll take a drag at certain moments. It added a little bit of nice little dramatic pauses, added some drama to it. And I really like the smoking. Really works well, and she smokes a heck of a lot. I actually added a little function that keeps track of how many cigarettes she smokes. So at the end of the game, you'll find out how many cigarettes she smoked over the course of the game. I like this a lot.
Okay, I'm finished. Let's get on with this.
There's a few things we haven't checked, right?
Yes, I've got the list right here.
Well, let's check it. Every other case today has been a false alarm. Maybe this will be an easy night.
Doyle, looking at objects. To look at objects or characters, simply right-click on them. Switch back to Lauren and look at her case list.
Ugh. Every one of these leads has been a dead end. Just 2 more to go and we can call it a night.
In the previous Blackwell game, the Blackwell Legacy, the pacing was kept pretty slow. And I did that on purpose because in order to introduce this supernatural element to a world that was really grounded in reality, I had to keep it kind of slow paced. It would be too jarring if the pace was any faster. And with this game, I didn't have to do that because it's already been established, and so you could just get right into it. And that's why I wrote this case list. There was no messing around with slow exposition. You just got this case list and bam, you're right into the thick of it. So that's why I designed it this way.
Oh, excuse me.
I haven't taken any notes. I wish I could charge him rent.
To look at stuff, you just right-click it.
Joey,
Yeah, doll?
Or left-click to interact.
I'm still mad, you know.
Keep it up, doll. I might start to believe you.
That's it for now.
Yeah, we'll talk more later.
I wish I could charge him rent.
Joey's a ghost, so he can float through doors and get to areas where Rosa and Lauren can't in the Blackwell series.
Come on, let's hit the road. This place is Boresville Central.
In a minute, Joey.
I can't remember the last time she washed that thing. I can't turn on the radio.
Unfortunately, Joey is banned from certain objects. He can't do certain
Luckiest
things.
thing I ever saw. What do you want me to do? Scare it? What am I supposed to do with it?
Okay, I gotta look up a walkthrough because this is my first time playing Blackwell. A simple walkthrough of the game. I gotta do a walkthrough on this game. It's very difficult without a walkthrough. I'll read about who Dave Gilbert is. Here, I'm going to read it off my phone. Blackwell Unbound is a 2007 graphic adventure game and developed and published by Watch It Eye Games. I'll read it. It is the sequel to Blackwell Legacy and the second entry in the Blackwell series. Watch It Eye Games is an American independent video game developer, voice casting, directing, contractor, and subcontractor and publisher, which specializes in point-and-click adventure games. It was founded in 2006 by Dave Gilbert as a means to publish his own games, but has since expanded to publishing games by other designers as well. Dave Gilbert, born March 31st, 1976, is an American designer of independent adventure games using Adventure Game Studio, or AGS. He began creating homemade freeware games and went professional in 2006, founding Watch It Eye Games and releasing the commercially The Shiveth and Blackwell Legacy. He is Jewish descent, it's confirmed. Dave Gilbert is a Jewish background he drew upon in making the Shiva. Although he states he's not at all religious, he does feel a strong connection to his Jewish heritage. Gilbert spent some years in South Korea teaching English as a second language and spent some time exploring China. He now lives in New York City with his wife Janet and daughter Eve. The Shiva is a video game point and click. I'll read it. The Shiveth is a point-and-click video game adventure from 2006 designed and developed by Dave Gilbert with the assistance of others, including voice actors and artists. It is notable that it features a rabbi as its protagonist and explores the themes related to the Jewish faith. In 2013, the game was remastered in an updated version titled The Shiveth Kosher Edition, which features new graphics and music and re-recorded voiceovers. This game launched in 2006, originally in August 2006, but it got re-released as Kosher Edition in 2013 for iOS, Mac, and PC worldwide. April 8th, 2014 was on Linux. Android was April 9th. Stuff like that. This game, the Shiveth by Watch It Eye Games, I'll read it. The Shiveth is a third-person point-and-click adventure game. The player uses the mouse to select objects from the character surroundings to interact with, as well as other characters with whom to speak. When in dialogue with another character, a portrait of them appears in the corner of the screen. Rather than specifically choosing what their character will say next, the player selects from a number of options along the lines of calm response and rabbinical response, the latter of which always involves responding to a question with another question. There are several points in which the player character can be killed, though in such instances the players quickly return to the moment before making the fatal choice. The game also features a scene involving combat that the player must win by making the correct dialogue choices similar to the sword fighting of The Secret of Monkey Island. There are many tie-ins to the Blackwell series, also by Gilbert. Many of the characters and names appeared in later Blackwell games. In the Kosher Edition, in the main character Blackwell series, Rosangela Blackwell makes a cameo. Stuff like that. Greg Kostakyan, the creator of Manifesto Games, stated that the basic theme is the nature of morality. Basically, Greg Kostakyan is a guy that created the game I just mentioned earlier, the designer of it, or something like that. He's the game designer. He created a company called Manifesto Games. However, Manifesto Games went defunct. Manifesto Games was an e-commerce retailer of downloadable computer games specializing in independently developed games aimed at hardcore gamers. It was founded in October 2005 by Greg Costigan and Johnny L. Wilson, former editor of the Computer Gaming World and business based in New York City. The company was announced on September 29, 2005. Costigan was the company's CEO, while Wilson was executive vice president of community and content. On June 23, 2009, Costigan announced that the manifesto was closing its doors, citing the 2008-2009 economic downturn and lack of venture capital and problems successfully marketing the company as a destination for independent games. So basically, Manifesto Games went in 2009, vanished into thin air permanently. Hence that. Dave Gilbert wrote some games in freeware. He made The Repossessor, The Postman Only Dies Once, Purity of the Surf, A Better Mousetrap, and Bestower's Eternity. Part 1, Adventure Game Studio 2003. He also made Two of a Kind, Adventure Game Studio 2004. So he developed some freeware games and some commercial games. What's also coming up it came out in 2022 is the exhibition of Hobbs Barrow. That's a video game that was produced by Wadget Eye Games. Produced by them. That he made. He created the company Wadget Eye Games. He's a game designer. The Blackwell games were developed with an engine called Adventure Game Studio, or AGS. AGS is like a dev kit for video games. It's a game creation system. Essentially a dev kit. I'll play this more in a moment, but Adventure Game Studio, you can download it and do game development. The AGS or AGS Game Studio develops on Windows 11, Windows 10. The game no longer works on older versions of Windows. It requires newer versions: Windows 10, Windows 8, Windows 7, Windows 11, and Windows Vista. If you're running Windows 10, you will need the free Microsoft Visual C++ redistributable for Visual Studio 2015 installed. If you're running Windows 7 or above or below, you will need to install the Microsoft.NET Framework 4.5. It's a it's actually a dev kit used to develop games. A dev kit. It's an integrated development environment known as IDE, a dev kit, a development package kit used to create games. That's what it is. Quite a few games there's quite a few indie point and click games that use Adventure Game Studio, AGS, stuff like that. There was a thing called Lucas Fan Games that have done the same with some Lucas Arts adventure games too. Stuff like that. He's a game designer. Dave Gilbert's a complete game designer. He designs games. It's made of 3 employees, three, up to three of them. You can visit watchitigames.com for more information. They've also made some games released on the Nintendo Switch too. Back to the game. Hang on. Please wait. I'm going to pull up a walkthrough for this one. A quick walkthrough. I'll continue this game already. I just need to get a walkthrough for it and how to play it correctly. Okay, here we go. Hmm.
Hey, kid, come here.
Sure, what's up?
Hey, have you done something different with your hair?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Something's different.
I washed it this morning.
With shampoo?
Yeah.
That's what threw me.
It says here, case one. Some events do not trigger if you have not had specific conversations with certain characters. If the walkthrough says exhaust all dialogue, this means you should speak to that character until there's nothing left to say. Okay, I'm reading a Steam walkthrough on my phone on how to do this correctly.
All right, let's get on with it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need to change to switch to and talk to Lauren. Switch back to Lauren, look at your list of cases. Okay. I gotta pick up the camera and dictaphone.
Got it. I guess I could take this along.
Okay, I gotta go to the island promenade. I gotta go there.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Danny Marco, who plays Lauren here, is without a doubt the most professional actress I've ever worked with. Not only that, is the most accomplished actress I've ever worked with. She is a minor star, and I'm not exaggerating. She's been in a movie with Chris Rock. She's had major one-off roles in Sopranos and Law and Order. She's had leading roles in many independent films. She's done voiceovers for tons of commercials. She's been in a bunch of commercials. I met her at a party hosted by Heavy Melody. They're an audio house here in New York, and they do audio and music for games. I was introduced to her as a voice actress, and of course, being a person who always needs voice actors, I was talking to her, and I realized after 2 minutes she'd be perfect for Lauren. Absolutely perfect. She had this wonderful, sultry, smoky voice, perfect for something like this. And I asked her. There was a lot of free alcohol at this party, so I kind of after talking to her, I was like, "Hey, I want to be in my game," and I was a little drunk. But she listened to what I had to say, was interested in the project, was willing to work for cheap, meaning I'd buy her pizza after every recording session. And a couple of days later, after the alcohol had worn off, I got back in touch with her just to make sure she was still interested, and she was. And it was just an absolute honor and pleasure to work with her. It was an interesting experience working with someone who had such a full schedule. Like she'd come over to my little apartment, put on this cheap little headset mic, and tell me, "Yeah, I just came back from shooting an Oil of Olay commercial where she'd be the girl like splashing the water on her face, or she was doing, she's traveling to London for a photo shoot or somewhere. She's always traveling somewhere or coming back from somewhere, and in between, she would work on my little game. So it was flattering that she was interested in this project.
Right behind you.
I give Dave Gilbert credit for being all nonchalant and chilled.
Since most of my games, or just about all of my games, take place in New York City, many people asked me if I was ever going to deal with the whole World Trade Center thing. And I always said no, or at least not yet. It's not something I feel very emotionally, mentally equipped to deal with. Being a New Yorker, having been in the city at that time, that's not a place I wanted to go. It was a very bad place for me to go. But since this game takes place during a time when the World Trade Center existed, it seemed like a good opportunity to at least acknowledge it. And also it serves as a nice reminder that this game does not take place in the present. Everyone in the world knows about this, and every time you go to the map screen, bam, there's this huge friggin' reminder that this game takes place in the past. So that worked pretty well.
Dave Gilbert designed this game of New York City with the World Trade Center being a bit of a nod to it in the past before it was demolished. Like before 9/11 happened. So he essentially acknowledges it in the past before the World Trade Centers were attacked. That's how he acknowledges it in the game of this one in particular. He does an acknowledgement that way. He does. People asked him about if he was going to acknowledge the World Trade Centers being destroyed in 9/11, but as you heard in the commentary, he said no. So he made this game before it was taken. He made this game itself, like he basically made the game in development before in the past. That it features a nod to the World Trade Center a little bit. Okay, so I gotta reach for the promenade.
So, like, what were your thoughts going into it? You saw the picture, right?
Yeah. He sent me some photos, and I kind of amalgamated the cool bits into one background. And you can see in the background there's the Twin Towers there, because this game is set in the 70s, and they would have still been there, which I thought was an interesting touch. I'm not sure if many people noticed that, but that's in there.
Once they get to the map screen, I'm sure they will.
Yeah, well, it's pretty obvious there.
Yeah.
But you mentioned that if you were in this place in real life and looking that direction, they would actually be in the complete opposite direction, but artistic license.
Exactly, yes. Because originally it was supposed to be in Battery Park, and you could actually see the towers from Battery Park. From Roosevelt Island, you really can't, but like you said, artistic license, whatever.
Absolutely.
Cool. Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like another bus, Joey.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe not.
This is a real location. You could actually go to New York City, go to Roosevelt Island, and find this exact spot. Originally, this scene was supposed to take place down in Battery Park City, in the park by the water, because I actually saw a homeless jazz man playing there once, and that always stuck with me, that image of this lonely jazz guy by the water in Battery Park playing the saxophone. But then one day I was over at Roosevelt Island. I happened to have my camera with me, and I saw this view. And something about the composition of it just looked really nice, and I thought it would be perfect for an adventure game background. So I took a picture, and I decided to change the location. So it's now Roosevelt Island instead of Battery Park.
Wait, you hear that?
I think so.
Let's get closer. Hey, look. Looks like our evening might not be a total wash after all.
Okay. Dorian, in your notebook. Laura and Joey just have received their first clue. To use your notebook, click the Notes button on the main interface. Note, only Lauren can use the notebook. So now I gotta talk to this ghost as Joey. Okay.
Hey, Mac, the name's Joey. Ah, the talkative sort, are we? Well, we'll soon sort that out. So, nice night, huh? Pay attention, you fat chump. I'm talking.
That's your idea of intimidating?
Quiet, will ya? That's a pretty nice instrument you got there. Mind if I have a look? Hey, do you feel restless? Like you've got somewhere to go but don't know where? It means you're dead, Mac. Can you even hear me? Hey, you got a cigarette? I could sure use one. Hey, do you know where the Guggenheim Museum is? The wife and I have been trying to find it all day.
The wife?
Shh.
After recording this dialogue, I had this sudden fear that the Guggenheim didn't exist during this time period, so I quickly looked it up, and fortunately the Guggenheim had been around since the 1930s. So, that was a close call, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll be back, pal. Don't you worry.
In some cases, if you've got commentary turned on, if you do certain things in the game, Dave Gilbert will pop up and interrupt the commentary and let you go back to the game after he's finished. Or you can press the key on the keyboard to stop him early.
It's just his saxophone. Hey, I'm talking, Buster.
Hey, you let go!
One of the advantages to being good friends with actors is that they tend to know plenty of other actors. So when I am in need of actors, I can usually mine that networking vein. And the guy who originally was supposed to play Isaac Brown couldn't do it. I met Daryl when I was hanging out with Abe once at this bar, and he had a couple of his actor friends there, and we were all talking, and the subject of what I did for a living came up, and Daryl was like, oh, if you ever need voice actors, I can do voice acting. And Abe piped up, he's like, yeah, Daryl's awesome. And I kind of looked at him and said, well, can you do an old jazz man type voice? And he just launched into this whole big impromptu thing, and I said, dude, that's awesome. I could definitely use you. And so he came, he did the lines, and he just nailed it. He was so perfect. So I'm definitely going to be using this guy again.
What I enjoy about Dave Gilbert that he's a game designer and he wrote the Blackwell games and published other things, but other games too. But he's chilled back, nonchalant. He describes it he describes it in a perfect detail and gives a bit of a chilled, relaxed vibe of how he made the game and what led to the game being made to be and the people involved of it.
I need to ask you a few questions first.
Not now, man. Can't you see I'm in the middle of something? Get off the stage!
Stage?
Some of the early criticism of this game before it even came out was that it didn't have character portraits, the dialogue portraits, the close-ups that you got in Shiva and Blackwell Legacy. There was mostly a financial decision. I just wanted to keep this as simple as possible, and it turned out to be much more work in the long run. It wasn't out of laziness that I didn't have dialogue portraits. It actually caused a lot more work for me.
instead, from time to time, I'll pause the game so you don't miss the commentary when you're in ads. Excuse me. This game is actually 3 cases long, so it's not that long of a game. It's pretty short.
Because, like right here, there's this animation of them struggling over the saxophone, but they don't only struggle over the saxophone, they also talk. So I had to include talking animations for both of them, and I had to animate them separately so they could talk separately. And it was difficult to get that to sync up properly because, yeah, they would grab the saxophone, but then I would have to separate them so they could each talk individually, and they had to still float, bob up and down individually. It would have been so much easier just to have one animation of them bobbing up and down, holding the saxophone, and just keep using the talking portraits, the close-up portraits. That would have made it a lot easier to code. So it wasn't entirely out of laziness because it was a lot more work to do it this way.
Oh!
Now this one took you a while. Was the Joey and Isaac fighting and getting hit thing?
Yeah, that was fun to do. I was at home at the time. That was the week before Mittens when I had just gotten back from Europe and I was spending some time with the family and working in the basement on this have this elaborate thing open in paint and my brother who's 19 had a bunch of his friends over who were like, "What the hell are you doing?" I'm like, "It animates. Look." He hits him with a saxophone. It's a ghost and another ghost. It makes sense.
It totally makes sense. I mean, if they couldn't get it, they're just not cool enough.
Yeah, clearly they're the ones who aren't cool.
Exactly. Well, we're cool in a different way. We're a whole different level of coolness.
Yeah.
I'm making no sense.
That's how we treat your kind at Johnny Ivory's.
Johnny Ivory's? What are you talking about? Hello? Oh, we're dealing with a real sharp tack here.
Notebook updated. Tutorial combining clues. You now have 2 clues in your notebook. To combine clues, click on one clue and click on another. Laura will attempt to combine them and give you more information. Notebook updated.
That ghost mentioned Johnny Ivory's. Probably a connection.
So we got to return to Lauren's apartment. In one of the Blackwell games, Rosa Blackwell uses a phone
Talk about the map.
in the later
The
game.
map, yes. Tell me, you spent a long time on that map.
Yep.
And you're still working on it,
Still
right?
working on it. Some more details to finish up. But yeah, I thought it'd be neat instead of having the top-down view to have it be kind of a city skyline and just label the different locations around New York. I know how much you like pointing out in the city where everything is, so I try to make it as accurate as possible based on your sketch you sent
You know
me.
me too well.
Yeah, hopefully I'll get this in the final version, but I wanted to have moving clouds going in the background and maybe some boats going through the water, just because I think it'd be cute to sit there and watch the map and be like, okay, I guess I can move on. Oh, but a sailboat just went by.
Someone kind of, one of the beta testers mentioned, wow, this is a really long night.
Yeah, no kidding.
How long is this over? Just over one night? Suspension of disbelief.
Lauren has a scooter that we never get to see, but
yeah, she actually has a jetpack that she just
she flies
straps
on Joey.
Yeah, she just walks outside, straps on this jetpack. She's got all that cigarette fumes inside of her. Anyway.
So now I need to return back to the apartment. Whoops. Hang on. On a side note, Cartoon Network website shuts down. Warner Brothers Discovery kicks visitors over to Max. I'm reading a walkthrough for the game, but I'm reading the walkthrough on my phone. The Cartoon Network TV channel will continue to offer 11 hours of programming from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Stuff like that. You're right about the website closing on Variety.com. Cartoon Network website shuts down. Warner Brothers Discovery kicks visitors over to Max. Warner Brothers. Oh no. Warner Brothers Discovery. Cartoon Network's been scrubbed from the web. Warner Brothers Discovery this week pulled the entire contents of Cartoon Network offline, redirecting visitors to a landing page on Max, its subscription streaming service, encouraging fans to sign up to watch their favorite Cartoon Network shows. The shuttering of the site appears to have happened Thursday, August 8th, which was yesterday. Looking for episodes of your favorite Cartoon Network shows? Check out what's available to stream on Max. Subscription required. A pop-up message says on the new Max landing page. Sign up for Max, where you can also create a kid's profile, ratings and restrictions, and additional privacy protections to keep it fun and kid-friendly. Cable subscribers continue to enjoy your favorite Cartoon Network programming on your TV and connected apps as well. In a statement, Cartoon Network spokesperson told Variety, "We're focusing on the Cartoon Network shows and social media where we find consumers are most engaged and there's a meaningful potential for growth." The rep noted that on linear TV, the Cartoon Network will continue to offer 11 hours of programming from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. The Cartoon Network site had previously offered all full episodes and video clips of roster shows including Adventure Time, Craig of the Creek, Gumball, Teen Titans Go, Steven Universe, We Bear Bears, and Clarence. The site also offered access to free games, including games for Teen Titans Go, Adventure Time, and Gumball. The shutdown of CartoonNetwork.com comes after a week after Warner Discovery told subscribers it will sunset the Boomerang Classic Toon streamer effective September 30th and migrating customers into content catalog over the Max. So, Boomerang, a subscription service, will automatically knock people over to Max to watch Boomerang content. WBD or Warner Discovery is killing off the Cartoon Network appears to be a cost-cutting move, as well as one intended to spur fans to pay up for Max. In a series of similar moves, Paramount Global earlier this summer removed a huge trove of content from Comedy Central's site and pulled the full archive of MTV News and CMT from the internet. Uh-oh. So the full archive of MTV News and CMT has been pulled from the internet. This is what Cartoon Network landing page on Max.com looked like on Friday. On Wednesday, Warner Discovery reported Q2 revenue loss of $9.71 billion, down 6%, and a whopping net loss of almost $10 billion, driven by a $9.1 billion write-down for a drop in value of its cable TV networks. Subscribers to the company's streaming services led by Max were down slightly domestically, dropping about 300,000 to 52.4 million, while international streaming customers increased by 3.9 million in the period to 50.8 million. I gotta say, I'm gonna say Cartoon Network. I missed the website. I used to go to CartoonNetwork.com in mid 2005 to 2004. I used to. I missed the network, the TV website, CartoonNetwork.com. I missed the site, but the channel still stays up. The programming block of Cartoon Network will air from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m., 11 hours. But if Cartoon Network were to be deleted altogether off the TV channels, then I would say to Warner Discovery, I don't care if you hit me, adios, say la vie, good riddance, fuck you. I'd say that to them because they're ruining Cartoon Network into the ground. The Cartoon Network website went into thin air. Now there goes that. They're just erasing Cartoon Network off the earth. Like, I don't know. And I wish I would have Max to watch shows like Courage, Dexter, all those shows on Max. I would love to have Max to see that. And Max to watch Did I Do That? Family Matters is on Max. It's there already because it's Warner Brothers, just domestic public television distribution. Full House, Family Matters, Step by Step, all those are on Max. All those are there. I have season 9 of Family Matters purchased on Amazon Prime Video. I've got season 9 purchased there, but all other seasons 1 through 8 are only available on Max now. So Warner Discovery, I don't care if you hate me. Adios, c'est la vie. Good riddance. Fuck you for that move. Like, seriously, that's my childhood. Like, Cartoon Network made my childhood as well, but the programming block ends about 1 hour from now. So when it's 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, Cartoon Network goes for the night. They end their programming at 5 p.m. Checkered Past would take over from 5 to 7 p.m. But Toonami Rewind takes over in 1 hour from now from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. About 2 hours of Toonami Rewind, then Adult Swim afterwards, and King of the Hill after that. But Checkered Past is broken. Checkered Past has been shortened from Monday to Friday. It's been shortened to Monday to Thursday. Fridays is Toonami Rewind. On Fridays, Toonami Rewind, but it's been shortened to Monday through Thursday. Dexter and Courage are airing Tuesday through Thursday on Checkered Past. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 3 days a week during the weekdays. Mondays is What a Cartoon on Checkered Past. It's Dexter and What a Cartoon. Dexter comes on at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. What a Cartoon starts up at 6 p.m. Eastern Time and runs all until 7 p.m. Eastern Time. So I'm not happy how Checkered Past used to air Dexter, Courage, Ed, Ed, and Eddie. It used to air those at first all at once, Monday through Friday, or Monday through Thursday. Fridays would be a marathon of Checkered Past programming of their choice, meaning Checkered Past would either air Dexter, Ed, Ed, and Eddie, or Courage every Friday as a marathon. But Monday through Thursday is just Dexter, Courage, Ed, Ed, and Eddie straight Monday through Thursday. But then it got to the point where Courage was removed from the lineup, placed with Evil Con Carne and Cow and Chicken with I Am Weasel in it. But now it's gone back to Courage and Dexter. So now Courage and Dexter's Lab are shown Tuesday through Thursday. Mondays it's Dexter and What a Cartoon afterward. So Checkered Past is just broken. It's fragmented everywhere. I get what Cartoon Network or Adult Swim's trying to do. I get what they're trying to do, but they broke Checkered Past heavily. They broke that real quick. So there's that. I would take Max. Personally, I would use Max to watch Cartoon Network programming. I would. I mean, I would have to. If Cartoon Network was to go off TV, it would take itself with it, but Adult Swim would stay on. Would force people to go over to Max to watch all of those. So I'm not happy that that's happening. The only way people can get change done with Max is if everybody canceled Max and put their foot down at Warner Discovery to let them know that they're doing really bad things, then they'll get the hint that what they're doing is so totally wrong. If everybody canceled Max, then it would teach Warner Discovery how not to screw up television programming, not how to move television shows off TV to streaming services. Like, I've already got Disney Plus, Netflix, Amazon Prime, Paramount Plus, four streaming services. Paramount Plus added on to onto my mom's cable television service for $10 a month. Netflix separate, Amazon Prime through Metro by T-Mobile, stuff like that, and Disney Plus Basic offered through Spectrum already. So I've got four streaming services to watch my favorite shows. Nickelodeon for Rocko's Modern Life, Hey Arnold, all the 90s Nick shows. Disney Plus for the 2000 shows, just those two. From Disney 2000, like from Disney Channel 2000, like those shows and movies from there. Like that's what my spiel is on that, with that happening. That's my reaction to the whole thing of getting rid of Cartoon Network, like deleting Cartoon Network and stuff like that. Paramount also scrubbed Comedy Central and scrubbed MTV News and CMT from the internet. Paramount scrubbed that off too. So, ouch. Anyway, back to the game. That's my spiel about the whole shutdown of Cartoon Network, the website, and just getting erased from Max. Like, Max completely drops the entire Cartoon Network branding and takes the shows from Cartoon Network and moves them into Max, but just wipes the Max, or Max wipes the cartoon name out of existence, which is not a good move on that. Back to the game. Okay, so return to Lauren's apartment.
We should talk about the apartment because that's the one that was the one of the first ones you did.
Alright.
Yeah. So you told me you based a lot of that on your grandmother's place.
It's true. It hasn't changed much since the 70s, so it was perfect. Also, I called up my mom and I'm like, tell me some things that happened in the 70s or some horrible decorating choices people made. She's like, well, a lot of lime green, horrible macrame flower baskets, and like a certain kind of alcohol that they always use as candle holders. I forget what it was, but I looked at the picture and that's sitting on the shelf there. The TV was based on my old TV from when I was a kid because we always had foil on the end of it. I don't know. It's a subtle thing.
Rabbit ears.
Yeah, rabbit ears. Because we didn't have cable. This is back in the old country, where I live now.
Back in the old country.
Well, my family moved to the States and I came back here. But anyway, that coffee table is also in my house right now, and the hideous orange pillow. My grandma has that couch, so.
I would personally myself subscribe to Max to watch shows that are retro from 1998, early 2000, that are Cartoon Network, Warner Brothers distributed by, but no thanks. Not after the whole thing where they decide to erase the Cartoon Network name. No. That was my rant, me slamming Max for doing that. And slamming Warner Discovery. Hmm.
Johnny Ivory's Jazz and Cabaret. It's on Bleecker and 7th Avenue. You up for some jazz, Joey?
You mean we finally get to listen to some real music?
Call it my special treat.
Lauren has to look up people the old-fashioned way. In Shiva and Legacy, they got to use a computer. Lauren has to use the phone book. In Legacy, when you used the computer to look up people, you instantly went right to the notebook. So it was kind of easy, and many people missed the old Shiva interface where you could type in search queries. So I brought that back. And what was cool is that I got to add little extra Easter eggs. If you look up me, you can look up Aaron Robinson, the artist. You can look up Chris Jones, the creator of the engine, and some others. You could look up Rabbi Stone. Try looking up Rabbi Stone from the Shiva. Abe got a kick out of doing that. So yeah, I like this interface. I'll probably keep it. Using the notebook was too easy.
He hasn't even been born yet.
Hmm?
There's no entry for that.
Hmm. I'm missing something. Hold on. Hmm. There are some hidden Easter eggs in this game in the phone book. You can look up some of the people involved in the game. Yes. Turkey sausage sticks.
He hasn't even been born yet.
Hmm?
This isn't a British phone book.
Oh, I have to eat and take my medicine for diabetes. I have to do that. That's required.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Right behind you.
I love this song. This is one of my favorites in the game. The guy who did the music for the game, his name is Thomas Reagan. He's from Denmark. And he was so enthusiastic. I was really kind of blown away at how enthusiastic and how into the project he was. He just kept sending me track after track after track, and they're all brilliant. And he tried to keep them within period. He tried to keep them 70s ish for the most part. I wasn't so concerned with keeping the era so vibrantly alive, but he did. He really wanted to keep it accurate. He wrote this theme music, which I loved. I thought it was absolutely brilliant. And then he realized he used a certain kind of drum sound, which wasn't available, which wasn't in use in the 70s. So he changed it, which just shows his amazing attention to detail and how professional he really is. He not only does all this composing work in his spare time, but he also has a day job. He also has a wife and he also has a kid. I don't know how he does it all, but I'm glad he does it because his work is amazing.
Hmm? I didn't mean to do that. I meant to look at the photos.
And I guess the next one you did was the piano bar.
Yep. Let me open that up now so I remember what the hell I did.
Because that was the first one I opened up and I thought, wow, that was really cool.
Oh, thanks.
Just the light, the shading I thought was really nice. It felt nice and kind of, what's the word? I don't want to say homey, but it felt like plush. I don't know.
Cool, yeah. I wanted to look like someplace kind of classy from a distance, but if you got up close, you'd realize it was all kind of tacky and velvet. I'm not sure if that came across, but that was my idea going in.
So what is your idea of tacky?
I was gonna have more Tiffany lamps, but I got lazy. I mean, they didn't fit the composition.
No, that's yeah, very good.
Yeah, I almost didn't want to draw chairs, so I'm like, no, people will notice if there aren't chairs, so I threw some of those in too. I like on the wall there's a poster that kind of says Johnny Ivory's, and it's a little music note sitting in a martini glass, like a cherry. I was proud of that.
That is cute, yeah. And you can't, it's very subtle because you can't see the words Johnny Ivory's completely.
Well, these people have puzzle-solving brains, I'm sure that they can put that together.
Yeah. So I don't think
I
it's
just need you to animate Cecil like mixing up a martini and handing it to Lauren.
Then both getting drunk.
Oh my.
We won't go there.
Director's cut. And Joey's just gonna watch. Sorry.
It's very disturbing.
Incidentally, a lot of those bottles appear in my own personal bar. There's some watermelon flavored vodka there.
Oh, I see. Is that your inspiration juice?
Whatever you want to call it.
This one looks interesting. Courtesy of Jambalaya Records. Might be worth checking out.
Please note that the game is projecting itself through my television screen through the HDMI output on my laptop, so I have to have the mic turned down a bit to avoid double feedback of audio echoes. Back with the game, excuse me. Woo. Here we go.
This one looks interesting. Courtesy of Jambalaya Records. Might be worth checking out. Hey, mister.
Yes?
Got a minute?
For a pretty thing like you, I got several.
Huh.
So what brings you here on such a sad night?
I just love music.
Well, how about that? I just happen to make music. It's a match made in heaven.
Watch out, ladies. Daryl is really like this in real life, and he is single. You know, I just love this so much. That's really all I have to say.
I'm Lauren. What's your name?
Pleasure is all mine, Lauren. You can call me C.
C.
You got it, sister.
What's the band in that photograph behind you?
That picture is old, sister.
It's not that old.
Old enough. Before my time is all.
Here is a mistake I made. I know this bit of dialogue sounds a little weird. It's very obviously recycled from some other bits of dialogue that Cecil says. And it's kind of blatant, and it kind of is ugly, but it had to be done. When I beta tested the game, the testers noted that you couldn't ask Cecil about the photograph. It was a natural thing to ask him. I said, yeah, that's a good idea. So I added some dialogue where you can ask Cecil about the photograph and you can ask him for the photograph. And he actually gives you a much better explanation than he gives you in the actual game. Unfortunately, what I didn't do was take those lines, because this was towards the end of the whole programming process. I did not take those lines and copy them onto the voice acting script. So when Daryl sat down to read the lines, he didn't read those lines. He didn't record those lines. So when I started to import them, I realized, oh crap, I'm going to have to do some futzing, creative futzing, in order to get it to work. So that's what I did. So that is my mistake. It's one of the drawbacks in dealing with voice acting in games. It limits your flexibility in many respects. I made this mistake many times working on Blackwell Legacy, and I only made this mistake once working on Blackwell Unbound. Hopefully the next time around I'll have refined the process and I won't have to worry about it at all.
So basically, you heard Dave admit that he made a screw up in development in the voice recording of the lines. He made a bit of a mistake in it. Oops.
Do you have a copy of that photograph anywhere?
Nope, sorry.
Here is a mistake I made. I know this bit of dialogue sounds a little weird. It's very obviously recycled from some other bits of dialogue that Cecil says. And it's kind of blatant, and it kind of is ugly, but it had to be done. When I beta tested the game, the testers noted that you couldn't ask Cecil about the...
See you around.
Anytime, sister.
This one looks interesting.
What do we have here? He's written something at the top of the sheet. Property of Cecil Sharp. Aw, how sweet. Maybe his mommy signed it for him.
Your notebook tends to Your notebook tends to update from time to time. When you do certain things, it'll say notebook updated.
Lauren. Lauren, it's Jack. Lauren, I know you're there. I'm your brother, for God's sake, talk to me.
Why clean it up? It's hardly full. Here we go. Jambalaya Records, 240 Essex Street. I'll jot that down. Come on, let's get out of here.
Right behind you.
Aaron Robinson is someone I name-dropped in Blackwell Legacy. If you go to the dorm hallway, one of the doors has her name on it. And I was familiar with her work. She did a game called Spooks, early 2006, and it had a very simple but visually interesting style, and I've seen her work improve, stuff she's posted, stuff she's shown me. And it was a very spontaneous decision to ask her to do this, actually. I knew I needed a simple style, but I wanted it to be interesting, and Erin had the time off because she was a college kid and was off for the summer, and I knew she was a fan of my stuff, and we were kind of buddies by that point. We were MSN buddies by that point, and I figured she might be interested if I, could throw some money her way. And she was really interested, and she really took the bull by the horns and did a fantastic job. Her work really improved over the course of the project. She showed me her reference materials, all the stuff she did. She just put in so much work, went above and beyond anything I could have expected. She was really awesome, and the field of 2D game design is mourning because the girl is going into neuroscience, which I think is crazy. Exercise that left brain, Erin. Anyway, that's Erin Robinson. She did an awesome, awesome job. And you'll hear more from her in the bonus section. If you unlock the bonus at the end of the game, you can hear her thoughts about the game-making process.
Not from out here, I don't. Good evening.
Good evening to you. I'm Dwayne.
Lauren Blackwell. I was hoping you could help me.
I'll do my best. What can I do for you?
Thanks for the help. I might be back.
No problem.
Do you know this band?
Oh yeah, I remember those guys. The C Sharps.
That was the band's name?
Yeah, I used to manage them.
You used to manage them, but not anymore?
Nah. Been about 8, 10 years. Time flies, you know?
Playing the role of Dwayne is Francisco Gonzalez, also known as Grandislav on the various internet forums. He is now a Wadjedi veteran. He's been in every single game so far, and one of the only few actors who I will accept voice recordings from over the internet. Originally, when I was writing the dialogue from this character, I found myself channeling Woody Allen in Broadway Danny Rose, this very kind of nervous, stammery, but very slick concert promoter, entertainment promoter. So I told Francisco to read it like Woody Allen, and it just really wasn't happening. He really had a lot of trouble reading it that way. And so in the end, we just went with the Jamaican accent, and it worked out pretty well.
It's the photo from Johnny Ivory's. It's the photo. Cecil Sharp to C Sharps.
Cute, real cute.
Hey, C.
Hello there.
Is that C like the water?
That's C like the chord. It's the first chord I played, and you never forget your first.
Ain't that the truth? You know any other musicians?
I do run in those circles, yeah.
Any of them play here?
Sometimes we get major gigs here, but me, I'm what you call the dependable type. These fingers can go all night long.
Can they now?
Oh, geez, make him stop.
One thing that I tried to keep very subtle, and I don't know if you guys picked up on it, but that's what this commentary is for, is that Joey is very much in love with Lauren, and that's something he won't admit to himself, let alone to her. It's a feeling he can't act on, and it's very frustrating, especially in these little interchanges with Cecil Sharp here, where Lauren is very obviously attracted to Cecil, and Joey is aware of this, and he is obviously a little jealous. And it's an aspect of Joey's character that I really like and I find very tragic and so on. It's something that I planned from the beginning. In Legacy, whenever there was a line where Joey was discussing Lauren, I told Abe, when doing the voice, that he should try to put a little bit of heartbreak, a little bit of loss into the lines, and that does come across very subtly. And if you picked up on it, congratulations, and if not, well, now you know.
It's okay for me to talk to you like this.
I don't hear anybody else complaining.
Dull night, huh?
You could say that. But I think it just got a bit more interesting.
Is that right?
These lips don't lie.
Were you ever in a band called the C Sharps?
What makes you think that?
Just the names. C Sharp, Cecil Sharp. It's a pretty strong coincidence, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I guess.
So what's your answer?
No.
I'm looking for info about a musician.
Well, I'll try to help you out. Who is he?
I don't know his name. I think he's a sax player.
I know lots of sax players, sister.
Big guy, kind of chubby, has a beard.
Nope, doesn't ring a bell.
See you around.
Anytime, sister.
Hey, C.
Hello there.
See you around.
Anytime, sister.
Yep, there's a listing for the New Yorker.
The New Yorker? Why are you looking that up? You don't even read that magazine.
You know? I have no idea.
You worry me sometimes.
There's no entry for that. Yep, there's a listing for the New Yorker.
The New Yorker? Why are you looking that up?
You know?
You worry.
I'm supposed to learn the name of
Come on,
Mitchell
let's
in
get
order
out of
to
here.
access
Right behind
to
you.
call the New Yorker company, the New Yorker publication company in the game.
He already knows about this photograph. It's right behind him. He seems to be enjoying himself, even though there's nobody here to listen to him. That's him, the Jasmine ghost from the promenade. Looks like we're on the right track. The only thing holding up that dress is fate. Pretty girl, though. I wonder who she is. The woman is blocking the piano player. I can't see his face. Hey, C.
Hello there.
About that sax player.
Yeah.
He's in that photo behind you.
Is he now?
Yeah. Do you know him?
That picture is old, sister.
It's not that old.
Old enough. Before my time is all. Don't know who that is. Sorry.
You sure that you never played in a band called the C Sharps?
How many times do I have to tell you?
See you around.
Anytime, sister.
I think I forgot something. Oops.
Jambalaya, because I'm really impressed with the way you composed that. Being able to look through the window and into there was something I thought was really cool.
Oh, thanks.
Because when I came up with the location, I just imagined just a flat office, and you kind of made it visually cool.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. I'm like, well, this could be another random like indoors background, or you know, we could kind of make it fun. It's just I kind of like when I started this project, I didn't even know if I could do realistic backgrounds, and I figured it'd be safest to stick with like straight-on views and like not a lot of fancy perspective or anything. So this is one of the first ones I did, but yeah, this allowed it to be a bit more interesting, but still being very simple. Also, I want everybody to notice that there's a little picture of Dave Gilbert on the left. He's in the poster on the left. He's the guy who I tinted purple, put in the psychedelic poster.
I actually did not notice that at first. You had to point it out.
Yes, that's what you get for sending pictures to me. In the design document, you basically said like it's a record office with a Cajun feel or something. I'm like, a Cajun feel? What the hell? So I had to look that up on whatever Wiki Google and.
Rastafarian or something.
Yeah, so I drew that crocodile playing a sax and hope that was enough.
I like the pepper on the door. That was a nice touch.
Oh, thanks.
The Promenade Ghost once played in a band called the C Sharps. Hi again.
Hi yourself. Again.
So what is this place?
This is a music agency. We manage bands, do promotions, things like that, you know. Well, by we, I really mean me.
You do this all by yourself?
Yep. One-man operation. That's me.
What sort of music do you manage?
Mostly jazz and reggae. Nobody famous. Most small-timers have trouble getting their foot in the door, getting gigs in small clubs, helping with recording sessions, you know, the basic stuff that musicians don't want to deal with.
You're open late.
Really? Yeah, I suppose I am. I learned to work musician hours, you know. You play a gig at night and have a problem. You want someone to call?
Your clients have lots of problems, do they?
Don't get me started.
What was the sax player's name?
Ah, well, it was a long time ago. I'm not much on individual names. I just remember the band. I only deal with the leader, you know?
So who is the leader?
Sorry.
You don't remember that either?
It was a while ago, you know.
Was Cecil Sharp in the band the C Sharps?
Cecil Sharp. C Sharps. Yes! I knew I heard the name from somewhere.
So do you remember him now?
Oh, yeah, he was the band leader. A genius on the piano.
Thanks for the help. I might be back later.
No problem.
If it's all the same, I'll wait for the kid. I don't just float. I gotta keep some shred of dignity. Look at her. Not, she wouldn't recognize.
Hey, C.
Hello there.
I want to talk to you about the C Sharps.
I said...
I know what you said, and I know that you're lying. So shut the hell up and listen. I spoke to your old manager. He confirmed who you are.
You spoke to Dwayne?
Yes, I did.
That... Fine. You got me. Yes. I used to run a band called the C Sharps. It was a rotten time in my life, and I'd just as soon forget it. Why are you stirring up these old ashes, huh?
I have my reasons.
Yeah, sure you do.
About that sax player.
Yeah.
He's in that photo behind you. So I know he's with the C Sharps and that you know him.
What is this? You from that damn magazine?
Magazine?
The New Yorker. You a reporter?
No. So who is he?
You just don't quit, do you? You want to know so badly? His name is Isaac Brown.
Isaac Brown?
Yes. You happy now?
Ecstatic.
Great.
One thing I tend to do when writing dialogue and trying to find the right words, especially for really intense emotional bits like this, is I try to put myself in that frame of mind. Here, Lauren is very pissed off and kind of indignant and very moody, and I tend to like scrunch up my face and kind of move my hands in weird gestures and position my body to try to like feel that way. And I don't know if you know this, but I usually work in coffee shops here in the East Village, so I got some very interesting looks when writing this dialogue. I have a very interesting reputation in the East Village coffee shop scene in New York. Ask anybody, I'm the weird one.
What can you tell me about Isaac Brown?
Him? He's a bum, a drunk, a nobody, a lowlife. He's also dead.
And how did he die?
Someone strangled him to death with his bare hands. Isaac must have squealed like a pig.
You don't seem very upset by this.
No, but last time someone asked about Isaac, it was some reporter from The New Yorker. He came along, asked his questions, then bam, Isaac's dead.
Really?
Yeah, so forgive me if I don't take kindly to pushy questions.
Who was the reporter?
I don't know, Mitchell something? Slow talker.
Oh,
Drove
I'm
me
supposed to
crazy.
talk to
You think
Dwayne
he killed
again.
Isaac?
I just play the piano. I don't think anything. Especially not the past. Whoever did Isaac, the son of a bitch had it coming. So please, just get out of here.
See you later.
Yeah.
Yep, there's a listing for the New Yorker. Their main office is in Midtown. Come on, let's get out of here.
Right behind you.
Thank you for calling the New Yorker. How can I help you?
Hello, yes, I'm trying to reach a reporter named Mitchell.
Let's see now. Mitchell. We have a Joseph Mitchell on staff. Is that him?
I guess it's worth a try. Is he in?
Yes, he is. Hold, please.
Voice of the
Please wait. Now pause. Okay, I'm back. Time for some more Blackwell Unbound featuring your host commentator, Dave Gilbert.
New Yorker receptionist. His name is Brandon Van Slyke. He's a close friend of mine here in the city. It's an old joke of voiceovers in games, how you give the voice roles to friends and family, and I was guilty of that here. I figured I wasn't going to waste a little role like this on a professional actor, so Brandon was over one day, and I said, hey, you want to do this? And he said, sure. So he sat down and did it. So that was Brandon.
He's not answering. Maybe I should go up there in person.
Okay, so now the next step is to go to the place where it was telling me to go to in the walkthrough on Steam. Okay, so now I need to go to the New Yorker.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Right behind you.
Now, Mitchell's office is pretty simple. I really dig the chairs in this office.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, they look soft. I'm happy with that.
They look shiny.
Mm-hmm.
I love the shininess of these chairs.
Yeah.
They feel like they sound like they'll squeak when you sit on them.
Maybe you should get a sound effect for that. Mitchell's chair is actually really like fancy at the back, but he's sitting in it, so of course you can't see, and I'm not drawing him getting up, so I guess it'll remain a mystery to our viewers.
Ah, yes, it will.
Oh, I forgot.
Well, that's what this commentary is for, isn't it?
Yeah. I was gonna have it maybe so that he could like open the blinds, because the view at the window is pretty cool, but oh well. It's implied.
C'est la vie.
C'est la vie, yeah. I like the way those newspaper clippings on the left turn out. I wasn't sure how to do that, so it's hard to do detailed things in pixels, especially when they're so tiny, so it's been part of the process.
Well, let's do the whole thing over in high res.
Yeah, let's do that.
No, we won't.
We'll renegotiate my contract, shall we?
Oh, yes, let's do that.
Yes? Can I help you?
Are you Mr. Mitchell?
I sure am.
I'm Lauren Blackwell.
Well, do come in, Miss Blackwell.
For those of you who are fans of Gabriel Knight, if you played the second one, you'll know that the mystery of the game surrounds the last king of Bavaria, Ludwig. And when I first heard about Joseph Mitchell, I thought to myself, I found my Ludwig. I found this really bizarre, real-life story that I could build a conspiracy on and build a mystery on. Joseph Mitchell was such an interesting guy. He wrote these character pieces on just everyday people he met in bars, people he met on the street, drug users, drunks, eccentrics, homeless, mentally unstable people. He wrote these character pieces for 30 years for The New Yorker and for other publications, but he worked for The New Yorker for 30 years, and then he wrote one final thing called Joe Gould's Secret. It's a book you can buy, and then he never wrote again. For 30 more years, he came to work every day, went to his office, and never wrote again. And when I heard about this, I was fascinated. I just kept thinking about why on earth he would have done this. So this is my take on what happened.
Okay, it says exhaust all other options just in your randomizing sister, leaving it for Johnny Ivories.
I was hoping that you could help me.
Well, I'll do what I can. What is this regarding? Are you a reporter or...
No, an independent investigator.
I see, so you're not with the police.
Would it matter if I was?
No, it wouldn't. So what can I do for you, Miss Blackwell?
I've given myself roles in my previous games. In Shiva, I played the Cantor, and in Blackwell Legacy, I played the Evil Demon, which was a lot of fun. But this is probably the largest role I've ever given myself. And I gave it to myself not purely for egotistical reasons, although there is a bit of that, because I really respect and really like Mitchell and his writing and stuff. But because I really respect him, I wanted to make sure that I was faithful to him, and the words that I put into his mouth were words that he would probably say, or things that he would probably do, and so on. And the problem with voice acting is that everything is set in stone once you get the actor in. And with Mitchell, I wanted to keep it flexible. I wanted to be able to change stuff at the 11th hour. If I suddenly realized, hey, wait a minute, Mitchell wouldn't say this, or this sounds better, or, this is more Mitchell-like, that I could just pop on the microphone and change it myself quickly, rather than having to lug an actor back, which is always a pain in the neck to do. So that's why I gave myself the role of Mitchell.
Note that Dave Gilbert does take some roles in this game and the other Blackwell games as himself sometimes, as a voice actor sometimes. He sometimes does take on roles too.
So how long have you been working here?
Do you always ask such personal questions?
I'm just curious about the sort of work you do.
I write about people, Miss Blackwell.
What sort of people?
Not the famous sort. Just ordinary people, like you or me.
Ordinary people. Like me.
You find that amusing?
Oh, not at all. So tell me about yourself, Mr. Mitchell.
I beg your pardon?
Tell me about yourself.
Yes, I heard you. I hope you didn't come here simply to interview me. I'm afraid I'd make a poor interview subject.
I'd like to talk about Isaac Brown.
Ah, Isaac. You knew Isaac?
Sort of, yes. I'm looking into his death.
Really? That was almost 5 years ago. Why the sudden interest?
Let's just say that I have a personal interest in clearing it up.
Some biographical details that you guys might be interested in. Joseph Mitchell was known for speaking very slowly and hesitantly and had a tendency to stumble over his words. It was said about him that it was a good thing he did not write the way he spoke. And I obviously didn't speak that way because it wouldn't have been a very interesting listening experience for you guys. So I gave a little bit of creative license there. Hope I can be forgiven.
Okay.
I think that's all for now.
All right. You have a good night now.
Cecil?
What?
About that reporter.
I know nothing else about that man. Southern guy. Talked real slow. Asked a bunch of questions. Just leave it, okay?
About Isaac Brown.
Leave it, lady. The past is dead, gone, and buried.
See you later.
Yeah.
No, there's no connection between those two.
Yes?
Twice in one evening?
Come on in, sit down.
Anything else you can tell me about Isaac? Why do you want to write about him?
I don't want to go too in depth. Out of respect, you understand?
Sure.
I was drawn to him for the same reasons I'm drawn to anybody I write about. I felt he had a story that could reach people, enrich them, perhaps learn from.
Really?
Miss Blackwell, spend some time talking to the poor and the downtrodden. Walk down the Bowery and speak to the half-wits and the have-nots. In 1 hour, you'll learn more from them than you would from a lifetime of schooling.
So tell me about yourself, Mr. Mitchell.
I beg your pardon?
Tell me about yourself.
Yes, I heard you. I hope you didn't come here simply to interview me. I'm afraid I'd make a poor interview subject.
I think that's all for now.
All right. You have a good night now.
Cecil?
What?
See you
Something
later.
ain't right.
Yes?
Come in.
So tell me about.
I beg.
Tell me about.
Yes, I hope you did. I'm afraid.
So what? I know he played in a band called the C Sharps. Then something obviously went wrong. What was it?
Listen, have you tried asking Mr. Sharp?
Yes. He's not talking.
I don't blame him. He's probably feeling guilty.
Guilty? Why?
He has his reasons.
Could you I don't know, tell me what those reasons are.
I can't do that.
Of course he can't.
Mr. Mitchell, I need to know what happened.
Listen, I don't like this. I don't feel comfortable talking about people without their consent. I won't say any more about Isaac or his sister.
Sister?
Sister?
Please, I'm not gonna say anymore.
Who was Isaac's sister?
I told you, not another word.
I'd like to read your piece about Isaac.
Well, I'm afraid I can't help you there. I never published it.
You didn't?
No, it seemed a bit in bad taste.
Since when do reporters care about bad taste?
Be right back. What is the question? Excuse me.
Since when do reporters care about bad taste?
You don't have a high opinion of journalists, do you?
Well, you hear things.
Oh no, don't worry about it.
No,
I'm well aware of the stereotype.
there's no
I've written about
RH
deceased
in
persons
this
before
one.
when I felt it was in the public's interest. But Isaac, well, I felt the man deserved some peace.
If you felt his story could reach people, enrich them, as you say, why didn't you publish the story?
Listen, Miss Blackwell, Isaac didn't just die. He was murdered. Someone reached around his neck and strangled the life right out of him. That puts a bit of a damper on the story I wanted to tell.
So nobody will hear the story.
All my notes on him have been destroyed. Isaac's story might not have reached the people, but it reached me. Maybe that's enough.
So tell me about yourself.
I beg.
Tell me about.
Yes, I hope you didn't. I'm afraid.
About Isaac.
I told you.
Who?
I told you.
I think that's all for now.
All right. You have a good night now.
Oh, Stitch. If you were Sam, I would zap you with a bolt of lightning. If you were Mario and Mario Sunshine, I'd make you take fall damage for that. So I gotta speak to Cecil and mention Isaac's sister to continue. At Johnny Ivory's.
Cecil,
What?
I need to speak to you about Isaac's sister.
That's it! You've crossed the line, sister. It was fun for a while, but now it's time for you to leave.
Ooh, now you've done it.
Buster, I've had it up to here with this. I need information, it's stuck in your head, and I plan on getting it out.
Less talk and more get the hell out.
Okay, this is me leaving you alone.
You really have a way with the fellas, kid. Don't sweat it. His bark is worse than his bite.
Okay.
I know that expression. Only time a man gets a look like that is when he's hung up over a woman. Go easy on him, huh? I think he cares more about that gal than he lets on. I know that expression. Only go easy. I think he...
You just don't give up, do you?
We need to talk. You loved her, didn't you?
Of course I loved her. She was our heart and soul. I would have... Damn you, woman. Damn you. I just want to play this piano and forget she ever existed. Why don't you just leave me alone?
What are you gonna do, throw me out?
Oh, is that a challenge? Don't tempt me, lady. Leave.
Okay, this is me leaving you alone.
Well, we'll have to change our tactics if we want to get him to talk.
Oh, look.
Hello, Cecil. I really need to know about Isaac's sister. It's very important.
Yeah, well, we all have problems. And my problem is you. So leave.
You want me to leave? I'll leave.
Ever think of moonlighting in PR? You're so good at talking to people. Seriously, whatever you're doing, you can't handle it this way.
Look what the...
You up for talking? You want to forget the past, you say?
Yeah.
Then what's with the picture behind you? If you wanted to forget the past, why'd you keep the picture?
I have my reasons. Leave it alone. Just leave me alone.
Okay.
Stop and think, sweetheart. Soon as Piano Boy sees you, he gets all bent out of shape. You won't get anywhere this way.
He already knows about...
Oh, look.
You up for talk? So what happened, C? It's very important that you...
All right. I don't know who you are or why you're so interested, but you're never gonna leave me alone, are you?
No, I won't. You were in a band together, right?
Yeah, we had a band. Smart girl. Then she died. Then he died. End of story.
How did you meet Isaac's sister?
First of all, her name was Sarah. I was looking to start a band, and I saw them perform together. She could sing like it was magic. Such energy, such life. Such a waste.
What was Isaac really like?
That fat bastard. He was good on the sax, but that was the end of his good points. He drank, he was violent, he was useless in every other way. But Sarah could calm him down. She was the only one. If it wasn't for Sarah, I never would have kept him around.
About that reporter.
I know nothing else about that man. Southern guy. Talked real slow. Asked a bunch of questions. Just leave it, okay?
See you later.
Yeah. You know, all this time, Sarah and Isaac would always play this song.
Really?
Yeah. A duet. At the end of every show.
She'd sing and he'd play the saxophone?
No, she'd actually play the piano, if you can believe it. She wasn't great, but she loved playing with Isaac, and Isaac loved that silly song. They never let me join them, but that was okay. It was kind of sweet, in a way. Well.
Cecil?
What?
What was the duet that Isaac and Sarah used to play?
Oh, that. It was just a short little thing. Isaac would just improv the whole thing. But Sarah's was always the same. went something like. After Sarah died, Isaac would play gigs but refused to leave the stage. He'd blow on his sax, playing anything that came to mind, feet planted like a statue.
He'd just keep playing?
He'd play forever if I didn't get 4 guys to drag him off. I think he was waiting for Sarah to play with him. He was supposed to finish each show with her, and, well, in his heart, he refused to believe she was dead.
See you later.
Yeah.
Why would I want to record that? Why would I want to... I don't think... Cecil?
What?
Could you play that song again?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
I think I've recorded enough. I don't know much about pianos, but it seems nice enough.
Oh boy, we've got company.
Can you see?
Pardon?
Can't you see?
See what, lady?
The whole of the world. Connections, patterns, pulsing with life everywhere.
Oh great, one of New York's finest crazies. Do something about this old bat, will ya?
Stephanie Cox Williams, the actress playing the Countess. I first met her through Abe Goldfarb, the guy playing Joey. She was stage managing for a show that Abe was directing. That's the funny thing about the acting scene in New York. Everyone does everything. If you meet an actor, more than likely if they've done directing, or they've done lights, they've done stage direction, stage managing, and sure enough, Stephanie was an actress. And I chatted with her after the show. There was an after party, and she mentioned how she did the voice of an old lady for something, and I'm like, hey, I got a role for you. And lo and behold, she came over to the role, so she was awesome.
Do you want money? Because I don't have any. How about a cigarette?
Fool! Liar! Can't you see? Useless. Useless!
Wow.
I know.
Only in New York.
I'm back.
Originally, this puzzle was a little bit different. The idea was you were to get the name of the song from Cecil, and then you would go to Jambalaya Records, look at the poster on the wall to get the radio station of get the name of a jazz radio station. You'd go to your radio, you'd turn to that jazz radio station, you would get the number of a song request line, you'd call up that number, and you would give him the name of the song, you'd bring the radio to Isaac, and then you'd play the song and you'd solve the puzzle that way. This I thought was stupid. After a while I realized it was a stupid idea, so I got rid of it and decided to use the dictaphone instead.
Hi. Sis? Is that you, sis? I've been waiting for so long.
Yes, Isaac. It's me, your sister.
Sarah? Sarah, what happened? You've turned white. You're not my sis.
No, I'm not.
No, you couldn't be, could you? My sister's dead, isn't she?
Yeah.
Now I'm dead too.
Yeah.
I knew that. Deep down, I knew that. I just couldn't let go.
I'm sorry.
Is that why you two are here? To help me let go?
That's what we do best.
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do.
Don't worry. Just leave everything to us.
One thing I hate to do, and I guess this commentary kind of defeats the purpose, but I hate tooting my own horn and sounding all narcissistic, but I do have to say I love the story of Isaac and his sister. I love this story. I find it very sweet and bittersweet and kind of sad and everything. And this is what I love about ghost stories in general. This is why I write ghost story games. Good ghost stories are always really sad. They're always really bittersweet because they always involve death usually, and because of that, they always involve pain, loss, regret, something left undone, and also involves a second chance in some way, like a way to reconnect with someone you've lost or something. There's always some nice raw human emotion in a good ghost story, and I think that the story of Isaac and his sister captures that really well, or at least makes a good-hearted attempt. And again, I don't want to be all narcissistic and egocentric, so I have to negate all that by saying that this game sucks. You should be doing something else. There we go. That erased all the narcissism.
Here, just take this.
Whatever you say.
Hold on tight. This is the fun part.
So let's talk about Node Space. This was really cool.
Thank you. It was one of the more fun ones to design. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but I thought the node space in the other game was good, but kind of boring for what it should have been. I wanted Lauren's walkway to be a bit more wacky and weird, and because Rosa, I think, is a very straight-laced character, so it makes sense that her pathway is very like neat cobblestones, but I don't know, Lawrence ended up looking a bit more like marshmallow bits, which wasn't quite my intention, but it's kind of spirals off into infinity and, kind of raises some questions. The path is also supposed to look like it breaks out more as you get away from the door, so.
Yeah, I like that. It reminded me of that, you said marshmallow bits, so some kind of like chalky, multicolored candy.
They're called rockets.
Yes.
I think you guys called them Smarties.
Hi, Isaac.
Hey, this is it.
Yep, eternity, the white light, the passage into the next world.
It is something, alright. Still can't believe I'm dead. Crazy old lady, she killed me.
Old lady?
Yeah, says she wanted to help me. Big girls and jokes. Why'd she want to go and do a thing like that?
Sorry, I wish I knew.
I don't think it matters anyway. It's time I joined my sis.
Just head into the light.
Thanks, you've been real kind. And tell your friend sorry for the crap on the head.
Right. Another day, another spirit gone to their rest. Rest. Well, that's a nice word. Joey?
Yeah, hi. Glad you're up.
Did you save him?
Yeah, sure, we saved him.
Joey? Is she talking to you?
Yeah, go figure.
Thank you, both of you. I only wanted to save them.
Isaac told me he was killed by an old woman. Was that you?
I save, just like you.
Who are you?
I am the Countess.
Countess? Countess of what?
It's the only name I know. I saved them. I helped them. I'm sorry.
Hey, get back here. Don't just stand there. Let's get after her.
She's pretty spry for an old lady.
Spry my foot. You couldn't outrun a one-legged turtle with those lungs.
Yes, I admit, this is very obviously a cop-out. If I had the liberty of a budget and a full-time professional art team, I would have loved to include some kind of chase sequence where you chase the Countess and blah blah blah. But, you know, I'm on a budget here. This is how it had to be.
Don't start with me, okay? I'm not moving from this spot until I finished my cigarette. Absolutely not. Right now, nothing exists except...
No, I'm not. The kid can find her own damn loose change. Hey there.
Nobody that old should move that fast.
Just keep telling yourself that.
Joey, she could see you. How could she do that?
I don't know. But I think this case just got a hell of a lot more complicated.
Fantastic.
Hello? Hello? Lauren, is that you? Sis?
Jesus.
Now why'd you go and do that?
Just back off, okay?
All right. This is me backing off.
Good. Come on, let's get out of here.
Right behind you.
Well, this is it.
Yep. All's quiet so far.
Construction, I guess, site out is what you called it? Yeah, that was one of the later ones you did, I guess, post-Europe,
Yes,
you could call it.
You know, I must have just been so inspired by Europe because I actually used two-point perspective for that one.
Swanky.
Yeah, I know. I didn't even know I could do two-point perspective, but, you know, Kevin's an artist, so I just asked him.
What is 2 point perspective? Yeah, I'm artistically dead.
Oh,
You have to
okay.
explain
You've
it.
got, instead of the normal one vanishing point where the lines go, you've got two vanishing points. One of them is like off the right side of the screen, and one of them's towards the end of that road on the left.
I see. Cool.
Yeah.
So, did you use any reference pictures of New York? Actually, duh, I sent you a reference picture of New York.
Yeah, you did. It wasn't quite this perspective though. It was like from a distance, so it was just a long flat wall. And the post no bills thing was kind of an afterthought, but I thought it'd be kind of neat.
Yeah, that was kind of neat. Yeah, and you had, remember you didn't actually have a door at first.
Yeah. I got lazy, and you're like, put in a door. I'm like, oh, fine. Joey can float through walls, but I have to put in a door. That's fine.
I'm such a slave driver. I know.
True.
All right, I'm going in to check it out. Stay close to the wall.
Yeah, sure. Let me know what you find.
I really like the fact that you can control Joey in this game. One of the common criticisms of Blackwell Legacy was that Joey didn't do anything useful. He just kind of tagged along, made some comments, and if he ever actually did anything, it wasn't anything that the player could control. It just kind of happened. And that's something I definitely wanted to change with the follow-up games. I wanted the player to be able to control Joey. I wanted the player to be Joey, wander around, look at objects, talk to Lauren. Joey has access to her notebook. He can make comments on things. He'll give the player feedback. He actually is integral to solving a few puzzles. And there's one area that only Joey can enter. I really wanted to make him useful. I wanted him to be an equal partner in this relationship, not just a sidekick. So this is something you're going to be seeing in the future games. Now, I want to talk, let's see, we'll go to the construction site, the site in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like this, I saw this, I was really impressed because it really looked like you put a lot of detail into all the dirt.
The dirt was difficult. I had no idea how to draw dirt, so I just sat down with some reference pictures and went to town, I guess. I had to look up, like, the kind of tracks that caterpillars make and how to draw a bull, or what are they called? Backhoe, and yeah.
Because I know when I was playing around with the layers in Photoshop, I would remove one layer and like certain bits of dirt would disappear. So you really layered them on top of each other, which looked like it took a long time.
That's more of a reflection of my own disorganization than it is an artistic choice. But anyways, thank you.
Hello? Anyone here? Ah.
Well, what do you see? Is it clean?
I'm afraid not.
Well, hurry up then. I feel stupid pressed up against this wall.
When designing this game, the whole section with Isaac fell into place really quickly, really easily. This section took a little longer. I knew I wanted to have something take place at a construction site. I was walking home one night, really late at night, like 3 o'clock in the morning, here in New York. It's not something I'd recommend. But I passed a construction site, and the construction site at night, abandoned, just this, half a foundation in the ground. There was a bulldozer.
I'm drinking ginger tea. Excuse me.
or just something about that just really struck me as being kind of spooky and weird. And it was this weird thing in my head, and the whole thing kind of fell into place from there.
They want to fight? I'll give them one. My home.
Hey there.
Huh? Could someone be there? Of course not. No one would be so rude as to enter without knocking.
I'll be back. Friggin' spooks. Hello out there.
Joey, what are you doing in there?
I need you to do something.
What?
Spin around in a circle.
What? Why?
I'll explain later. Just do it.
Okay. What did that accomplish?
I can't believe you just did that.
I hate you so much.
Hello out there.
Joey, what are you doing in there?
How's it going on the outside?
Oh, it's a thrill a minute out here, like a day at the circus.
Miss me?
Yeah, sure, like I miss toe fungus.
I need you to do something.
It better be good.
Trying to get rid of me, will they? They want to fight? I'll give them one. They want to fight? I'll give them one. They want to fight? I'll give them one.
Yes, I had to clear my
The
throat a bit.
foreman's office, you kind of took that, you added a whole bunch of extra stuff to it.
More
Which I
crap
thought
on
was
the
cool.
desk. That's my signature move. I threw in the vintage picture of Farrah Fawcett from that famous poster on the calendar there. You can hardly tell,
Yeah.
but it's probably the most pixelated she's ever been.
We'll get the diehard Farrah Fawcett fans to call in and be all excited.
Yeah, it's a
Maybe
little
we'll
something
get
for
some-
them. They don't get enough these days.
Get some get some calls from Farrah Fawcett's lawyers. Who knows?
That'd be pretty funny. On the desk, there's some blueprints sitting there. They're actually the blueprints from the foreground of Nanobots, if I ever get around to finishing that game. I kind of flip them around, and you can hardly tell that there's a little robot on there, but he's there, and now you know.
Did I leave the gas on?
Hello out there.
Joey, what are you doing in there?
I need you to do something.
It better be good.
Hop on one leg.
I don't think so.
Aw, come on. For me?
Forget it.
They have no right. No right.
Joey, what are you...
I need...
It better...
Do a little...
I don't...
Aw,
Forget...
My home.
Hello.
Joey, what are you...
I need...
It better be...
I said, hey there.
No, no. Nobody there. Door's locked and barred. Nobody could get in.
Hey, lady. I'm talking to you.
No, the door's closed. Nobody is there. Only way in is if I open the door. And to do that, he'd have to knock.
Just look at me, why don't you? I know you can see me.
No. Visitors must knock or ring the bell. That's the way it's done.
Knock knock?
What? Nobody is there. The door is still closed and bolted.
I'll be back. Friggin' spooks.
Trying to get rid of me, will they?
Hello out there.
Joey, what are you doing in there?
I need you to do something.
It better be good.
Knock on the gate door.
Knock on the door? Why?
I'll explain
Nope,
later.
you gotta
Just do it.
exhaust all the conversation options with Laura or Laurel or
A
Lauren
knock.
to do that.
Oh my, a visitor. Just a minute. Is my hair okay? It'll have to do. Hello?
You notice that through most of the commentary, I talk about actors and acting and the feedback I got from actors and how they might have changed something or blah blah blah, added lines, removed lines. I like to get feedback from actors because they generally have a better instinct for what sounds right for their particular character than I do. And this isn't a total dig on me and my writing ability. You ask any director or playwright, the actors are always making suggestions, and any good director, any good playwright will accept them, or at least take them seriously, and I always take them seriously. And one great example is this character. I originally wrote this character as this very kind of mousy, scared woman living, thinks she's like huddled up in her apartment, and originally I had Shen play her that way, and then at one point, she kind of stood straight in her chair and delivered a line, and had this aura of haughtiness, this snottiness come through. And I thought, you know what? That is absolutely perfect. Read it like that. And we redid all of her lines like that. And it worked out really well because we did her lines before we did Joey's lines. So we could have Joey reply to that haughtiness, and it worked really well. It really redefined the entire character just in the performance. So if you ever wonder whether voice acting makes a difference, here's a good example.
Hello, miss.
Hello? Can I help you?
I'm Joey Malone, miss.
Well, Mr. Malone, to what do I owe the pleasure?
What's your name?
Excuse me?
Your name?
My name is on the door. If you don't know who I am, then why are you here?
I'm a bit lost. Can you tell me where I am?
Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean. Are you looking for a specific apartment or...
Apartment? You mean we're inside a building?
Yes? Are you feeling alright, mister?
You're not in a building, lady. Take a look around.
I don't know what you're talking about. We're on the 3rd floor. Look, there's the elevator down the hall.
Ah, right. Yeah, I see it. Are you sure you're feeling all right? I have something to tell you.
Oh?
There's no delicate way to put this. You're dead.
Pardon me?
Dead and buried. You're a ghost haunting a wasteland.
You're unbalanced. Tell me what you want before I call the police.
I'd like to ask you some questions.
Look, I've had enough. I'm not going to stand here and indulge in idle chit-chat. Who are you?
I'm with the Census Bureau, and I have to ask you a couple of questions.
Where's your clipboard?
Excuse me?
I thought all census takers needed a clipboard.
Ah, no. Not anymore. Cutbacks.
You're not fooling me. You're one of them, aren't you?
One of them? Who is them?
I told you all before, I am not leaving. The only way you can drag me out of here is as a corpse. Goodbye. They have no right. No right.
It says Seagram Realty. I guess they're the guys who own this construction outfit. Let's take a look-see. This lady is upset because she's been stiffed $5 a month. My guess is that she's not too happy with the foreman. Harriet Sherman. I have no idea who she is, but any lead is a good lead. This letter was written only a few weeks ago. This letter was
So, is it all taken care of?
Not yet, dear.
Slacker. Got her. There's a phone number, but no address.
Hello?
Is this Harriet Sherman?
Who is this?
My name is Lauren Blackwell.
What do you want?
I'm calling from Seagram Realty.
Oh, why didn't you say? You've got my $60.
Yes, I do. But before I give it to you, I have to ask you a couple of questions.
Fine. Come on by and I'll answer whatever you want. 24 Rector, down in Battery Park City. Just buzz up.
So, Joey.
Yeah?
Got any spare cash on you?
Sorry, left my wallet in my other pants. Probably the pair I was buried in.
The things I'll do for a case. Come on, let's get out of here.
Right behind you.
And you're still working on this background right now, the Harriet's Kitchen.
Oh yeah.
So I haven't actually seen this one yet.
Nope. Basically it's based on my other grandma's kitchen, which is very pastel and full of old lady kitsch. Like, my grandma doesn't have a dog, but there's gonna be a little dog in a basket sitting there, and probably a Pekingese, because they're old lady dogs. I just googled old lady dog, and that was the first one that came up, so I figured that's what it should be.
I guess this will be a Blackwell tradition. It'll have to be a dog or a cat in every single game. All right.
As far as my artistic inspiration goes. Oh, I need a picture of a
Right on.
building. I'll just Google building.
What did we do before Google?
Yeah, I'm gonna put a bunch of, like, little, I don't know, angel paraphernalia, and around the top of the room there's, like, some shell motif or something, you know. Old lady stuff.
Wow, that is really kitschy.
I know kitsch, my friend.
It's open! I'm back here in the kitchen!
Harriet?
Mrs. Sherman, if you don't mind. You from Seagram Realty?
Yes.
Have you got my money?
I wanted to ask you a few questions first.
You're welcome to ask me anything you'd like, after you give me the money. You got it?
I met Shelley Smith at just the right time. The role of Harriet was originally given to Ruth Weber, who did the voice of Nishanti and Rodshri in previous games. And she lives kind of far away, and she was really busy, stuff going on, wasn't able to come out here to do the lines, and admitted that to me. And I'm like, all right, fine, don't worry, I'll find somebody else. And so I had to go around finding somebody else. And then I saw a show that Abe was directing called The Magic of Mrs. Crowling. And I saw this woman, Shelley Smith, who played this middle-aged woman, just this crazy, very eccentric middle-aged woman, kind of a drug addict, go around smashing furniture. It was great. But after the show, there was an after party, and I started talking with her because I just loved her energy. And I just kind of on a whim said, could you do an old lady voice? And she's, yeah, sure, no problem, I can do that. So she gave me her card, I called her up, she came over, did the lines.
I sure do.
It's about time. Give it here.
Here you go.
It's all here, sure enough. I'd say thanks if I hadn't had to fight tooth and nail to get it.
What teeth, you old bat?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, I won't. Now, you wanted to ask me something?
I mentioned earlier how I discovered Shelley Smith, as it were, the woman who's playing Harriet here. Shelley kept making me laugh. It was probably the longest recording session ever because I just could not stop laughing. This woman has so much energy, and she is actually the first actor in general, who I had to set the audio level lower than Abe's. Abe has a really strong voice, as you can tell just listening to him. Shelly's voice is even stronger, and I had to lower her levels to a degree lower than Abe, which is a feat in itself.
What can you tell me about the construction site on 53rd Street?
You've been there? How's the old place looking?
It's a big hole in the ground.
Ha! Can only be an improvement. I used to live there. Then Seagram Realty bought it and tore it down. Going to build something new and fancy, no doubt.
They kicked you out of your own home?
No big loss. The place was a dump. Plus, they wanted it so badly that they paid most of us a monthly stipend just to leave. Pretty generous, actually. I can almost forgive them for nearly robbing me.
So they paid you money to leave?
Yup. Like I said, it was a pretty generous deal. Building was about to be condemned anyway, so everyone was grateful for the offer. Well, everyone except for Mavis Wilcox.
Who is Mavis Wilcox?
A lunatic is what she was. She lived down the hall from me, so I know how crazy she was.
Why was she crazy?
She refused to leave is why. Seagram was offering her a fortune, but still she refused.
Why did Mavis refuse to leave?
She was a lunatic. I believe I already established this. A total shut-in. The prospect of leaving her little apartment terrified her. I'm old and feeble. If I could manage the move, she could have. Of course, it doesn't matter now.
Did they ever get Mavis to leave?
Oh, you could say that. Yes, you could definitely say that. She left all right. Left the entire world, in fact.
You mean she died?
Yes. Someone broke in and choked her to death. Right in the apartment she loved so much. I'd call it ironic if it weren't so tragic.
Did they ever find out who killed Mavis?
No. Some stray kid, most likely. Thought the building was empty and went in to steal whatever was left over. Didn't count on anyone being there. Bumped into Mavis, then had to kill her. Happens all the time.
How well did you know Mavis?
Like I said, I lived just down the hall from her, on the 3rd floor. I didn't know her well, but she did get some mail just before they smashed the place up. I took it, just in case a relative or something came looking. But it's been 6 months, and nothing.
Anything else you can tell me about Mavis?
Just that she lived on the 3rd floor with me. There's nothing else.
Anything else you can tell me about Mavis?
Just that there's nothing.
Do you still have Mavis's things?
Yes, I do. Such as they are. There wasn't much, just that envelope on the counter.
Could I look at it?
You knew Mavis?
Sort of, yes.
Well, you might as well take a look at them. Nobody else has come looking.
Thanks. Goodbye, Mrs. Sherman.
Don't mention it.
There's not much in here, just a photograph and a letter.
That's her. That's the ghost at the construction site.
So our ghost's name is Mavis Wilcox.
I'd bet the farm on it.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Right behind you.
Yes? I'm becoming downright popular. Come in, have a seat.
Did you know Mavis Wilcox?
Miss Wilcox. Yes, I remember her. Lived up town a ways before she died.
How did you know her?
I wanted to write a piece about her, so I met her for a spell. Interesting woman. How did you know her?
I'm looking into her death.
I see.
Do you know anything about a strange old woman wandering the streets?
I've met plenty of strange old women, Miss Blackwell. Some stranger than others. Can you give me some more details?
She calls herself the Countess. Mr. Mitchell?
I'm thinking. No. I can safely say I've never set eyes on this woman. I'm sorry.
I'd like to read your piece about Mavis.
I'm afraid I no longer have it.
Do you know what issue it was in? I'd like to look it up.
I never published it. I was going to, but then Mavis died and it just seemed wrong somehow. I don't even have the rough copies anymore. I'm sorry.
I think that's all for now.
All right. You have a good night now.
I'm going in again. You know what to do.
Yeah, I'll wait here.
They want to fight? I'll give them one.
Hey, kid. Knock on the gate again.
Another visitor? Oh, you again.
You're not in a building, lady.
What are you talking about?
We're on the ground. We're outside.
You, sir, need glasses. Look at the door. It says D, clear as day.
You're not in a...
What are you...
We're on the...
You, look at the...
I'd like to ask you some questions.
Look, I've had enough. I'm not going to stand here and indulge in idle chit-chat. Who are you?
It's me. Your son.
Sam?
Yep, that's me.
Sam!
No.
It's been so long. Look at you.
Yeah, look at me.
Sorry I was so rude. I almost didn't recognize you. Come on in, Sam. I'll make you dinner.
No, I can only stay for a minute. I have some questions I need to ask you.
Of course, Sam.
I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Woo! Okay.
So, Mom, how's it going?
Oh, you know me, Sam. It's tough living here on my own. but I get by.
Yeah, I can see that. So, Mom, how are my brothers and or sisters?
That's not funny, Sam. You know you're an only child.
Right, just checking.
I was so unsure of this line. I thought it might have been too glib and too flip and too haha funny, but Abe loved the line, Chen loved the line, all the beta testers liked the line, so I kept it in. I'm still not sure if it's appropriate, but everyone likes it, so I kept it in.
I've got the hiccups. Okay, okay, and we're back. Excuse me, I got hiccups. Oh,
How's Dad, Mom?
Oh, Sam, you know that your father is dead. John Durkin died years ago.
Ah, right. Sorry. Listen, Mom, I need you to think very carefully. What's the last thing you remember?
What do you mean? Answering the door and seeing you, of course.
And before that?
Nothing. You know nobody comes here. Except for the grocer sometimes. And that...
That who?
Nobody.
Do you know a guy named John Durkin?
Is that a joke, Sam? You know he's been dead for 10 years.
Sorry.
How can you forget? He was your father.
Slipped my mind.
Slipped your mind?
Just, look, forget it.
oh.
Mom, look around carefully. Are you sure that you're at home?
You're so confusing, Sam. Look at the door. It says D.
I'm going to go now, Mom. I'll come back to visit you soon.
Sure, Sam. I'll be here. Where else can I go?
So how's your new friend?
Oh, just dandy.
If John Durkin was Sam's father, it's only logical that Sam's last name would be Durkin. There's no listing. I thought for sure that would work. There's no listing. I thought for sure that would work. There's no entry for that. There's no entry for that. There's no entry for that. There's no entry for. Columbia University. Here's the number. There's no listing. I thought for sure that would work. There's no entry for that. Busy. I better go over the...
Columbia University, operator speaking. How may I direct your call?
How about Sam Durkin? Is there a Sam Durkin listed?
Sam Durkin, yes. Hold, please.
It's about time.
Originally, this role was given to Erin Robinson. She wanted to have a small cameo in the game, so I told her she could do the Columbia operator. And unfortunately, the microphone she had a lot of hiss and background noise, and we tried to use a background noise filter, but it got so heavily modulated, and it's such a minor thing, a little background noise wouldn't have mattered so much, but it was the sheer quantity of it just made it impossible. So she graciously stepped aside and told me to recast the role. So I called up Julia Dittar, a friend of mine who she does programming and art for Flash games. She came over and she just sat down and read the lines, and she was actually pretty perfect because she sounds like a college kid. She could be just some college kid working the switchboard, to earn some extra money, and she sounds and looks and acts like a college kid, even though she's a bit older than that, so she was perfect.
Darkin.
Is this Sam?
Yeah? Who's this?
My name is Lauren Blackwell. I was hoping to ask you a few questions about your mother.
Oh. questions, huh?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll bite. How do you know my mom?
Originally, this character's name was Danny, but in writing the dialogue, I just knew it had to be a younger version of Sam Durkin from the Shiva. It just was meant to be. So Francisco Gonzalez got to reprise his role as Sam Durkin, so he was happy to do that.
I was a friend.
A friend.
That's right.
We both know that's a lie. She didn't have any friends.
Whether you believe me or not, it can't hurt to talk to me.
Maybe. Maybe not. But if you knew her, you'd know what apartment number she was in.
I would?
Sure you would. She never left the damn place. So what was it? Alright, so maybe you did know her.
Thank you.
So what do you want to know about her?
What do you know about her death?
It was suicide.
She killed herself?
Not literally, but it was like she chose to die. She had every opportunity to leave. They were gonna pay her and find her a new place and everything. I tried to get her out, but that's my mom. She couldn't be dragged out of that dump by anybody or anything.
Do you know who killed her?
She was killed by some junkie, wasn't she?
So they say.
You think different?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Good luck to you.
How close were you with your mother?
Close. Think of the farthest place you can, and add another 10,000 miles. That's how close we were. Woman wasn't a mother, just crazy on wheels.
Did Mavis ever leave her apartment?
Never, not once in the last 15 years.
You don't seem upset by her death.
Upset? Sure, she was my mom. But am I gonna lose sleep? No. She drove my pop out of the house and into an early grave. I once thought I'd follow in his footsteps, but not anymore. The woman didn't go anywhere. Never did anything. She was killing me just by existing. Now I feel like I can breathe again. That's the truth.
What was it like living with her?
You kidding? I lived with my pop. After 3 years of marriage, he had enough. Glad he had the sense to take me with him.
And after your father died?
I got by.
You never visited your mother?
Yeah, I visited her on Mother's Day, if that's what you want to know. Even got her a present once.
Really?
Yeah, for all the good it did.
What did you give your mom for Mother's Day?
I don't think that's any of your business, lady. It's been years. Just dust in the ground now.
Bye, Sam. Thanks for your time.
Yeah.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Right behind you.
Yes? I'm becoming downright popular. Come in, have a seat.
Did Mavis ever mention a gift or present?
That's
from her son?
fine.
Now that you mention it, yes.
Yes,
she
you
showed
can
me a
just drop
leather-bound
in
edition
and
of
wherever
Alice
you
in
want.
Wonderland, and
You
said
can
it was from her
drop
son.
in
Alice
or
in
out
Wonderland?
at any
Yes,
time.
by Lewis Carroll.
I played a little bit of Ghost of Tsushima this afternoon and last night Elden Ring, so I tried 2 games simultaneously. I'm playing a game called Blackwell Unbound, a point-and-click game.
What was that present Mavis got from her son?
It was a leather-bound copy of Alice in Wonderland.
Which is here, all the Mitchell and Manucci transfers that you should mention it was a copy of Alice in Wonderland. You can leave a headquarters if it's there next to close this case. This game was developed by Dave Gilbert, and he used the Adventure Game Studio, or AGS. I'm fine, but Adventure Game Studio is just an IDE dev kit, integrated development environment toolkit used to develop adventure games like this one and many others. So Dave Gilbert used Adventure Game Studio to build this game to build the Blackwell games a little bit. Well, not well that after the Blackwell games, but he published free ones afterwards. So
I think that's all for now.
All right. You have a good night now.
this game is relatively short. It's got 3 cases long. It's got 3 cases you have to solve that are not very long. Hello there, Aster. Oh, hi there, Mr. LD25. I could sense something was incoming. So I'm playing Blackwell games. Dave Gilbert's a game designer. He wrote these games, a series of them, and several other games he published. Watch It Eye Games is actually a video game developer company that founded in 2006, over 2 decades ago, back then. That's how Blackwell games came to be, through Dave Gilbert. He's the creator of them. He wrote these. These games are very sweet because they have commentary mode that Dave Gilbert talks to you and tells you about the game's background and history behind the scenes. And also, some of the cast members may also jump in and talk with him, or there may be bloopers, stuff like that. So, yeah, check that out. I got this on GOG, part of a game sale recently, and GOG's got a point and click sale of point and click games you can buy on sale called Point and Click Summer. And I'm doing Summer 2024, known as the Point and Click Summer. I did a Runaway a Road adventure for last year called Runaway 2023, where I got the Runaway a Road adventure back in the summertime. Didn't really play it, but I streamed it on Twitch, playing the whole game from start to finish. Then in fall of last year, I played a video game called Yesterday, a video game featuring John Yesterday, Henry White, and Cooper. It's a mysterious cult satanic video game. It's a bit horror related. The murdering and killing of homeless people. And Henry White is the rich, excuse my language, but Henry White is the Henry White is the rich bitch who kills people in the game. So Henry White is the rich bitch in sheep's clothing, or the wolf in sheep's clothing, that kills people. Stuff like that. So that's exactly what that is. So now I'm going to continue. The 53rd elect, you go here to close out the case. Then we jump to case 3. Case 3 has got 3 sections to it, which will not be very, very long. After that, I've been and completed this game. So I've been and finished it afterward. Okay, so now here's what we're going to do. Switch to Joey and talk to Mavis once again. You have to get her to look for the book, and she'll finally realize that she is dead. She also mentions being killed by an old woman. Joey is controllable, and so is Lauren, Blackwell, and Blackwell Unbound. But in the other Blackwell games, you play as Rosa Blackwell. I beat one of the games with Rosa Blackwell a little earlier, about a few weeks ago. Here goes Blackwell Unbound. You press J for Joey, L for Lauren, either on the keyboard or clicking on the two. This game may work on a touchscreen computer. If you have a touchscreen laptop, it will work. Just the controls are going to be a little bit funny. Runaway Road Adventure, I've already streamed that one before, start to finish. I've played that one from start to finish before, and I won't play it again, unfortunately. I won't. Because I've already played it. And Stick has the game because I gifted it to him on Steam. I did.
I'm going in again. You know what to do.
Yeah, I'll wait here.
My home.
Okay.
They want to fight? I'll give him one.
So I talked to Mavis once again. Her.
Hey, kid. Knock on the gate again.
My, I'm popular today. Oh, hello, Sam.
Hi, Mom. Hey, Mom.
The good thing about knowing beforehand who's going to play a role is that you can totally envision how they're going to perform certain lines. And this whole mom thing is something, as I was writing it, I was cracking up because I could just imagine Abe's voice saying these lines and I would just laugh. And when Abe actually performed the lines, he didn't disappoint.
Do you have that present I gave you?
Which present was that?
In this option, in the contextual options here, you have to click on
The book.
The book.
Alice in Wonderland.
Of course I still have it. It was the only Mother's Day gift you ever bought me, Sam.
Can I see it?
Whatever for?
Come on, Ma. I just want to see it.
Sure, Sam. It's right on the table.
Great. Why don't you bring it out here?
It's most likely Alice in Wonderland's a reference to the book called Alice in Wonderland, a book reference
I can pick it up.
to the Alice in Wonderland story in real life.
The book, it's gone!
Something like
Gone,
that.
huh? Imagine that.
Somebody stole it! Sam, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You can't pick up the book because it's not there.
Sam?
The book's not there, and neither is the table, right?
What?
Think! The book's gone, the table's gone, the whole room is gone.
Sam, you're awful. I'm upset and I'm sorry. Don't make it worse, please.
You need to find that book, Mom. I don't know if I can love a mother who loses my gifts.
You don't mean that.
I mean it, Mom. You need to tell me where the book is.
But I don't know where to look.
Maybe it's under the sofa.
No, it's not there.
In the bathroom.
No, I never saw it in there.
Maybe it's out here, Mom.
In the hallway?
Sure, in the hallway. Yeah, I'm sure it's out here. Come on out and help me look.
Oh, okay, Sam. But only for you. I still don't see it anywhere.
Let's try further down, Mom.
I'm outside.
Yeah, I knew you could do it, Mom.
Mom?
Sam? Sam, where are we? I'm scared.
I'm right here. Mom, I need you to do something.
What?
Turn around.
I can't.
Sure you can. Just turn around and look behind you.
Oh, where's the building? Where's my apartment? Where's my home? It's gone! Those bastards, they tore it down! You made me leave, and they tore it down!
Hey, calm down.
I've got nothing now.
Mom.
I am not your mother. You are not my son. My son hates me. All I had left was my home, and then I... Oh, God. Are you happy now? You couldn't just leave me there. You had to bring me out. You had to make me remember.
I'm sorry.
It's horrible. Being dead, it's horrible.
You get used to it.
I don't want to feel like this anymore. Everything is so dark and cold. Can I go home now?
Sure, I can take you home. Just hold on to this. Over to you, kid.
Right.
Watch.
So let's talk about node space. This was really cool.
Thank you. It was one of the more fun ones to design. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but I thought the node space in the other game was good, but kind of boring for what it should have been. I wanted Lauren's walkway to be a bit more wacky and weird, and because Rosa, I think, is a very straight-laced character, so it makes sense that her pathway is very, like, neat cobblestones, but I don't know, Lauren's ended up looking a bit more like marshmallow bits, which wasn't quite my intention, but it's kind of spirals off into infinity and, you know, kind of raises some questions. The path is also supposed to look like it breaks up more as you get away from the door, so.
Yeah, I like that. It reminded me of that, You said marshmallow bits. So some kind of like chalky, multicolored candy.
They're called
that I'm thinking
rockets.
of. Yes,
I
yes.
think you guys called them Smarties.
How can an ant go on your PC? A black ant?
Oh
How?
my god.
Mavis?
It's so bright and big. It just goes on forever. I just want to go home. Please, can I go home?
I think that's the only home you've got now. I'm sorry.
What a legacy. Husband gone and dead. My son hates my guts. My home is gone. My life over. I remember that too. Dying, I mean. That old woman choking me.
Old woman?
She just came in and killed me. She said she was going to help me. Well, what now?
The light, Mavis. Just head towards it.
And then?
I don't know.
I'm scared, but it feels right somehow.
No.
John, Sam, I'm so sorry for everything.
This is probably the saddest character I've ever created. Mavis is, God, she's depressing. And I was trying to think of ways maybe to make it a little happier for her, maybe even an alternate way of playing through this section, bringing the sun in maybe, or something. I don't know. Or maybe if Joey could continue to pretend to be her son. I don't know. But you know what? It wasn't appropriate. It just really, you know, has a lot of regret. She's lived her life this way, and there are consequences to that she has to accept. And she's accepted them. She regrets them, but she's accepted them. You know, she's lived a life, she's made her choices, and, you know, she has to live with them, or in her case, she has to die with them. And she still has to move on. It's too late now, and to magically make it better just felt like it was cheating the character and cheating the situation and cheating the lesson, I guess, behind it, that there are consequences to this. I know that there are many times that I don't want to be social, I don't want to go out, and I stay home for long periods at a time, and I become very lonely. That's a consequence of shutting yourself away from people. So I make an effort to be social when I can, and that's, you know, that's a lesson to be learned from this, if anything. And to make it happier, to make it magically go away, would have been cheating, would have been unfair. So I kept it sad, and I kept it regretful, and I hope I didn't depress you guys, but this is the way it had to be, I think.
There.
I wish I could feel sorry for you, but I don't feel much of anything anymore. Best of luck, wherever you are.
You alright?
Yeah, fine. I'm exhausted. Call it a night?
Sounds good to me.
You?
Like
Uh-oh.
clockwork.
That lady again.
Saved her.
Yeah, sure we did. No thanks to you.
We've got some questions for you, lady.
Why did you kill Isaac and Mavis?
I didn't kill them. I'm like you.
You're nothing like us. We don't kill.
I help spirits into the next world, like you.
You mean you're a medium?
Yes.
But you can't be.
I am like you.
Wait, no, this doesn't make any sense. Why are you killing people?
I save people. I don't hurt them.
Get back here, stupid old hag! Let's get after her.
I'm a dog owner now. I've got a Boston Terrier named Cooper, and this dog took a big shine to Stephanie Cox-Williams, the woman playing the Countess. Stephanie was trying to deliver this very intense, very focused, sometimes quite emotional performance, all while this little Boston Terrier was trying to lick her on the face, jump into her lap, rubbing his head against her legs. Apparently she owns cats, which is maybe he's smelling the cats. I don't know. But it was very distracting. I kept laughing. Stephanie, however, was a total professional, very focused, managed to tune out the dog, and delivered a very, very strong performance.
God damn it.
Your nose okay?
That lamppost should not have been there.
Yes, I admit, this is very obviously a cop-out. If I had the liberty of a budget and a full-time professional art team, I would have loved to include some kind of chase sequence where you chase the Countess and blah blah blah. But, you know, I'm on a budget here. This is how it had to be.
Some commentary you may hear at least twice in some cases. Okay, next it is switch to Joey when you can talk to Lawrence like we did back in case 1.
Feeling better?
I'm so confused, Joey. I feel like the answer is on the tip of my tongue. I just can't figure it out.
Well, let's chat for a while. Brainstorm a bit. Maybe we'll come up with something.
She's a medium like me. It makes no sense.
It does make sense, actually. She's not an animal or another ghost. The only way she could see me is if she was a medium like you.
Why would a medium kill?
Maybe she doesn't think of it as killing. She did say she helped people, saved them.
By killing them?
Maybe she felt they were better off dead?
I don't think so. Mavis and Isaac were sad, mixed up people, but they didn't deserve to die.
Maybe she thinks otherwise.
Is she my future?
What do you mean?
That woman, the Countess, or whatever she's called. Is that what happens to mediums when they get old?
I don't know, darling. I really don't. But I won't let that happen to you. You have my word on that.
If she's a medium, where is her spirit guide?
You know, I wondered that myself. I'm your connection to the spirit world. The Countess, or whoever she is, doesn't have that. Or at least none that we can see.
Is it possible to be a medium without a guide?
I don't think so, sweetheart. That's one thing I'm sure of. Medium and guide. That's how it works.
What could have happened to her spirit guide?
I don't know.
I thought you couldn't leave my side.
I know. Either her spirit guide managed to escape,
Or what?
Or it was killed.
Is that possible?
I don't know. I don't think I want to know.
So what could her connection be?
Dunno. Something has to connect her to the spirit world. It's not another ghost or we would see it. So it must be something else. Something that has a connection to everything we've seen.
Or someone.
Yeah, that's it. The Countess connects these two cases. There has to be something or someone else that has the same connection.
Joseph Mitchell?
Bingo!
The reporter? How could he have this kind of power?
I don't know how he got the power, but it all fits. He wrote about both Mavis and Isaac, and the Countess killed both of them. He seems like the best candidate.
But it doesn't make any sense.
Think about it. You're a medium. What is it that mediums do?
We help spirits into the next world.
Exactly. A medium needs a guide. Hers is gone. Somehow Mitchell fills in the gap. Our Countess is being told through Mitchell's writing to help certain spirits into the next world. It's not her fault they're still alive.
You mean...
I think you get the picture.
Oh God, that's sick.
It makes sense, though.
How is this possible?
There's only one way to find out. It's time we paid our friend Mitchell one more visit. Come on, let's hit the road. This place is Boresville Central.
In a minute, Joey.
Hey, I got something to say.
Yeah, Joey?
All right, let's get on with it.
Yeah.
Come on, let's hit the road. This place is Boresville Central.
In a minute, Joey. No, I don't see how those two things are linked. Why clean it up? That's the phone for when I'm on the phone. Come on, let's get out of here.
Right behind you.
Two locations left.
Yes? Miss Blackwell.
Hello again, Mr. Mitchell.
I was just about to head home.
Oh, I'll just be a second.
Well, if you insist, do have a seat.
Thanks, but I'd rather stand.
Go on, let him have it.
Mind if I smoke?
Well, actually.
Thanks.
Miss Blackwell, my patience is wearing thin. My family is waiting for me. Tell me what you want.
Doing voice acting for games is difficult. I feel bad for the actors sometimes because the script is so non-linear. There's no logical progression. Usually, things can be said in any order, and especially in the way it's scripted, you could have a whole bunch of different emotional responses all lumped together in the same area. Like here, Lauren comes into Mitchell's office and she's kind of pissed off
You know y'all
and
got
very
options to snooze the
confrontational.
ad
But
break
within
before
the
y'all miss
code,
the
that
important
comes
stuff
right
that'll happen after this.
Lauren just comes in and says hello very neutrally. So Danny would often have to change emotion on a dime without any real context within the script. And I imagine it's very challenging for an actor to do that. And she managed to pick it up really quickly. When we first sat down, she needed context for every single little line, but after a while she kind of got the gist of it. I just let her read, and if anything required a little bit more direction, I'd interrupt her and give her the instruction, and she would just go. So I do think that doing voice acting for games for an actor is a real skill.
You finished your reading for the day, Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, I have. And now I'm going home.
He's full of hot air. The page is blank.
You haven't written anything today, have you?
Why do you say that?
The paper is blank.
What? How do you know that?
I have exceptional eyesight.
There's dust. Don't forget the dust.
And there's dust on the typewriter.
Well, can't contradict you there.
So?
So, I don't think that's any of your business, Miss Blackwell. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Mr. Mitchell, 2 people are dead.
So I gathered.
You wrote about both of them.
Yes, I did.
You don't find anything suspicious about that.
I've written about hundreds of people over 30 years. The fact that 2 of them happen to be dead does not surprise me. It's just a coincidence.
Funny thing about my life, Mr. Mitchell? If something looks like a coincidence, it normally isn't.
Well, I hate to disappoint you.
Ooh, look at the sweat on this guy's brow. If he ain't lying, I'm dying, so to speak.
You aren't a very good liar.
And you are poking your nose into things you don't understand.
You'd be surprised at what I understand, Mr. Mitchell. Try me.
Who are you anyway? You come in, out of the blue, and bring up all this.
All of what?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I write about people and they die. Can you understand that? Can you? My whole life I've been driven to write about people. Now I kill them instead.
Why is this happening?
I think it's a penance of some kind. I've shared the intimate details of people's lives with the world. Perhaps I revealed one secret too many. I don't think about it anymore. I just come to work like nothing's wrong. Everyone's been very polite so far, but I'm sure the ball will drop someday.
You've done nothing wrong. There's a woman called the Countess. She kills whoever you write about.
A countess killing people that I write about. That's a tall story, and that's a lot to take in. Why would she do something like that? How did this happen?
Probably because of your connection to humanity. I don't know.
You said probably, so you're not sure?
Not as such, no.
Well then, I appreciate you trying, but I prefer if you left well enough alone.
I can't leave it alone, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, rest assured you can. You seem like a capable young lady, and I'm sure you think you know what's what, but I don't want any more deaths on my conscience.
You're not a murderer, Mr. Mitchell.
No, I'm not. 5 years back, I tried to write about a man. An old man in a bar. He was killed the next day, choked to death. I didn't think anything of it at the time. Then I wrote about another man, Mr. Isaac Brown. You know him. He died the same way. Still figured it was just a coincidence. But then it happened with Mavis Wilcox. For the 3rd time in a row. No, I didn't kill them. Not on purpose. But if I wrote a 4th time, that would be murder. Plain and simple.
If you won't help me, I'll have to go to the police.
Oh, and tell them what?
All those deaths, all killed the same way, so soon after you met them? I'm sure they'd be interested in that information.
Is that right? Well, I'd be careful if I were you.
Careful?
Not without defenses, if you know what I mean.
Is that a threat? Are you threatening to write about me?
I didn't say anything.
Don't you want to write again?
Oh yes, but people are safe as long as I don't write about anything real. I've always wanted to try a hand at fiction. Had a story in my head for years. I'll probably give it a whirl, see how it goes. But no more deaths. Not on my watch.
Don't you want to help? There's a killer out there.
Who only kills people I write about. So I stopped writing about people. Problem solved.
I'm trying to help you.
And I never asked for it. People die when I write. So I don't write. The problem's solved.
You know what? Go right ahead.
What do you mean?
You want to write so bad? Write about me. Dust off that typewriter and get to work. Knock yourself out.
Listen, I spoke out of turn. I didn't honestly mean.
Hell with that. Just do it.
Hey, this is dangerous.
I know what I'm doing.
I can't do it.
Like hell you can't. You've been writing for how long? 30 years? More? I know you can do it. I want to meet this thing head on. It's the only way. Do it.
You don't know what you're asking.
What's the worst that could happen?
You could die.
Oh. Is that all?
But...
Quiet. Right. I was born in Troy, upstate New York. My mother's name was Patricia. My father... You getting this stuff down?
For those of you interested in behind-the-scenes drama and stuff, we were just about to record this whole section where Lauren's all pissed off and confrontational, and something happened, whether one of our phone rang or something happened. I had to pause the software. Audacity is what we use, and then I forgot to unpause it, and we went through the whole friggin' thing, and then I went to check it, and then I realized we hadn't recorded any of it. So that was a moment where my life was in horrible danger, a moment where Danny was not too pleased with me. But we just bucked up, did it again, and since we had practiced it, you could call it a rehearsal. We got through it pretty quickly the second time, and the performance is probably better for it. So maybe I should do that type of thing more often.
Well, I hope you're happy.
I'm never happy.
We're at the last little bit. The Laura's apartment's the last part. Right before we finish the game.
I'm not moving from this.
Hey. We're supposed to be a team. You can't make this kind of decision without asking me first.
Button it, Joey. If this broad's a medium like me, then I have some questions for her. If I'm gonna end up like that, I want to know.
And if she kills you for your trouble?
Well, then I won't have to worry.
And what happens to me, huh? You die, what the heck happens to me?
You'll move on to whoever's next. That's how it works, doesn't it?
It's not about that.
Maybe you'll end up with my baby brother. I'm sure you guys will get along great.
Yeah, great. When do you think she'll get here?
I don't know. I feel her coming, though. She knows who I am.
How can you feel that?
I just do. She was right. She's like me. Maybe mediums call out to each other.
So, any thought on how to handle her?
Nope, not a one. I just want to talk to her.
Well, she can see and hear me, so I can help. You're not alone.
Yeah.
You understand? You're not alone.
I'm tired, Joey. I'm so tired.
All right, I'll just leave you to it.
Yeah.
She's here. So polite of her to knock. This is her bed. She can lie in it.
I know you.
Yes, you know me. Come in.
I'm watching you.
So, what's your story?
I want to help you.
Help me, huh?
You're in pain? Lost? I can help.
Who are you?
I am the Countess.
Do you have a guide? The spirit guide?
I still feel her. She is gone, but not completely gone.
What do you mean?
Kid, her mind is snapped. She's not gonna make any sense.
Yes. She snapped my mind. She went away and my world expanded. I see everything. Everything! It hurts!
Who was your spirit guide?
She had a name. I no longer know. I wish I knew. I cannot think. Not without her. Why did she leave? Why?
You're bonded with Joseph Mitchell.
Is that his name? The guide who is not a guide? Yes. The non-guide. He speaks to the world. He spoke to me. He tells me what to do. Oh, he is so often silent. It's been years since I heard his voice, but tonight I heard him. He told me to help you.
He didn't tell you that.
Why else would I be here? I'm here to help you.
You're here to kill me.
No! I don't kill. I will set you free.
Hey, watch it, lady.
Where is your spirit guide now?
I don't know. Her voice is gone. I'm lost. I found that other voice, but he is so quiet.
You mean Mitchell?
The true guide. She is gone. Gone.
How did she go away?
I don't know. She found a way. Why did she do that?
Were you like me before your spirit guide went away?
Like you?
You know, sane.
Joey.
I was happy. I was smaller. Saw the world in muted colors. And there was music. Sweet music. We helped people. It felt good. Now she is gone. Now I help people, but it feels bad.
Will I become like you? Please tell me. That's all I want to know.
You are loved.
Loved? Loved by who?
You are in pain, my child. Let me help you.
I'd like to help you instead.
Help me? I need no help. You need to be free.
Hey, hey! Let her go, you old witch! Damn it! I can't do anything. Fight her! Lauren, fight back! Fight back, damn you!
When I first started designing this series back in 2004, I kind of went a little overboard with the backstory. I knew that the Countess and Lauren had a confrontation, and during that confrontation, Lauren stabs the Countess in the eye with a cigarette, and I'm glad I got to show it, because it's something I've been waiting to see for 3 years. So it might have grossed you out, but man, I love seeing it. And the blood was actually Erin's idea. She asked me if I wanted it grisly, and I said, yeah, let's make it grisly. I wasn't quite expecting the blood, but I like it.
All right, that's what happens when you mess with us. Stay away from her.
No, she needs my help.
Hey, you want to help someone? Why don't you help me? You want to free a spirit? Well, I'm...
Here we go. So now let me just continue with the adventures. We're going to get to the end of this game already. Here we go.
I'm the real McCoy.
You?
Yeah, that's right. Come and save me. I'm right here.
Wait, I'm supposed to help her. Oh, my head. Why do you don't need help? Her.
Hey, I need help.
Help? Why you don't need help? Her. She needs my help.
Hey, I need
Help? You don't need her.
Hey, I
Help? Why you don't her?
Hey, I
Help? Why you don't her?
Hey,
You have to continue this process till she wakes up.
What you don't have?
Hey.
What you don't have?
Hey. I.
You have.
I.
You have. You have.
Hey.
I'm speed skipping this part because it's the same thing I'm gonna hear over and over until she wakes up.
What you have? You have. You have. What you have?
Hey.
What you have?
Hey.
What you have? What you have? What you have?
Hey.
What you don't have?
Hey. I.
Help? What you don't have?
Hey.
What you don't have?
Hey.
Why you don't have?
Hey.
What you have?
I.
What you have? Why you don't have? What you have?
Hey.
What you have?
Hey. I.
What you have?
Hey.
Lauren's out right now, so I gotta keep this process going until she gets up.
I.
What you don't have?
Hey.
What you don't have?
Hey.
Why you don't have?
Hey. I need
Help? You don't have.
Hey. I.
Why you don't have?
Hey. I.
What you don't have?
Hey. I.
Help? Why do you don't have?
Hey.
Help? What you don't have?
Hey.
You don't have.
Hey. I.
What you don't have?
Hey.
Why you don't have?
Hey.
You don't have.
Hey. I.
What you don't have?
Hey. I.
What you don't have?
Hey. I.
Why you don't have?
Hey. I.
What you don't have?
Hey. I.
You don't have.
Hey.
So this part you gotta do continuously till she wakes up.
Hey.
What you don't have?
Hey. I.
Why you don't have?
Hey.
What you have?
Hey. I.
What you have?
Hey. I.
Help? Why do you don't have?
Hey. I.
So I apologize for this part. I gotta do this till she wakes up.
Hey.
What you don't have?
Hey. I need help.
Help?
I'm waiting.
I'll save you.
I'm in pain.
Oh, I'm
What are
doing
you
it
gonna do
wrong.
about it?
Oh, I forgot.
You're past your prime. I don't think you can handle it.
You. No, I cannot, but I can still.
Hey. I said, hey, I need help.
Help?
Come on, then.
The bond, I can't. There is.
Hey, if anyone needs
You?
come on, take me to the place with the bright light.
I can help you.
You're so good at helping, let's see you help me.
I will set you free.
Oops, I forgot I gotta talk to her and then move left each time.
Oh, woe is me, I'm in...
Are you? I can't. The guy.
No. You leave her, it's me.
I do.
Yes. What are you waiting for?
Oh, shh. I can't. The guy.
You leave, it's me.
I do.
Yes. Come on, you old bat, save me.
Your hurt will end soon.
So I gotta talk to her and step left at least twice and then talk.
I'm in pain. What are you gonna do about it?
I can help you.
You're past your prime. I don't think you can handle it.
You. Why do you move so you don't hurt?
Hey,
Oops.
I need
Help.
Come on now.
You. I can't. The guide.
Oh, no, you leave her. It's me.
I do.
Yes. Come on, take me to the place with the bright light.
I can help you.
You're so good at helping. Let's see you help me.
I will set you free.
Oh, woe is me. I'm in so much torment. Save me, damn you.
Are you hurting?
What are you waiting for? Come on.
Oh, shh. I will help you.
Come on, you old bat. Save me.
Your hurt will end soon.
Well, come on. What are you waiting for?
I want to help you. Why won't you let me help you?
Joey?
Okay, so now I gotta push the counters.
I'm sorry. I can't look at she.
Yikes.
Yeah,
There's no
no ghost. She's gone.
gone. I killed her.
Oh, oops, I did something wrong.
It was either her or you.
Sorry, I
Dad.
did something
You made the
very
right
incorrect
choice.
earlier.
Did I? What if that's me one day, huh? What if I'm old and confused and alone?
You won't be alone. I'll make sure of that.
You say that now. But look at her. Her guide was gone.
I can't speak for the future, kid. Maybe someday we'll meet someone like her, and then maybe we'll find out more. But right here, right now, I'm here, and I'm staying put. That's something, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yeah, it's something.
Alright, game complete.
This is a bad idea. You don't need to do this.
Hello?
Hi, Jack?
Lauren, sis, is that you?
Yeah, Jack. It's me.
Where have you been?
It's not important. I miss you. Tell me about your life, Jack. How's Maria? When's the wedding?
This is a really bad idea.
That's the game complete. Blackwell Unbound
When
complete.
the sun sets quietly o'er the sea, when the stars shine on a sad old memory, that's when solitude begins. When the moon casts shadows in the night, when a love says that her love has died, that's when solitude begins. I'm gonna find
There's David Gilbert.
someone who needs me, someone like you, like you. But when day breaks, I turn around to see that your shadow was nothing nothing else but me. That's where solitude begins.
I'll be playing another Blackwell game too, made by Watch It Eye Games. If you type in Real Ugly, it's a special activation code. I wonder what that does. During this game, Lauren smoked 43 cigarettes and Joey was hit 1 time by Isaac's
I guess it's become
saxophone.
a Wadjet Eye tradition to give you some final thoughts when the credits roll during this commentary. And I guess what's interesting about this game is that my attitude towards it kind of changed. I originally started making this game for purely capitalist reasons. It had been a long time since my previous game came out. It had been about 5 or 6 months, and I knew it was going to be another 6 months or so before the next one could come out, because the Blackwell Convergence was pretty large. And I knew I had to get something else out in the meantime, just to tide people over, get people's attention back on me, generate some interest and publicity, and more importantly, bring some money in, because I was running out. So I deliberately wanted to keep everything reasonably simple in order to facilitate it getting it out quick. But my attitude towards this game really changed while I was making it. As I got really enmeshed in the dialogue writing, the coding, all of the blocking and everything, working with the actors and everything, as time went on, I really got emotionally involved in the characters, and it's not something I was expecting. It really did take a life on its own, and I really do think that gameplay-wise, this game is probably one of the best things I've done. It's very hard in adventure games to reach that point between gameplay and storytelling, because either you get too much gameplay, so many puzzles that the story suffers, or there's too much story and there's not a lot of stuff for the player to actually do. And I think if I didn't quite hit that sweet spot between the two, I've come closer than I ever have. So in that respect, this game was such a major learning experience for me. It really was a lot of fun to work on it. It was the first game I worked on where I wasn't totally sick of it by the end. So I think that's a good sign. I really enjoyed making it. I hope you enjoyed playing it. And that is really it, guys. That's it. So until next time, thanks for playing.
When the sun
Okay, there's the bonus ones that show locked.
quietly o'er the
The
sea,
photo album, which is locked.
when the stars shine on a sad old.
That's Blackwell Unbound complete. There's Real Ugly and activation code, but I have no idea what that code does. So that one's complete. So now on to another one. And I've gotten 3 achievements in it. So let's do another one. So let's see. We're going to do Black Legacy. Here we go. Blackwell Epiphany is the one that I'm missing out of this series. So here we go. So we're going to do a little bit more Blackwell again. The Blackwell Legacy is it. This game right here. Wrong.
Hi, this is Dave Gilbert. You have activated the 5 years later commentary track for Blackwell Legacy. It has been, obviously, 5 years since I released the game, and since I've been upgrading and revamping the game a little bit, I thought it would be a good opportunity to hop on the mic again and voice any additional thoughts now that so much time has passed and other Blackwell games have been released since I made this game. A little bit of warning, if you have the original commentary active, you're going to be hearing my voice a lot, so just to warn you. Other than that, I will be interrupting you as you play, so let's continue on.
So if you have both of these turned on, you'll be hearing Dave talk quite a lot. That's just a heads up warning
Hello,
in
this
the
is Dave
commentary.
Gilbert, and welcome to the commentary track for the Blackwell Legacy. This is the voice you're going to be hearing babble at you throughout the course of the game, and if you ever get tired of me talking, or if I'm talking too much, or you just get sick of the sound of my annoying voice, you can just hit any key on the keyboard, and I will dutifully disappear and shut up. To start with, I guess I just want to thank you for purchasing the game. That's really cool of you. You're keeping me in coffee and stuff while I write these games. Bit of history, I guess. This game originally started as a freeware game way back when, 2002, 2003. It was a game called Bestowers of Eternity, and it was quite a bit different. It starred Rosangela Blackwell, and it involved Joey to a lesser extent. And I never actually finished the game. It was never complete, but I released it anyway and slapped a really lame to be continued at the end, and kind of ended on a really bad, nasty cliffhanger, which had everyone really annoyed at me. But people really seemed to like the game, and so earlier this year when I was thinking about making episodic games, I thought about Bestowers, and I thought it was well suited to an episodic format because you have two characters that you could, relate to, you could follow throughout a series, and there was a nice backstory that could be revealed over time, and since they were investigators, each game could be another investigation, so I thought that worked out well. So that's a bit of history for you. That's how this game got started and conceived. Anyway, I hope you enjoy the game, or rather, I hope you did enjoy the game, because I do recommend playing the game first, because I will be giving stuff away. So if you want to avoid evil spoilers and you haven't played the game, I suggest you turn this commentary off. Otherwise, click that new game button and we'll begin.
Here we go.
I made a very small change to this opening scene. Originally, Rosa walked in from off screen. She walked in from the right, stopped where she is now, and then she delivered her lines and tossed the ashes off. And I decided to change that and have it start with her already standing there looking out. It's a very minor change, but it's effective because now, originally, it was Rosa walks in, delivers her lines, and it just seemed very quick. She didn't take a moment to reflect. She just sort of walked in and did it. And this way, who knows how long she's been standing there looking out over the water. So it kind of gives it a little bit of a more softer edge. She's a little bit more reflective, and you sort of start in media res. You don't know why she's there. So it's just a very, very tiny change, and I've spent, all this time talking about it, but I think it was an effective one.
So, I guess this is it. Years of watching and waiting and hoping, and it comes down to this. Do I love you? Do I miss you? I don't know for sure, I hardly know you, but you're the closest thing to family I've got, and I suppose that's something. Goodbye, Auntie. Wherever you are.
This is, of course, the Brooklyn Bridge, which connects Brooklyn to downtown Manhattan. And what a view, man, what a view. What a great way to start the game off. You can't actually do what Rosa just did. There is a second level to the bridge below this one, so Rosa actually just poured her aunt's ashes onto oncoming traffic, but that's something I chose to ignore just because I love this view so much, and it was a nice way to open the game. The guy who drew this picture, his name is Chris Fimo. He's the second background artist who came on board kind of towards the end. Tom Scarry kind of got this demanding full-time job and wasn't able to do the exteriors, and I actually had to run out to the Brooklyn Bridge and take this picture because there wasn't I tried looking online for a nice reference picture, but it didn't have what I wanted. There were a lot of pictures taken of the bridge, but not a lot of pictures taken of the view from the bridge. So I actually had to trudge out there and take the picture, and Chris drew it from that.
This was day 1 and day 2, which is pretty short.
the guy who did all the sprites in the game. His name is Ian Schleffer. He did Rose's walk cycle, and there's something really perfect about this walk cycle. She just walks. She's very kind of hesitant and aggressive at the exact same time. And I can't exactly pinpoint how it works, but it works. So, good work, Ian. I don't know how you did it, dude, but you did it.
What a morning. At least I'm home now.
Interactive objects. To interact with objects or characters, move the mouse cursor with the left click. There's a strange kid standing in front of Rose's door. Try interacting with him to see what he wants. The inventory bar. Welcome to the inventory bar. Here you can access objects Rosangela is carrying. In addition to accessing the game options, save, load, quit, etc. Rosa does not have access to our notebook yet. Check back later in the game. These two options are grayed out when you play the tutorial. Basically, you can turn the commentaries on or off, but this will extend the length. It'll extend the length of the gameplay a bit with it turned on. But given the nature of how this has only got day 1 and 2, that's pretty short.
Hi there.
Hi?
So who are you visiting today?
Oh, ha ha.
Seriously, who are you here to see? Can't let you in unless you tell me.
I live here?
No, you don't. I know everybody in the building. I don't know you.
Matt Gardner, playing the doorman here, is a guy from Arizona, this amazing cartoonist. He does a lot of these flash cartoons on Newgrounds. You should check him out. His username there is Wogoat, W-O-G-O-A-T, and he does these fantastically hysterical X-Men parodies. So if you're into X-Men, you should check that out. He does the voices for his own cartoons mostly. So I know he had good equipment. I know he could do voice acting. So when he offered to do a voice, I said, hey, yeah, sure, come on, check it out. He also did most of the sketches for the close-up photographs in this game. Yeah, so that's Matt.
Basically, I decided to turn on commentary so Dave can explain the game to you as he wrote it, so you know more about how this game was made and how it came to be. But give me a second, I gotta brush my teeth. I've gotta brush my teeth, so hold on. Here we go. So time to do some more Blackwell. Time to do Blackwell Legacy. Okay, here it is. Day one. Some events do not trigger if you have had not had specific conversation with certain characters. If the walker says exhaust all dialogue, this means you should speak to all that character until there's nothing left to say.
Really, I live here.
Nice try. I know everyone in this building, and I don't know ya. Sorry.
I've lived here for 5 years.
Then how come I've never seen you before?
I have no idea. Doesn't matter.
If you lived here, I'd know you. That's all there is to it.
Who the hell are you?
Jim Burdo.
All right, Jim. Where's the regular doorman?
Geez, where have you been? He's on strike.
He's what?
Strike. All the building servicemen in the city are doing it. Union rules or something. I stepped in to help because I know everybody.
How come nobody told me?
Notices were posted all over the building. I put them up myself. You lived here, you'd have seen them.
Who pays attention to things like that?
Well, that's not my problem.
Please, I've had a really tough morning. I need to get home.
Sorry, lady. Rules are rules.
Listen, I really live here. 4th floor, number 4E.
4E. Isn't that apartment empty?
No, I live there, and I want to go there. Thank you very much.
Oh, maybe you're telling the truth.
He sees reason, thank God.
Do you have any ID? A driver's license or something?
Yes, I have a driver's license. It's upstairs. In my desk drawer. Crap. Come on, this is New York. Who actually drives?
True, but I still can't let you in unless you prove you live here.
I have my apartment key. Will that do?
Sorry, no. That could be any key.
Well, let's go upstairs and see if it works.
And leave the door unattended? Can't do it. Sorry.
Okay, I have no ID, and you don't know me. What can I do to prove that I live here?
Well, can anyone in the building vouch for you?
I'm not sure. I mean, I don't really know anybody here.
How long have you lived here again?
Be quiet. Not all of us are social butterflies.
Okay, whatever. Hey, what about Nishanti Sharma? She could vouch for you.
Who is this Nish?
Nishanti. Nishanti Sharma. She lives in 4F. You know, right next door to 4E. You really don't get out much, do you?
Your point?
Nothing, but I'm sure she could vouch for you.
Great, call her up.
She's not here.
Of course she isn't. So I gotta wait here all day for her.
You might have to. Although, she usually goes to Washington Square Park in the morning. You could look for her there.
Okay, so I gotta exit to the left side of the screen and select
I'll be back.
Washington Square Park.
As I was upgrading this game, there was a real strong instinct and temptation to play George Lucas and change everything. And I resisted that. But this first puzzle and section would have been at the top of the list. I was worried that when I started this commentary, a lot of it would be me just going, what was I thinking, and apologizing a lot. And this is one of them. This was not the best way to kick off a series with this very arbitrary, very gamey puzzle. And at the time, my way of thinking was, well, Rose is she's this very socially recalcitrant person, and this is kind of a way of forcing her out into the world, which, yeah, as a character study, it works, but as a game, it's a very annoying puzzle. And it's the first thing you do in the game, you're told no. And one thing I've learned about game design and making games is that you want the first couple of actions to feel rewarding, and you want to feel good about the stuff you do. And here, there's just brick walls thrown at you no matter what you do, like within the first 2 seconds of playing. And that was bound to frustrate people. And I would have designed this completely differently if I could start over. But I didn't change it, because I think that would have been ridiculous to completely change everything. So I kept it as it was, and I'll apologize in this commentary.
Okay, this is the inventory bar. Rose is carrying something. Let's see what it is. To activate the inventory bar, move your mouse cursor over the top of the screen. October 12th, 2006. That dates back to the first game, I think, back in 2006 that this game was published.
Hello again.
I'll be back.
See you around.
The map screen was hard to design because 3 of the locations were fairly close to each other, and one of the locations was far away. So it was hard to really come up with a good design for it. Originally, I just had this stupid little menu just for the beta testing stage, and then finally E.L. Jammer, a graphic artist who came on board originally to do photographs. I'll talk about that later, but he offered to do extra stuff, and one of the first things I asked him to do, I said, "Hey, could you come up with a map screen? I'm totally stumped." And he came up with this design and these big icons that represent different areas, the locations you go to. And it works really well because the icons are big enough that the fact that one of the locations is farther away than the others, it didn't really matter so much. So I can't quite explain how it worked, but it does work, and I think it works well.
The first major change, and really the only major change that you've probably noticed already if you played the original version of this game, is that I have replaced the original voiceover actress for Rosa with, her name was Sandy Chen. I've replaced her with Rebecca Whitaker, who plays Rosa Blackwell in the future installments. And there are a number of reasons why I had to switch actresses. Short version, Sandy no longer had the time, so I had to go with someone else. And at this point, having worked with Rebecca for so long, I think it's been about 3 years since I started working with her, she is cemented in my head as Rosa. And I really debated for a very long time whether it was a good idea to go back and replace Sandy's lines in Blackwell Legacy with Rebecca. And in the end, I decided to just go ahead and do it. If only because, like I said, Rebecca is Rosa in my head. And I wanted to keep everything consistent. And also, I wanted to add a number of hotspots to the different locations. We didn't have time to add those the first time around. And I wanted to do some little edits to her lines, little minor things that would have required us to re-record it anyway. So in the end, I brought Rebecca back, and we re-recorded it.
Washington Square. It's been a while since I've been here. Still looks the same, I guess. Although the dog park is empty. I wonder why.
This is a real place. Washington Square is a real park, and this dog park does exist. And it's usually a lot busier than it is than you see now. There are usually lots of little dogs running around, and I have lots of fond memories of this place. There was a dog, my friend's dog, that I was looking after a few years ago, and I brought the dog to this dog park, and it was heck of a lot of fun. Just watching the dogs just run around. I made the mistake of bringing.
Oh, hi, Ann. I'll just say Ann.
I was very popular with the dogs that day.
Each Blackwell game has an area that is based in a real place, and this is obviously Washington Square Park, and this is the dog run in Washington Square Park. And it's funny how most of the locations that are based on real places,
oh, hi, NPC.
Get photographed locations for the artists, they have all changed since their debut in their game. This area of Washington Square Park is completely different now.
I'm playing a point-and-click game.
Side of the park. This area is all fenced off. They renovated the park last year, and it's for the most part it looks the same, but the dog run is completely different. So you can no longer go to the park and see this image, which is a shame. But you can play Blackwell and virtually walk through Washington Square of years past.
This game is called Blackwell point-and-click game, and I thought I'd show off 2 point-and-click games as a double feature. I beat Blackwell Legacy, or Blackwell, the other Blackwell game earlier, Blackwell Unbound one earlier. Now here comes Blackwell Legacy. I beat another Blackwell game a few weeks ago. Okay, walk left. This is a point and click, an adventure game.
Now I'm getting a stress headache. I need to get home.
There is a slight selfish aspect to writing a game or a story or a film that takes place in a real world
There's a
location,
ton of them
especially
out
when
there.
it's your hometown or your home city. And that is, you get to include locations that you really love. And this place, Washington Square Park, man, it's just I love this place. It's right by NYU. You get all the kids there. You get all the kids, meaning college kids. You get all the political rallies, the musicians, just all sorts of life just flows through this place, and it's just a great place to go and hang out. Sometimes when things get busy or hectic, I would sit down on a bench. I'd look at this exact view that you're looking at now, just munch on a sandwich, drink a cup of coffee or something, and just watch the world spin by. This is my home right here, and I'm very happy that Chris Fimo managed to get it right. I really wanted to stress the fact that I wanted this to be accurate. That arch in the background, that fountain, they're so iconic to Washington Square Park and New York in general. So I'm glad I got to include this location.
Dave Gilbert is most likely from New York City, NYC. Hence is why he touts a lot of locations in the Blackwell games to New York City, actual locations you can see in real life. Except the World Trade Center, except that one. And then one of the other Blackwell games I played earlier in the stream, he acknowledges and gives it a bit of a nod that the World Trade Center used to be back in the late 70s, but 2 decades ago, back in early '01, it got demolished. It got destroyed through a terror attack back then. So the World Trade Center is not around anymore because of that. And the Blackwell game gives a bit of a look to what the World Trade Center used to look like back in the late 70s. One of the games does before. So one of the games was written in 70s theme, in the, like 1970, like 1970s type theme a little bit before '01 came in, before 2001 ever happened. But the Blackwell games were released in early 2006, over a decade, 2 decades ago. So here we go.
That's her. I recognize her from my building. Nishanti Sharma, was it? This is going to be awkward.
This, again, is one of those moments I wish I thought a little bit more carefully about when I made the game 5 years ago. As a character study, I think it works really well. And a lot of people hated this moment, and I can't blame them. Here, Rosa's trying to speak to Nishanti, but she's too shy to interrupt her in front of all of these people. And that's a very Rosa thing to do. It's totally understandable. But as a gamer, as a player, wanting to do something and being told no, being told not by the environment, being told no not by other characters or by the environment or even by the game, but by the character that you're playing. Your avatar is saying no, I can't do this, I'm not going to do it, and it just creates this immediate disconnect between the player and the character that I think was a very bad thing. If I was redoing this now, I'd have come up with something different. It worked as a character study, and a lot of people liked that for what it was, but I think as a game device, as an actual game, I did think it failed. And so again, I was new. This is my first attempt at a commercial game, so hopefully I could be forgiven.
So, time to continue with this.
Excuse? I can't do it. I can't just barge up to her. Not in front of all those people. They're all staring.
She won't talk to her because she's in a crowd.
So, I want to give some advice to any of you budding adventure game designers out there who might conceive of using a dog and a dog leash in their game. I want you to heed my warning because and benefit from the value of my experience because I want to tell you firsthand this dog leash nearly killed me. And when I say it nearly killed me, I mean it nearly killed me. Because, holy crap, this dog leash would not do what it was supposed to do. It's a line that was drawn kind of on the fly using the engine from one point to another point. And I had to kind of using coding to tell the dog leash where to go. And holy crap, was this annoying. Either the dog leash would spontaneously disappear for a second or two, or it would draw itself above the dog's head, or it would be absolutely perfect, and then the dog would turn, and the dog leash would be in a totally different location. Once I got that right, getting the dog leash to work perfectly while the dog walked around that friggin' lamppost, that proved to be an incredibly daunting task. I mean, this dog leash, I hate this dog leash. I hate it so much. I want to take this dog leash, rip it up, set it on fire, take the ashes, put them in the dumpster, and then set fire to the dumpster, and then take those ashes and then step on them. Ugh, I hate you, dog leash. God damn it, I hate you. Wow, that felt really good. Yeah, so dog leash, very hard.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Don't worry, Moti. I'm coming.
If you listened to the original commentary, you would have heard me rant about that dog leash and how hard it was to code. It plagues me even now, 5 years later, when I was upgrading this code. All of the commands that I used to create the dog leash 5 years ago are no longer used in the current version of the Adventure Game Studio engine. So all of that hard work that I did 5 years ago, all that ranting that you heard me do in the previous commentary, that was all for nothing because I had to redo it all again. So I had to figure out new commands, a whole new way of doing things because all those commands, those original commands, no longer work. So yeah, no more dog leashes.
There, all better. I can't take you anywhere, can I? Oh, it's you! The lady next door.
Yeah, hi.
Rhonda, isn't it?
No, Rosangela.
Well, Rosangela, I hope my friend here hasn't been giving you any trouble.
He started following me. I'm not sure why.
That's because he recognizes you. He's just being friendly, right, Moti? Just being friendly, See?
Right.
Anyway, I don't think we've formally met. I'm Nishanti.
Rosangela.
So you said.
Oh, right.
Yes?
I have a strange favor to ask.
Go ahead and ask. What are neighbors for?
You know that building servicemen strike?
Yes. Jim Berto is covering, isn't he?
Yeah, that's the problem, see. He doesn't recognize me.
Oh, so you need me to vouch for you?
Yeah, I know this is pretty stupid.
Don't worry about it. Moti is getting a little cranky anyway. Let's get you home.
Thanks.
Are you all right?
I'm fine. I just need to get home.
All right. Let's keep walking.
I mentioned earlier how Chris Fimo came on board kind of towards the end, and Tom Scarry had started to draw this picture, and I kind of implied that Chris start with that and just finish it. But I gave him the reference picture, and then he said, "Could I just, could I just do it my way? Could I just do what I want?" And I said, "Yeah, sure." I misunderstood. I thought he meant, could he do the picture his own way? Kind of using the picture as a reference. He didn't realize that it was a real location. He thought I just showed him that picture just to show kind of what I had in mind. He didn't realize it was a real place. So when he ended up drawing the picture, thank God it was just an outline, he had a bridge in the background, he had, a river, he had this, it was just totally wrong. And I took one look at it, and it was just so detailed and so wonderful, and I just said, "Oh God, look, I'm sorry. This is great, but it's wrong. I'm sorry." And I told him it was a real place, and he didn't realize it was a real place, and it was this horrible misunderstanding. But he was a good sport about it. Thank God he just did an outline and didn't actually do the whole picture, because you see how beautiful this picture is, and it would have been a real shame if he had to do all that work for nothing.
Hello, Jim.
Hey, Miss Sharma.
Jim, this is Rosangela. She lives here.
She does? Okay. Sorry about earlier. Had to be sure.
Oh, it was no problem at all. Do you want anything else? Milk or orange juice, perhaps? Never mind. Just get out of my way.
Well, here we are.
Yes, finally. That stupid kid.
Well, perhaps. But try not to be so hard on him. We're all neighbors after all.
Yeah, I guess.
Looks like somebody's hungry. I'd best get this spoiled puppy fed. Feel free to drop in any time you want.
Ruth Weber, the lady who is doing the voice of Nishanti here, you might recognize her from the Shiva, my previous game. She also played an Indian woman named Rajshri. Ruth is not an Indian woman, in case you were wondering. It's just a coincidence. But in the Shiva, I had her do an accent. I had her do the Indian accent. And I learned my lesson. Not that Ruth was bad, far from it. It's just I felt that when I tell actors to do accents, they tend to focus a lot of their energy onto making sure the accent is right than into actually acting. And I decided here that Nishanti would not have an Indian accent. And I kind of wrote the character as someone who was very Americanized all of her life, and then later, when she got to be older, decided to reconnect with her Indian roots. So if she didn't have the accent, it was fine. And if there were some Indian culture things that I got wrong, it was okay, because Nishanti isn't an expert on Indian culture. She's just kind of reconnecting with it later in life. So she wears the sari, she plays the instrument, she's got some Indian decorations, but if it's not totally accurate, it's okay. So that was kind of an easy out, easy back door for myself.
I'll think about it.
No thinking needed. I know we New Yorkers don't usually talk to our neighbors, but who cares?
With this game, there's one thing I really wanted to get right above all things. It was to get the New York lifestyle, the New York attitude, the New York scene across well to you guys. I really wanted to show off the city, not just the architecture, it's beautiful, parts of it are beautiful, but also just the attitude. Rosa is a very New York-ish character, and what Nishanti says here is very, very true. Generally, we don't talk to our neighbors. I guess you can analyze it in many different ways, but if you're out there on the other side of the world, if you're Europe, Asia, India, Africa, wherever you might be playing this game, if you got a little taste of what New York was like through this game, then I was successful. I did what I really wanted to do.
The city can be a lonely place, especially when you live alone. I've got Moti. Who do you have?
Oh, I have 3 great roommates.
Oh?
Yes, their names are me, myself, and I. It's a joke.
Yeah, I get it. Very funny. I'm sure you're fine. Although your episode in the park tells me otherwise. And your eyes. Well, let's just say the offer stands.
Sure.
You go home now. We'll see each other soon, Rosangela, I'm sure.
Hey.
Yes?
You can call me Rosa, if you like. Rosangela's kind of a mouthful, you know?
That little cheesy grin is perfect. Perfect. I got that from Ian one day, and I just started placing it everywhere I could because it captures this perfect combination of like awkwardness and confusion and like trying to you can't quite explain it. It's this like I don't know how to react, so I'm just gonna smile awkwardly at you. And I like it. It really works out. Joey has something very similar. This really charming, cheesy grin that I just kind of snuck in wherever I could. So, and the beta testers actually, before I implemented Rose's smile, they would always remark how Roses seemed very cold and very harsh. Then I would stick that little smile in there, and suddenly they changed their minds. So it's the magic of smiling, people. It's a lesson we all should adhere to.
All right, Rosa.
This wasn't my intention when I originally wrote this line 5 years ago, but it sort of started a character trait or a character trend. Is that whenever she meets someone, it's always, "Hi, I'm Rosangela." If she likes you, she'll say, "Call me Rosa." And that is the case with all the future Blackwell games. With Claude, she felt comfortable with Claude, so she said, "Call me Rosa." She said, "Call me Rosa" to Jeremy in Blackwell Deception. So that has become a very Rosa thing to do. When she likes you or she's comfortable with you, she'll say, "Call me Rosa." Otherwise, it's Rosangela all the way.
You have a good day now.
What a strange lady.
One of the original background artists for this game, this is like full disclosure now, it's 5 years later, statute of limitations, whatever. He kind of disappeared like 3/4 of the way through the production process. And it kind of left me high and dry. And at the time, I was determined to get this done. I was so determined. I had gambled everything, all my savings. I was like not sleeping half the time. I was pretty insane. I'll talk more about that later, but I was pretty insane. Like I was, come hell or high water, I was going to be damned if I was not going to get this game out on the day that I said I was going to get it out. And this background artist who left, I think, almost all of the backgrounds in various stages of completion. So nothing was actually finished. And with like a month and a half to go, disappeared, gone, left no address or anything. And I had to really scramble. I burned through about like 4 or 5 other artists to finish this. And that's the main reason why in the original version of this game there are not that many hotspot descriptions. I talked about that before, how I decided to go back and add more of them. And I was able to do that by bringing Rebecca in to re-record the lines. So it's just interesting now how I always had to scrabble for artists back then, and I don't really have to do that anymore. So it's interesting to see how that's changed over time.
Home. Thank God. I've never been so happy to see a 500 square foot room in my life.
This room, strangely enough, is one of the most frequently seen rooms in the game, but it was the last one drawn. And when Tom Scary, the background artist, he sent this to me, I'm just like, it's pink. And I have to admit, I never really thought much about what Rose's apartment should look like. I always kind of imagined it as being just very bare, with lots of books, and not a lot of personality. And the fact that he made the walls so colorful, he made it a lot more colorful than I kind of imagined that they should be. But I look at it now, and I kind of like it. Because I think that it's very important to establish Rose's home as like her sanctuary, and it has to be comfortable. It has to be a place that you'd want to return to. Otherwise, she wouldn't want to be there all the time, and that kind of makes sense. And the fact that it's pink is kind of nice, because it gives Rosa a little bit more of a feminine quality, which she didn't really have before, because she's so standoffish that you don't really get a sense of her personality most of the time. So it's nice that she has this colorful apartment that kind of shows a little bit more of her, and I thought that was very effective. So nice call, Tom Scary.
Ugh. Hello?
This is Dr. Quentin from Bellevue Hospital.
Yes?
I was your aunt's primary care physician. Did you receive my letter?
Yes, I received it. I haven't had the time to come by, though.
That's all right. I'm sure you're busy. However, should you find the time today, my entire schedule is free.
Sure. I'll keep that in mind.
Thank you. Good day.
If I don't visit him, he's just going to keep bothering me. I suppose I should just get it over with.
Come in. Hello, Rosa. Come in, come in. Don't mind the pooch, he's harmless.
I often make a big thing about how I'm more professional with VO recording now, because I used to have this headset mic that I just gave the actors, but now I have a Blue Yeti USB mic, and it's all professional, and the sound quality is so much better, and the actors can stand up and project, and I'm all professional and stuff with my VO recording. But when Rebecca was recording Rosa, there was this one session where the Occupy Wall Street folks decided to march past my window. And normally my apartment's pretty quiet, but not that day. So occasionally, if you are wearing headphones and have the volume up really high, you might be able to hear while Rosa's talking the sound of sirens or bullhorns or things like that. So, I'm not as professional as I'd like to be sometimes.
You know I spoil you. Go get it.
I mentioned earlier that I looked after a dog, my friend's dog, for a week, and I took the dog to Washington Square Park. That dog was a Boston Terrier, and that dog's name was Cooper, and then the owner's name was Sarah. And I really based Nishanti's relationship with Moti, which means pearl in Hindi, by the way. I based that relationship on Sarah's relationship with Cooper. And I love Boston Terriers. Ever since I looked after Cooper, I just become obsessed with these little squishy nose guys. And everything, all the little tricks that Modi does here, Cooper does the exact same thing. The whole go get it thing, Sarah did the exact same thing. She would hold out the treat, the dog would beg, and she'd say, go get it! And the dog would just snap the treat right up. So I totally based that on Cooper. And, people and their dogs. I happen to be allergic, so I cannot actually own a dog permanently. But that's alright. Allergies won't stop me from putting a dog in a game. So I can live vicariously through my games and have a dog that way. Not quite like the real thing, but it's the closest I'm ever going to get.
Okay, continuing.
So, how are you?
Oh, I'm just fine. Right, Moti? Aren't we just fine?
You have a very nice apartment.
Thank you. A bit small, but that's New York for you.
So, you play the flute, huh?
Yes, I play the flute. It's called a bansuri. What about you? Do you play an instrument?
Me? No, I can hardly play the kazoo.
Let's see. You strike me as being creatively inclined. Are you a painter? A writer?
Well, I'm trying to be a writer.
I knew it.
A problem with a lot of Nishanti's lines here is that it's just straight information giving without a lot of character. And when Ruth read the lines, we found it very difficult to give it something. And so we kind of talked about ways to give each line some subtext. And I'm giving this information to you in advance, so you'll be ready. They're about to talk about the newspaper that Rosa works for. And I told Ruth, I said, hey, Ruth, the character, Nishanti, she's going to say, oh, I've never actually read it, but maybe I will. I said to Ruth, I said, hey, you know what? You actually have read these newspapers, and you use them to house train your dog. So you feel guilty about it. And so that's how she read the line. And, it's not something that anyone would get. There's no way you would get that. But you'll definitely notice that there's a little bit more character to the line than there would have been otherwise. So it was a little trick that we did to make the lines sound a little more interesting.
Anything published?
Nothing really, aside from book reviews in the Village Eye.
Village Eye? You mean that little paper they sell at the stand?
You've read it?
I've seen it around, but I've never actually read it. Perhaps I will the next time I see it.
Why do you play the flute in the park?
It's a place to go, I suppose. I was walking there one day and I had the bansuri with me, so I started playing. Next thing I knew, I had a bunch of people around me. So I go there as often as I can now. It gets me out of this stuffy apartment. And I admit, I like the attention. Plus, Moti loves the dog run there. Well, he did until they closed it down.
That dog is adorable.
Moti? He's spoiled rotten, but he's good company. He's taken quite a shine to you, that's for sure.
Huh. Yeah, usually I'm not good with animals.
You never had a childhood pet?
A pet? No, I had a teddy bear.
Well, you probably had the right idea. Moti's a little thing, but you wouldn't know it from the amount he eats.
There's a game called The Longest Journey, which is critically acclaimed, but it's a great game. You should all play it. But one common complaint, and a complaint I have, is that you could spend hours talking to the peripheral characters. And it's not so much that there's a lot of dialogue, nothing wrong with a lot of dialogue, but it's just that the dialogue itself, like you could spend an hour talking to the main character whose name is April. You could spend an hour talking to April's landlady, learn the landlady's life story, and you'd never see the landlady again. None of that information moves the story along. And I found myself doing the same thing with Nishanti here. It was very tempting to delve into Nishanti's life story and learn everything about her. And I held myself back, but what I decided to do instead, to kind of justify long dialogues with Nishanti, because I think she's a cool character, was to spin everything you ask Nishanti into learning something about Rosangela. You'll see in this dialogue how you're talking about Nishanti's pet, and then Nishanti asks Rosa a question back. Hey, did you have a pet? And so you learn that whereas Angela never had a pet. She grew up with a teddy bear. So in learning about Nishanti, it actually moves the story along a bit because you learn more about Rosa, the character you're playing. So that was sort of my wacky, crazy plan when writing these dialogues.
He's very active, it seems.
Yes, that probably explains it. See that box of biscuits? I buy a new one every 2 days. Moti doesn't have a stomach. He has a black hole that sucks in food. Feel free to give him one if you like.
Could I try feeding the dog?
Sure, here, take one. I have plenty. Go ahead and feed him. He's always hungry.
Why did they close down the dog run? It seemed okay to me.
Nobody really knows. It started about a week ago. Dogs started howling, running around like maniacs, acting strange. Some even hurled themselves at the fence door trying to get out. They say it's some kind of high-frequency wave that's caused by electric cables or something. Some high-pitched sound that the dogs can hear, but we can't. But I know better.
You know better?
Definitely. I noticed these things. I could tell that things weren't quite right. Something in the air. It's not a high-pitched noise. That would only cause a dog pain. This was more than pain. The dogs were scared.
What was there to be scared of?
I have no idea, but I know what I sensed, just like you did.
Me?
You sensed it. Don't think I didn't notice.
I didn't sense anything.
Well, perhaps. Maybe I'm just spouting nonsense.
Thanks again for helping me out earlier. I'd probably be sleeping in a hotel tonight if it weren't for you.
Oh, didn't you hear? The strike's over.
Really?
It only lasted a few hours according to the report on the radio.
I suppose that's irony.
I suppose so.
I think this line might have been a little too subtle. There was a bit of subtext there that I'm not sure if people got or not. But basically, if it wasn't for the strike, Nishanti and Rosa would never have met. And so when Rosa gets all in a huff about the strike being over so soon, Nishanti's a tiny little bit insulted, even though it's she knows it's totally unintentional. It was totally an innocent thing to say, but she's a little bit insulted, and it's extremely subtle. And I don't know if anyone picked up on it or not, but that's what this commentary is for. So lucky you.
You seem very friendly with the people in this building.
Well, I didn't grow up here. I didn't realize it was taboo to chat with neighbors.
Well, it's not taboo exactly, it's just...
Oh, I know, just one of those unspoken things. I've found that most people are pretty friendly, though, once you take the first step. People have their defenses up most of the time. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. Well, I'd better go.
Take care, Rosa. Come back whenever you'd like.
Hi, dog?
His name is Moti.
Right, Moti. What do I do now?
Just say, go get it. He'll do the rest.
Go get it. See ya.
Let me guess, you're hungry again? Go get it.
You just saw the lights flickering on and off. Originally, I had wanted to do that to kind of establish that the lights in this hospital were a little bit faulty, so the guard wouldn't get so crazy suspicious later on when the lights totally went off. And originally, this room had the lights flickering randomly as you wandered around, and I kind of liked that. Although I realized when I started getting more graphical elements in, the door opens and shut, the guard fiddling with the antenna and all this stuff, that it just got to be much more complicated than I had originally wanted it to be, because the light levels wouldn't match. I do an animation for the door opening, but the door opening would be for the lit room, and then the guard animating for the radio. That was also for the lit version of the room, and switching back and it just got way too complicated. And eventually, I decided, forget it. I'll just have the lights flicker when the elevator doors open and shut. And in a way, that kind of makes sense, because I used to have a printer, actually, that every time you printed something, the lights in my apartment would get dangerously dim and start flickering on and off. So this isn't entirely out of laziness. You can logically justify it. So I hope I can be forgiven.
Did you have contact with Lauren Blackwell while she was here?
Nope. Doesn't ring a bell. She was in temporary care?
No, she was in long term.
That's a whole different floor. This is the floor for temp patients.
I see. I'm here to see Dr. Quentin.
Uh-huh. Is he expecting you?
I've got this letter right here.
Okay. Looks legit. Go right in. His name's on the door. You can't miss it.
Francisco Gonzalez, you might recognize from Shiva. He did the voice of the detective in Shiva, and now he plays another sort of law enforcement guy. He plays the hospital rent-a-cop. And he was very patient. Francisco was very, very patient with me, because I kind of waited until like the very, very end to send him the script, because I wanted to kind of make sure I had everything in place in the script Bible. And of course, as being disorganized, I had left about 6 or 7 lines out of it, and I would email him in a panic and be like, "Hey, here are the lines," and so he would dutifully send them back like by the next day. He'd re-record, and he did a great job. He's easy to work with. He does great work, and he writes great games too. He has a series of games called Ben Jordan, Paranormal Investigator. He goes under the name Grundislav Games. He calls himself Grundislav on the internet. I think he's up to number 6 or 5 or 7 in the series. He's so prolific, it's very hard to keep track. So Ben Jordan, Francisco Gonzalez, Grundislav Games. Check him out.
Thanks.
Come in.
Dr. Quentin?
Yes?
I'm Rosangela Blackwell.
Oh, hello. Come in. Come in.
Dr. Quentin, who I now should call Dr. Backstory or Dr. Exposition. Again, another what was I thinking and apology moment. Rosa has a very complicated backstory. She's got her aunt and grandmother and all that stuff, and that needed to be related to the player in some way. And I did that through this doctor and the letters later. I'll talk about those letters later. And I think this was a really bad way of handling it. The one thing I've learned over 5 years of making these games is that info dumps, especially big info dumps like this, are bad. Number one, they're boring, especially in an adventure game like this, because the characters don't move or do anything. So having all that information being thrown at you when there's nothing interesting to capture your attention, it's just bad design. And also, so much information is being thrown at you during this very boring thing, so you're not processing it very well, and you miss it all. So if I could redo things, if I could be George Lucas, which I'm not going to do, I would have figured out a way to parcel all this information out a little better over the course of the game, so the player could have processed it better, which I didn't do 5 years ago when I made this game. I have learned since then. I make a point of not doing this now when I make games. Again, my first game, I apologize.
You got my letter, I trust.
Yes, I did.
Good, good. My condolences on the loss of your mother.
You might recognize the voice of the doctor as the same guy who did the voice of Rabbi Zelig in the Shiva. And the guy behind the voice, his name is Joe Rodriguez, and I know him from my improv group. And Joe is such a funny guy. Man, this guy, he's so funny. I can't even explain how. He's just really funny. But he's got this great baritone, as you can hear, and I wanted the Doctor to have this kind of very calm, maybe even slightly clinical but deep voice, and I knew Joe would be perfect. And so he lives kind of far away from me, very far. He lives in Connecticut. I live in New York, and so I knew he'd be perfect. But I know he actually has professional equipment in his house, so he could do all the voices from his house. And he is such a good actor, I didn't have to worry about having to constantly be on hand to direct him. So I was willing to kind of let him do his own thing. And if I really wanted something to change, I would tell him. But I never had to ask him to change anything because everything was perfect. Joe could nail it every single time without any direction. So yay, Joe! Joe is awesome. And if Joe does not make it in the world of voice actoring, then that's a crime. That's a big crime. So best of luck, Joe.
You mean my aunt?
Ah, quite right, quite right.
So you wanted to talk to me about something?
Yes, I did. But before we go into that, how are you holding up?
Just having a really bad morning.
Oh?
I'll get over it. Just some stuff I have to deal with.
You received the ashes?
Yes, I scattered them this morning.
I imagine you must miss her.
To be honest, I'm not sure what to feel. It's not like I knew her, or even remember her from before. She's like a stranger.
So why did you make it a point of visiting her all those years?
She was the only family I had. I guess I felt an obligation, like I had to.
And now that you don't have to?
Rosa is not sappy about her family. She's very realistic. She kind of pushes those feelings away. And a lot of the beta testers noted the fact. They said, hey, Rosa is such a bitch about her aunt. I mean, holy crap, she's just so mean. And this was totally done on purpose. She doesn't always necessarily think what she says. The Doctor is trying to invade her personal space, and she kind of retaliates by saying this really nasty stuff, and she knows it's nasty, and she's really just trying to get a reaction out of him. It's just this very neurotic thing that she's doing. Because Rosa does care. She visited her aunt every week. You'll see later on she asks Joey many questions about her aunt. She wants to know about her. She wants to know about her family. But up until now, it was something that was always denied to her. So she She's always very realistic and doesn't like to dwell on those feelings because nothing would ever come of them. So she kind of just shoved it away and pretended that it didn't bother her. So that's really the essence of who Rosa is at this moment in time. And if she does act like a bit of an ice queen, that's totally on purpose.
What do you want me to say? Auntie's dead. Life goes on.
So you'll just keep living, is that it?
Yes.
Keep writing your little book reviews in the paper, right?
You know about those?
It's hardly a secret. A number of the staff have read them, yes.
I didn't think a West Village paper would interest anyone up here.
I have to be honest, Miss Blackwell. The staff read them because they were more interested in you.
Oh?
Their intentions were purely benign, I assure you. It was your aunt they were primarily interested in. They wanted to know more about her family, and you proved to be, shall we say, less than eager to comply.
That's their problem.
Indeed. It was your choice to make. Your aunt was an interesting case. And now that she's gone, I was hoping you'd be more forthcoming with me. Just an informal chat. We can discuss her condition. And yours too, of course.
The music here, if you pay attention, is a very subtle ticking noise. And I was told later on that it's a cool noise, but it was also a reference to the original, a very subtle reference to the original Bestowers of Eternity, where you had to do a really, really awful puzzle, and for that I'm sorry, involving a stopwatch, involving a stopwatch with an alarm clock. You had to, I'm going to give away the puzzle here because it was so bad that it's not giving anything away, where you had to lie down on the doctor's couch and he hypnotized you, and he would leave the room, and in order to wake up while the doctor was still out, you'd have to set your stopwatch to wake you up while the doctor was out. It was a really horrible puzzle, and I did not include that in this game, not by a long shot. It was so awful. I'm sorry about that. I really am sorry about that original horrible puzzle. I like to pretend the original Bestowers never existed. I have to be totally honest. A lot of people tell me that it was the best thing I did, and God, I hope not. I really hope not. I look at that now, and I just wince. I hope I managed to redeem myself with the Blackwell legacy. That's another reason why I changed the title. I just don't want to be associated with Bestowers of Eternity anymore. But anyway, yeah, the music, clock ticking reference, yeah.
You never could find out what was wrong with her, huh?
No, we didn't. But she still remains a fascinating case.
Fascinating. I don't understand.
Forgive me, I speak from a purely professional perspective. I didn't know your aunt personally.
Neither did I, but fascinating?
It might come as a surprise to you, but yes.
But she was practically catatonic. All she did was lie there for 20 years. She'd sometimes twitch or mumble something incoherent, but I wouldn't call that fascinating.
Well, as you know, she wasn't exactly catatonic. We kept her sedated.
Right, she had outbursts.
Yes, and We had to sedate her heavily to keep her calm, especially in preparation for your visits.
What are you trying to say?
Miss Blackwell, we are not a nursing home. We're not content to merely keep a patient comfortable. We are, after all, in the healing profession. We were trying to heal your aunt, and to do that, we had to speak to her.
Wait, you spoke to Auntie.
We tried to.
Did she answer back?
After a fashion, yes.
Wait.
Hereditary dementia is my specialty, Miss Blackwell. And in my opinion, there is significant cause for concern.
Sorry, did you say hereditary?
Yes, 2 generations. Your aunt and your grandmother before her.
My grandmother?
Yes, Patricia, I think her name was, right?
I never knew my grandmother. Auntie Lauren was it. There was nobody else. She couldn't exactly provide me with a family history.
Oh, I see. I had no idea.
Well, maybe you should have. Did anyone else come in to visit her besides me?
No, you are correct. I should have read the family history more carefully. I do apologize. I just assumed. Well, never mind. It doesn't change the fact that you should be concerned as well.
Go on.
Patricia Blackwell suffered her mental collapse at the age of 55. Lauren Blackwell underwent hers at the age of 40.
What are you saying? That the same thing is going to happen to me?
No, I'm saying that there is significant cause for concern.
If Auntie spoke, why wasn't I told?
Miss Blackwell, do you remember what brought your aunt here in the first place? Her screaming, her hitting herself?
I was only 5 years old at the time, but I kind of remember.
In order to prevent her from doing harm to herself or to others, we were forced to sedate her. When we limited her medication, she simply reverted to her former state. Her natural state, I'm sorry to add.
What did Auntie say?
Nothing that made any sense. But one thing was clear. She was in great pain.
Pain? What kind of pain?
It's difficult to say, but it was immense.
How immense?
When we reduced her medication, the transformation was dramatic. Her eyes flew open, she thrashed, her screams. Well, we had to gag her eventually.
My God.
I know.
Did she still feel it when she was sedated?
We don't know. There's no way of knowing.
25 years.
I know.
Poor Auntie. So, I had a grandmother.
Apparently so.
How do you know about her?
It was in your aunt's case history when she was brought to us. Patricia Blackwell's symptoms were the same, word for word. Patricia's case was severe, and she was young, but it was chalked up to being an ordinary case of dementia.
Until it struck her daughter.
Until 20 years later, when it struck her daughter, yes.
It seems impossible.
Perhaps it's genetic, but we've detected no abnormality.
So what should I do?
Right now, nothing. This type of thing is unprecedented. There is no procedure to go through, no medication I can give you. I just want you to be aware, is all. And come talk to me if, well...
Oh, hi, Fluffy Steph. Hi.
You couldn't find any
I'm
other
playing
name
a
for the
game
two
called
guesses?
Blackwell, a point-and-click
None,
series.
aside from the family
Be
connection.
clear.
And
That's what that is.
a name.
A name? What
It's
name?
an adventure
The
game.
documentation we had on your grandmother is minimal, but there was one interesting item noted. During her more lucid moments,
I'm all right. Thank you for asking.
she uttered the name Joey. Your aunt, too, would cry out that name on occasion.
Joey?
Yes,
Who's Joey?
we've been wondering the same thing for 25 years.
Is there anything else you need to tell me before I go?
Your aunt had some personal effects in storage. As the next of kin, you're the beneficiary. It's just a folder, some documents and so on. It's being sent to your address via messenger.
Oh, well, thanks for that.
It's no problem at all. Goodbye, Miss Blackwell. My schedule is fairly open now, so feel free to drop in anytime. I'm always happy to discuss my favorite patient.
Sure.
Hmm? It's mainly just retro games, games that are a bit older. Newer games have not been part of it. Just because one, I've got newer games on console that sometimes use licensed music that result in a mute, meaning the audio may get muted or I may get a warning. I got a warning from Twitch on this game right here. This game got me a warning on the Kingdom Hearts on PS4. I played a little bit of it, but it got me a warning about copyrighted music in it. So I couldn't do that game again with the audio in it. I can't. Just not getting excessive warnings sent to me from Twitch. That's what that is.
Looks like it's from Bellevue.
I guess I could talk a little bit more about the creation of this room. I mentioned earlier how Tom Scarry drew the room, which isn't entirely true.
Blackwell is different, but the Kingdom Hearts game,
as well. Tom Scarry did the basic outline
yeah,
of the game.
that game got me a warning.
The walls, the kitchen, the table, the shelf, the computer desk, and all that. And then Chris Fimo came along, and after Tom Scarry became too busy to finish, Chris Fimo added so many extra details. He kind of took what he knew about Rosa. He created that bulletin board for her newspaper clippings. He put the teddy bear up there, which is a reference to one of my earlier games. I kind of wanted that there. He added the bedroom behind the door. He added the plants, which I totally
Hold
wasn't
on,
expecting.
give me a second. I have the camera in a specific spot so you can see me better. But hold on, let me just drag it in front so you can see it better. Let me just resize it. I'll show you. Here you go. This is a game that I have played on PS4. Kingdom Hearts. It's okay, but it's got licensed music in it, and this has gotten me several warnings. At least a warning in Twitch and an email I got from Twitch about warning about copyrighted music detected. This has gotten me a warning. A Spyro Reignited Trilogy's also got me a warning. 2 warnings from Twitch. So the music in some games can get you a warning on your account, an email from Twitch, but won't get you taken down. So that's why I don't play certain games that use licensed music because you get a warning. A warning is just a courtesy to tell you to not do it again. But if you did it again, you get a copyright strike. And you get 3 strikes, your Twitch account goes, like, you get suspended for A, you push community guidelines of Twitch, or B, you push TOS, or C, you get 3 strikes, a copyright strike. You get, like, the first strike, you get terminated for 48 hours and a strike. You get 2 more, your Twitch channel just gets taken off. Obviously, I will explain why this is important because a Indian streamer I used to watch by the name of Cinestubborn, Twitch suspended him in 2024 because he said some hateful stuff that got him suspended at least twice. He got suspended the first time, got appealed, got let back onto Twitch, then got suspended again in 2024 for the same offense. So he's gotten suspended at least twice. I've never been suspended. I've only been warned by Twitch about copyrighted material in like copyrighted songs and stuff like that. But I've never got suspensions on my account. Never been suspended at all. There are other streamers who have gotten an indefinite suspension and temporary ones. The most one to gain notoriety is Dr. Disrespect. He gained the biggest notoriety for being permabanned from Twitch. Like he was permabanned. He's still banned to this day from Twitch. Like he's permanently banned from it. So there's that. My camera overlay is edited by a Twitch streamer by the name of Payonix. He edited this retro overlay for me when I hit affiliate right around March 2023. He edited it together. So he basically was the one behind the emotes and the thing retro overlay because he knows that I love old games. He took it upon himself to edit together this, so that's why. My camera overlay is actually positioned where you can still see what I'm showing. However, it's going to look kind of weird a little bit, but let me just get it to where you can still see my shades. Dr. Disrespect was mainly it. Dr. Disrespect was the one that was permabanned from Twitch, indefinite. He was permabanned. The reasons why he was permabanned became clear later, but he was currently blocked using Twitch services ever. So yeah, that's pretty, yeah, bad. So that is explained. It was on something else. Yeah, he is online again, but Dr. Disrespect's doing something different this time. He's already gotten his monetization on YouTube suspended after the whole scenario that came out about him, the whole snafu. As I was saying on ad break earlier before Dr. Disrespect, Sinistubborn was an Indian streamer who used to have a Twitch channel, but Twitch suspended him, so he doesn't have a Twitch channel anymore. He doesn't, but things like that. So I'm gonna let the game continue with the commentary.
So I included a message saying they were fake. That's more of a Rosa thing. He had.
Oh, what was it? What was I saying? Or what were we gonna say? Oh, okay, sorry. I wasn't sure if there was an ad in effect. Some people may or may not get ads. It depends on how. I'm not sure, but okay, I was just stumped because normally when people get ads, it's usually a video ad that interrupts my stream, or an audio ad, or a banner ad. It depends on which one it serves up, depending on if you're on mobile or on desktop or not. So that's why. Oh, just stumped because I've seen ads on mobile on other channels I watch, but things like that. So the commentary will continue.
All those books. He added the notebook there. He added the couch and the table, the end
You're
table. So I
welcome,
had to
though.
redo all the walkable areas. So yeah, thanks, Chris. But he really helped make the room come alive. So good job, man.
This is a game that I'm playing with a walkthrough, so I'm looking at the walkthrough on my phone so I know exactly what to do to get through it.
I am just feeling. Maybe tomorrow I'll feel up, but today it's just not happening.
When I created the original freeware Bestowers of Eternity in 2002, was it 2003? Gosh, it was a while ago. Anyway, people told me that the letters that Rosa reads was their favorite part of the game. Actually, it seemed to be the thing that made the game. I wonder if I didn't put those letters in there, if people would have liked it so much. But I hope that it's just as effective in Blackwell Legacy, even though I kind of moved the focus away from Rosa and her family to the case that Rosa's working on, if only because the backstory is now so much bigger and so much better that it's going to take a while to get to it. So I kind of wanted to give you a little taste of the backstory now, and then in the future you'll see more. So hopefully you're not kept in total suspense, but in the meantime, this is a bit of Rosangela Blackwell backstory that you get for now.
I'm afraid this is another "what was I thinking" and "I'm sorry" moment. I don't know why I thought making the player read through 25 pages of old letters was a good idea, but apparently I did, and I can only apologize for that. This was horrible design, and I'm being really overly critical with myself. But I was 5 years ago. It doesn't seem like that huge amount of time, but I feel like I've learned a lot since then, because I look at this now and I'm like, what? Why did I do that? And I thought about editing these letters down. But in the end, I kept them because I do like them. I think that the story they tell is quite compelling.
Well, not every, it depends on the streamer you watch, a case by case basis. It's basically streamer by streamer basis. Technically, not every streamer is going to get this way towards you like that. It just depends on the streamer you are watching at the time. Hold on. I'm not sure, but don't streamers to time you out or ban you or something? Don't they do that if you ask them to repeat it? Like, what? How do they react to you though? That's like my question though. Like, how do they react to you? Hmm.
And if you go on to play the next game in the series, a lot of the things you learn in these letters come to play there. So I kept them, but if I again could do this all over, I would have done it a lot differently.
You can just feel free to explain everything about that in this chat here, so I can get an understanding of what happened. That just my curiosity just kicks in right when you said that. And then what? Okay, then what?
You'll notice here that it's signed Jack and not Jacko. This was sort of my little way of showing that Jack was growing up. This was his turning point. He's no longer Jacko. He's now Jack. This has changed his life. He's a totally different person. Blah blah blah. It's a subtle thing, but hopefully it got through to some people.
Oh, did anything else come out of that? Oh, and so then what happened after that? Most people would subscribe to a Twitch channel anyway with Prime subscription or gifted subs. Like gifted subs last for about 30 days when gifted to a viewer. I mean, I've been gifted subs before, and they've only lasted for about a certain date and month, like up to a certain amount of time. I've actually reached affiliate payout at least once last year. I did at least once, right around December. I really didn't mandate no one to either subscribe to my channel or gift subs. I never mandated that. I never did. People just choose to do what they want to or not. It's up to the viewer what they want to do. Like, I leave it up to you, the viewer, to do what you want. If you either have Amazon Prime or someone gifts a sub or you something like that, or if you choose to subscribe, it's on your decision what you want to do. Like I leave it up to you to make that call whether you want to or not. Other streamers that hit partner, they make a killing on the money when they hit partner. They make a huge profit when they hit the partner status. They do. Like, there are two streamers I've seen called the Raven Armed and the Reluctant Hermit. They're partnered. They made their way to the partner status.
Some pictures stuck to the back of this letter.
Oops.
Hello?
Rosangelina, hi.
Hi, Bob.
Thanks so much for submitting your last review on time. For once.
Yeah.
I've got a little assignment for you today.
Assignment?
Human interest Blackwell. Suicide. College girl named Joanne Sherman.
That's awful, but
You know the Brittany house, the NYU dorm?
yes, but
Speak to some people on her floor. Get a word in with the roommate.
listen.
Speak to the RA too, and hey, see if you can score a picture of the girl.
But I don't do that stuff. I write book reviews.
Versatility. Time to get out of your comfort zone. Jeremy's over at City Hall covering that strike, so you are it. Get cracking.
I have a blog, like most people do these days. You can find it linked off of the Wajada Games website. And there was an entry I wrote.
Well, I don't know. I
where
mean,
talked about how I learned.
you
not
may
to
not know
switch
what that
things
streamer's
once,
going through.
And I used Blackwell Legacy as an example of when I wrote really lengthy dialogues. And I decided to take one of the dialogues from Blackwell Legacy, transcribe it, and rewrite it. I said, this is how I would write it now. And I used this conversation between Rosa and her boss as the example. And the original conversation was about like 45 lines or something like that. It was really long. And it was even especially more boring because you don't see the other character's on the phone. And then on the blog, I edited it down to like maybe 16 lines instead. And I said, well, this is how I would do this if I was redoing the game. And since I am redoing the game, I decided, well, why not use that revamped dialogue? So I did. This is the one place I really edited heavily. There's other parts of the game where I cut lines, but this is the only place where I edited them. And I think it's a lot tighter and cleaner as a result.
I hate him so much. Is freelancing for that stupid paper even worth it? I guess it keeps me writing, but oh, whatever. I'll just go over there and get it done. It's not like I don't have enough death in my life right now. Maybe this isn't a bad thing. It's like being a real reporter, sort of. My old notepad should come in handy for this.
Hold on. Okay, so now we can do this. Now we can use Rosa's netbook, or not netbook, notebook.
All right, new option on the menu. Yeah, you just got the notebook. One of the things people really seem to like about the Shiva, and they kind of praised me for being original, was the notebook, was the notes interface, the clues interface, how you'd use clues as inventory, and they praised how awesome and original that was. I want to deny this, because I feel that credit should be given to Discworld Noir.
To be fair, I'm not sure, but that streamer must have been going through some things. I don't know, but there are some nice streamers out there, and there's some not so nice streamers out there. There's some who are nice to people on Twitch, there's some who are not. It just depends. It's a game of chance. Either you meet a really nice streamer, or you meet a streamer who isn't very nice and treats their viewers like crap. Like, either way, like, y- streamers, there's some that are really nice out there, and then there's some that are not. It just depends on who you meet. But the one thing you have to actually deal with is the bots that spam those links. There's bots I've seen going around. I had one in my chat recently drop a link to like cheap views on, and it dropped a shortened link to a site called Streamboo. I've done some digging, and those bots drop a weird, suspicious looking site that tells you to buy followers, viewers, and subscribers, but I don't recommend doing it. I don't, because it's fake engagement. If you do that, it goes against Twitch's TOS. These bots drop these links in chats promoting this particular site called Streamboo. It used to be Streamrise, but the messages were getting so lengthy that when people decide to block those phrases the bots change messages to get around that each time. It's a never-ending game of whack-a-mole, but Twitch has had a hate raid bot problem a long time ago in 2018, 2019, where a bunch of bots have been blasting people's chats with very hateful racial slurs and hateful messages before, that a lot of streamers slam Twitch on social media, calling them out for not doing anything about it. I wanted to tell you that I've gotten bots in my Twitch whispers. I've gotten some bots that had randomly generated names that are like number and letters. I've had bots message me like that, like bot accounts that are like computer controlled that use the randomly generated numbers and letters. I've had that happen at least twice. About three of them whispered me on Twitch, trying to interact with me. Yes, they have abused whispers. Hold on, give me one moment. I'll pull up living proof of that. Hold on, I'll pull up an image of it. Give me a second while I pull up an actual image of that living proof. Hang on, I did get bots PMing me. I'm trying to shine a specific image for it. That I'm trying to shine an image to show you what has happened. I have called out Dan Clancy or Twitch a little bit to not do anything about the bot problem. I've said that Dan Clancy needs to crack down on bots. Like find a way to help get Twitch to shut down these bot accounts that go around the platform. I'm trying to shine an image I sent to one of my Discord mods of an image of a bot account that I had to deal with at least a wave of 3 accounts in one go. Okay, I've got living proof of it. Hold on, let me open in browser of it. I'm gonna change windows so you can see for yourself what it actually looks like. You'll see. Yeah, that's one of my moderators. Hang on. Well, I can find what it looks like. I don't have a Discord server. I don't. I would never have a Discord server just because it would just fall apart if I did. But here you go. This is the exact image of a bot PMing me before. I'm using Microsoft Edge Image Viewer to show this. Here you go. This is on one of my older phones before it broke on me, but this bot was talking in Chinese. Yes, this is a bot account right here, most likely, because these messages are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 messages one after another, and this is a robot account that promoted some weird game, but it's in Chinese. So I couldn't understand what the bot was saying. I had to have Google Translate kick in and tell me what it was saying. If I had a Discord, I doubt people would join us. I doubt that because I'm not popular to do things like that. I'm just not. Like, most Twitch streamers that have Discords are highly popular. They're like to the top of the viewer list on Twitch. Like, I don't exactly know how to explain that. Even if I had a Discord, it would be very small and still not yet developed. Let me cover the talking point that some Discords I've joined ask you to send a valid photo ID. Some do. Like there are some out there that do ask that in some very rare cases I've encountered where you're asked to submit a valid photo ID. You can probably guess where that's going, but I'm not going to publicly say it on Twitch. You'll just have to use your imagination. The reason why I'm worried about bots on Twitch just because you don't want bots blasting you with hate or spam links to malware and stuff on Twitch to try to get your computer infected. That's why I'm worried about bots on Twitch, because they can instantly spam sketchy links for you to click on, or someone that clicks on it and bam, their computer's hosed. Like, that's why I wish Twitch could do something about that. I actually had 2 bot accounts PM me. Hold on. 2 of them. I'll show you. Here you go. You could. I mean, if I had a Discord, I don't know what I wouldn't know what to name it. It would just be a constant rolling mess, a rolling mess. But this is what I'm talking about. These 2 bots right here have randomly generated usernames that are a sequence of numbers and a random string of numbers and letters. These 2 accounts right here. I thought I'd explain why. See, these 2 have been long suspended after I reported them to Twitch for being a bot account. They've been long suspended, but they've got numbers and letters shown in the name, which makes it very hard. This is the same problem called follow botting that one streamer I watched by the name of Chasing Scooter, formerly known as Scooter 102089. He got follow botted by a bunch of bot accounts blasting the follow button on his channel. When Twitch announced that they were going to find ways to limit bot attacks, they sure didn't do a good job of limiting follow button, because a bunch of bots just kept spamming one after another, after another, after another, after another, rapidly in such short notice. So Twitch failed to take care of that. I would start a Discord, I would somehow, but it's going to require work in progress. So let me put you back to the game. Hang on. I thought I'd show you about the bot issue that was going annoying. I have blocked them, I did. But it doesn't stop someone else from doing the exact same thing, making more bots. I know. I mean, there's always going to be bot accounts that go around like worms traveling across the Twitch network, going from channel to channel. Like, I know the bots are like computer worms that travel in every direction they can go, but the initiative is just to block the bots. I've been wanting to think, if I had a Discord, what would I do with it? Like, what would I do with one of those? Like, what would I be doing with it? It isn't like I'm going to be having a lot of people come to it. Like, that's just the thing that I would be kind of puzzled about. You can try on your newer account. You can try if you want. I mean, I'm not worried about stuff. I'm trying to figure it all out. I've just launched my own server. I just did just now. But it's going to stay standby. I just created one. Okay, thank you for that. Hang on, be right back. Give me a sec. He is. Please note he lurks. I mean, he does a lot of lurking in the background. Hold on, I'm in the middle of multitasking. Hmm. Okay then. Discord's got a new feature called server security actions where you can stop DMs between members in your server. They've got that now. They've added that. They've added some security features in case if you're experiencing problems to disable DMs between people in the server, literally. They've got it where you can pause invites and pause DMs. That's a feature they just added. It's in beta though. It's not stable yet. I do. I just saw that. I just now saw it on my show. I just now discovered this. I decided to do this. Well, the server's going to have a functionality where people that are moderators or people that choose to do an optional Twitch subscriber may get access to different things behind the scenes or commentary normally wouldn't get otherwise in my own streams of my channels. There's no subscribe wall. There would be channels that are only visible to non subscribers and subscribers that choose to do it. I mean, I'm not mandating anything. It's just like people that, if they want to subscribe, there may be additional things behind the scenes that never made the cut on my own streams or YouTube videos that may not be appropriate to show on Twitch. I talk about serious issues on my YouTube channel, but I don't show them as much on Twitch due to the nature of it. So that's why my Discord would be a perfect place to explain some of that behind the scenes. Yes, I have a YouTube as well. If you wanted to know, look at my Twitch channel. You should see a YouTube link. Hang on. I'll continue Blackwell in a moment. I just gotta take a break from it a minute. I just went through the first game immediately like it ain't nothing. My Steam, Twitter, and YouTube are all linked directly in the About section. Look down in the About section there. You'll see if you if you click on my name, you'll be able to go to my About section and see 3 of my links to the Steam, YouTube, and Twitter directly. I have 2 other social media accounts, but they're hidden, unavailable to you, meaning you cannot easily get to them. Just because my personal Facebook is off limits to people sometimes. Okay, I just thought I'd explain that my YouTube channel, I talk about issues there that are may not be appropriate to all viewers. No, To be honest, my Twitch channel is mainly for gaming and covering things, but what's with the symbol? What's with the
The third game in the Discworld series, which is a beautiful noir adventure, and it actually inspired me to create mystery adventure games. And the Discworld Noir had clues as inventory. They did it first, not me. So I want to give those guys credit. So just all that credit you're giving to me, give it to Discworld Noir. They deserve it.
I'm going to continue with this game.
I don't want to ruin the picture. I don't want... Is that my dad? He looks so young. I always pictured my dad as being older. I assume that's my mother. She sort of looks like me, I guess. Other than that, she's a total stranger. That's definitely Auntie Lauren. She's looking at something off camera. I wonder what it was.
That's fine. I'll have to check it there when after the stream, though. I don't really do a lot of social media on any other platform. I don't do Twitter. I don't do Facebook, Instagram a whole lot while I'm streaming. I don't really do a lot of that while I'm streaming. Some streamers don't read messages or respond to messages while they're streaming a whole lot. They don't. Not all streamers do that. Some will, some don't. That's just how that is. It depends on the streamer. I'm reading a guide on Blackwell, the Blackwell Legacy, and how to get through it on my phone on Steam. That's what I'm doing that off of. I've got the VOD version, however. Oh. Hmm.
It's just a telephone. I have nobody. No. All I know about Joanne is that she was an NYU student who killed herself. My boss asked me to find a photograph of Joanne to put it in the paper. All I know about Joanne...
I know Laura's going to be very upset with you. It's actually 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, my time, but 4 there in Thailand. She's going to be really upset with you. I know that.
I don't think I have enough information to write a full article. I should see what else I can discover. At the very least, I should try and find a picture. I don't need to touch it. I have... I am just feeling so uninspired today. Maybe tomorrow I'll feel up to it, but today, it's just not happening.
Okay. Oh, you're from Belgium. Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't know that.
I'm not ready for bed.
Sorry.
Griff is fine where he is. They're fine where they are. Just some old book review clippings.
Oh.
That's Griff, the PI bear. I've had him as long as I can
My
remember.
Twitch streams are not time zone friendly for everyone. It's night here in America, but in other countries it's like late morning or day there, like late afternoon or early or late morning there.
It's just a tele... Ugh. I feel like hell and I have to interview college kids. Hopefully this won't take too long.
Peter Gresser did the music for this game, and I figure this is a good time to talk about it because this is my favorite tune of the whole game, the one that you will listen to in this room. This crazy electronica stuff. He did the music for Shiva, and I think he really went all out with this game. He really kind of he made it more the music more unified, and it's really cool. It's this kind of very mystical electronica soundtrack, which I wasn't expecting. I was not expecting this electrical synth stuff. And I think it kind of works because it does kind of give you that feeling of uneasiness and something's kind of not right, which I kind of dug. And Peter is a great musician. You should check out his MySpace page. I linked to it on the Wadjet website. You can go there because I don't remember it off the top of my head. But yeah, Peter Gresser, he's really good. If you ever need music, you should check him out.
It's just mainly Tuesday. It's not Tuesday. It's like Thursday through Saturday. Thursday through Saturday is it. I mainly just skip Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, mostly. A bit of both. That's just how I can put it.
Hmm?
I'm Rosangela Blackwell.
Can I help you?
Perhaps. Could I ask you a few questions?
Oh, this is about Joanne, isn't it?
You know her?
Well, I am the RA for this floor. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't know everybody. The campus police found her around 5 a.m. this morning.
Can you tell me about her?
Well, alright. But could you leave my name out of it?
That shouldn't be a problem.
Good. Joanne's parents have already asked the dean to fire me. I don't need anyone else knowing who I am. What do you want to know?
Could you tell me about Joanne again?
Well, as I said, I didn't know her socially, but she seemed nice enough. Nobody ever complained about her. She always
It's
had
mainly.
friends around her.
Hold on.
She never had any trouble, as far as I know. Her suicide came as a total surprise.
Would you have a picture of Joanne?
A picture? No. Why would I?
Just asking. So how did you get to be an RA of this floor?
What do you mean?
Well, it's a girl's floor, and you, well...
Aren't?
Yes.
Well, it's like this. Someone at the registrar thought Adrian was a girl's name. So here I am.
You're welcome. There you go.
Not yet. They seem to prefer it. This sort of thing happens.
There may
quite
be
frequently.
days I do a
You'd be
pop-up
surprised.
stream in some cases.
Can you tell me any...
She jumped off the roof. She died instantly. It was in the middle of the night. There was no way anybody could have stopped her. Make sure you print that.
Could you tell me about Joanne again?
Well, nobody ever could. She always had friends. She never had any trouble. Her...
Well, that's all for now. Thanks for helping out.
Just remember, leave my name out of it.
It's funny listening to Roses agree not to use his name in the article because I had forgotten all about that. And if you play Blackwell Convergence, the next game that stars Rosa, the article that Rosa wrote is on her wall, and you can read it, and it says right there in the article, Adrian Tucker said that blah, 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 blah. And I didn't even realize this at the time, but it's just kind of funny that Rosa did end up using his name. So I guess she's not the most ethical of journalists.
You're welcome. Thank you for that. I'm just a person that wants to be a person that is a streamer that does things differently than most streamers. Other streamers may do, just because the streaming world's a bit broken. Certain things about it are a bit broken all over the place.
There's nobody home.
You're welcome.
There's nobody home.
Yeah?
I admit that this section I was a little worried about. You're suddenly told by a character you've never heard of to go to a location you've never been to and talk to characters that you've never heard of about the death of another character you've never heard of. So it was kind of, I was worried it was very sudden and very jarring to suddenly kind of shift gears entirely. And whenever this was beta tested, when I would give it to a new beta tester, the first thing I would always ask them when they got significantly far is, did this seem strange? Did this seem jarring? And no one seemed to mind. No one said anything, so I kind of took a step back and I said, okay, I guess it's fine. If these guys, these very strict anal beta testers, believe me, these guys are picky. If they didn't say anything, then I'd like to think it's okay.
Hi, I'm Rosangela Blackwell.
Am I supposed to know you?
No, I'm with the Village Eye.
The Village what?
The Village Eye, the newspaper.
I've never heard of it.
It's for sale in the stand just outside your dorm. You must have seen it.
Well, I haven't. What do you want?
I'd like to talk to you about your roommate, if that's all right.
Jesus Christ. I'm busy with midterms. I told the campus police everything. Do you have to bother me?
Look.
So she killed herself. Big whoop. Why is that my problem?
Thank you.
I understand that this must be a difficult time for you.
Difficult? Hell no. It's been great. You know how long I've been wanting my own room?
It must have been hard, living with someone you don't like.
What? You're psychoanalyzing me now? What the hell do you know about it? You're really starting to piss me off.
Sorry.
Whatever.
Look, my boss will kill me if I come back with nothing. Can't you help me out here?
Fine. You want to know about Joanne? She's dead. She couldn't take the pressure, so she jumped off the roof.
Did Joanne act unusual before she died?
Nope. Same old Joanne. Studied at her desk all day and slept all night, as usual. Quiet as a little mouse.
Joanne never had trouble sleeping.
How would I know?
You lived with her.
Like I pay attention.
So Joanne was a good student.
Yeah, sure. Whatever.
Can you tell me a little bit about yourself?
Why do you want to know?
Just background info for the paper.
I don't think so.
Suit yourself. Can you tell me anything about Adrian?
The RA? He's okay. He helps us out when we need it and keeps out of our way when we don't. It's the way it should be.
Can you tell me
the RA? He's okay. He helps us the way.
Do you have a photo?
You want a what?
Just a photo. You'll get it right.
Yeah, right. You think I'm giving you anything? Think again.
Do you have any thoughts on why Joanne would kill herself?
Nope. Just another kid who couldn't hack it.
Is there anything else you can tell me about Joanne?
No.
Thanks for helping out.
Yeah, sure. Whatever.
There's nobody home.
Yeah?
Thanks for helping.
Yeah, sure.
Hi, it's me again.
You have more questions, I imagine?
Yeah, is that okay?
I suppose so. What do you want to know?
What can you tell me about Joanne's roommate?
Kelly? Have you met her?
Yes.
Quite a sight, huh? But don't judge her by that. She's the sharpest kid you'll ever meet. She gets straight A's on everything.
Really?
Yep, she's pre-med.
Do you know if Joanne had any trouble sleeping?
I'm afraid I wouldn't. Her roommate, Kelly, never complained, but that's not surprising.
Why is that?
Well, Kelly rarely spent the night in her room. She only comes here to study, as far as I've seen it.
I prided myself on hiring actors for most every role in this game, but the guy playing Adrian here, his name is Thomas Tucker. He is the only professional voice actor, and you can tell just by listening to him. You will hear no breath pops. You will hear everything is pitch perfect. He kind of sat down and did it and knew exactly how to breathe. And I actually, I probably, and if obviously I'm thinking of doing this, and by the time this is released, if I decided to, I would have already have done it. Having his voice over the raw voiceover footage, I don't know if you can call it footage, but yeah, all that, available for people to listen to, because I think for games especially, people don't know how to direct voice actors, and I'm learning. I've learned a lot through the process, but I'm still learning, and there's so much to do with breathing and breathing in the right spot. And Thomas was really good about that. Whenever he would say a line, he would just go and hold in the breath and then say the line, and then he would breathe. Like, he would just be so aware of his breathing, because it sounds really ugly when you don't breathe correctly. And I know that I wasn't always successful in getting the actors to breathe correctly throughout the course of this game. So Thomas was awesome, and you could tell it's a shame he got one of the smallest roles in the game. If had I known he was such a pro, I would have given him a larger role. I wouldn't have given him Joey because Abe's Joey, but I would have given him somebody else. But definitely, watch out for Thomas in future games, because he's definitely going to stick around. Because when you find a good thing, you don't get rid of it. So yeah.
Well, that's all for now. Thanks for helping out.
Just remember, leave my name out of it.
Yeah?
So, you've been sleeping somewhere else lately?
Yeah, I've been at my boyfriend's. You've been following me or something?
No, just confirming the information.
Looks like Adrian's been talking.
Joanne never had trouble sleeping.
How would I know?
You lived with her.
Like I pay attention.
So, you've been sleeping somewhere else lately?
Yeah, I've been at my boyfriend's. You've been following me or something?
No, just confirming the information.
Looks like Adrian's been talking.
Do you have a photograph of Joanne that we could use for the newspaper?
You want a what?
Just a photograph. You'll get it right back.
Yeah, right. You think I'm giving you anything? Think again.
Can you tell me anything about Adrian?
The RA? He's okay. He helps us out when we need it, and keeps out of our way when we don't. It's the way it should be.
Thanks for...
Yeah, sure.
Hi, it's me again.
You have more questions, I imagine?
Yeah, is that okay?
I suppose so. What do you want to know?
Do you know where Kelly was sleeping?
No, it's not my place to ask.
Was Joanne a good student?
I don't think but...
Do you know if...
As I said, all I know is that Joanne... But since...
Can you tell me...
I don't... If you want to know more...
Did I...
Yes, you did.
Can you tell me...
She jumped off, she died. It was in the middle, there was... Make sure...
Could you...
Well, nobody ever... She never had any... Her...
Well, thanks for helping.
Just remember...
I don't see what... Kelly told me that Joanne slept soundly all night. I wonder where Kelly... Maybe there's a connection that I... Maybe there's a... Maybe Adrian has a photo of Joanne I could use. No. That makes no sense. Hi, it's me again.
You have more questions, I imagine?
Yeah, is that okay?
I suppose so. What do you want to know?
Could you tell me...
Well, nobody... Her...
Did I...
Yes, you did.
Do you know if
All I know is that... But...
Was Joanne a...
But...
Do you...
No.
Could you tell me...
Well, nobody... Her...
Can you tell?
She died. It was in. There was. Make sure.
Well, that's all for now. Thanks for help.
Just remember.
No. Looks like a fire alarm. Just a bunch of... I'm not stealing. Just a bunch of... It's a drinking... Ew, there's gum stuck to the...
Yeah?
So you...
Yeah, you've been following.
No, just...
Looks like it.
So...
Yeah, sure.
Joanne,
How would I...
you live...
Like, I...
Can you...
Why?
Just...
I don't think so.
Suit yourself. Do you have...
You want to...
Just a photo. You'll get it right.
Yeah, you think I'm thinking...
Do you have it?
Just another... No.
Thanks for helping.
Yeah,
The sign says... The sign says Shelley Shinoy and Sarah Elmale. Hi. Yeah.
I said. What do you?
Well, thanks.
Just.
There's no...
Yeah?
Joanne never had trouble sleeping.
How would I know?
You lived with her.
Like I pay attention.
So you've been sleeping somewhere else lately?
Yeah, I've been at my boyfriend's. You've been following me or something?
No, just confirming the information.
Looks like Adrian's been talking.
Do you have a... You want them? Just a... You'll get...
Yeah, you think I'm thinking...
Do you have a...
No, just...
Thanks for... Can you tell me a lot? Just... Thanks for...
Yeah.
Hi, it's me again.
You have more questions, I imagine?
Yeah, is that okay?
I suppose so. What do you want to know?
Do you know where Kelly...
No.
Was...
I don't, but...
They... Did...
Yeah. She died. It was... There would make...
Well, that's all. Thanks.
Just...
Ugh. Hopefully this...
Peter Gresser did the music for this game, and I figure this...
Hi, I'm Rosangela Blackwell with the Village Eye.
Oh. This is about...
You know her?
Well, I wouldn't... The camp...
Can you tell me?
But could...
I don't think I...
Oh, free...
something like.
Then, I'm sorry.
I can't promise any.
Look, my job here is already on. I won't say a word.
I suppose I can give my edit.
That should be fun. What do you want to know?
Could you tell me about Jo?
Well, nobody. She never. Her.
Can you?
She died. It was in the. There was. Make sure.
Would you have
a picture?
Just ask. So how did you?
What do you mean?
Well,
Aren't.
Yes.
Well, some.
None of the.
Not yet. This sort of.
Well, that's all. Thanks for helping.
Just remember.
It's funny listening to Rose's.
Yeah?
I admit that this section I was a little worried about.
Hi, I'm Rosangela Blackwell with the Village Eye.
The Village what?
The Village Eye.
Never heard.
It's for sale. You must have seen.
Well, I haven't. What do you want?
I'd like to talk.
Jesus, I'm busy. I told the campus police.
Look.
So she killed us. Why is that?
So you and Joanne.
Brilliant deduction show. Can you go away?
You don't care?
No. Why the hell should I? For that matter.
Will you please calm down?
Calm down? Who the hell?
Look, just tell me a little bit about Joanne and I'll leave. Please.
Fine. You want to know about Joanne? She's dead. She couldn't take the pressure, so she jumped off the roof.
Did Joanne act unusual before she died?
Nope. Same old Joanne. Studied at her desk all day and slept all night, as usual. Quiet as a little mouse.
Joanne never had trouble sleeping.
How would I know?
You lived with her.
Like I pay attention.
Thanks for helping.
Yeah, sure.
Hi, it's me again.
You have more questions?
Yeah.
I suppose so. What do you want to know?
What can you
Kelly? Have you met her?
Yes.
Quite a suck, but she's the sharpest. She gets straight.
Really?
Yep. She.
Was Joe?
I don't think she. But of course.
Do you know if?
I'm afraid her roommate, Kelly.
Why is that?
Well, Kelly rarely spent the night. She only comes here to stay.
I prided myself on hiring.
Do you know where Kelly?
No.
Well, that's all for now. Thanks for helping out.
Just remember, leave.
Yeah?
So, you've been...
Yeah, I've been at my boyfriend. You've been following me?
No, just...
Looks like a...
So...
Yeah, sure.
Joanne...
How would I...
You lived with her.
Like I...
Can you...
The RA? He's okay. He helps with the wage.
Do you have...
You want to what?
Justify... You'll get it, right?
Yeah, right. You think I'm giving you... Think again.
Thanks for helping out.
Yeah, sure. Whatever.
I don't think I have enough. I should, at the very least, I should try and find. I am just. Maybe tomorrow, but today it's just not happening. Griff is fine. That's Griff. I've had him as long as I can. He's in horrible shape. This is the only live. It's still live. I suppose I should trim. I'm not up for watching a movie. They're fine where they cook. Why bother when every China?
Yes, I totally ripped off this line. I am an evil thief. You might remember a previous game of mine called Two of a Kind, where Timothy Walters goes into this other person's kitchen and says, you know, why should I cook when every Chinese restaurant in town delivers? That's a very New York thing to say, so it seemed more appropriate to put it into this game. And so I made sure I was covered. I asked myself permission if it was okay if I copied from myself, and I thought about it, and then I said to myself, sure, yeah, it's okay, but I want it in writing. So I drafted up a letter and gave it to myself, and I signed it, and I signed it, and I filed it, and I gave a copy to myself, and I kept a copy for myself, and so I'm covered. I'm covered. Neither of us plans on suing the other, so we're all good.
No. I open those curtains and those curtains stay shut and my window with the curtains firmly shut. Wait a minute. Something isn't right. If Kelly's been spending her night somewhere else, how can she know if her roommate was sleeping well or not? I think Kelly was lying to me.
This notebook thing has become a Blackwell staple since it was introduced here. It has its drawbacks, unfortunately. The major problem with it, and it's taken me a while, and I still haven't quite worked out the kinks 4 games later. The biggest problem with it is that it's not a very intuitive way to go through a game. You make a connection in your head, and you just naturally assume that the character on screen has made that same connection. But no, you have to go into that notebook interface, connect the clues there in order for the character you're playing to make the same connection. And inevitably, with every single Blackwell game that has this interface, the places where people get stuck are the places where you have to combine clues. Without fail, that's where people inevitably get stuck. If they get stuck, it's there. And it's funny, so when I got to Blackwell Convergence, the 3rd game in the series, I decided to remove the clues interface completely, and there was a bit of a backlash. People really missed being able to combine clues. It was really surprising because I just thought the system was so broken, but people really missed it. So for Blackwell Deception, the 4th game in the series, I brought it back, and I kind of fine-tuned it a bit, so it was a little bit more intuitive to use. It still has some problems, but I do like the system because it's it's really appropriate for a mystery game. Rather than having to use inventory on stuff, you're using clues and information. So for a mystery type game, it works really well. It's not terribly intuitive, even after 4 games of using it, but I still think it works really well in terms of solving a mystery.
Yeah, I'm still doing it. I'm trying to get through the game completely through. Yeah, I gotta figure things out in here.
Maybe there's a connection. I don't see what. I wonder if Kelly lied about Joanne. I wonder if. Your RA told me that you haven't been sleeping in your dorm.
Yes, so?
You told me that Joanne slept in her room every night.
So?
How would you know Joanne slept here if you've been sleeping somewhere else?
Huh? Oh, well, I just assumed.
Did you lie to me?
I didn't lie. I just... Oh, screw it. You want to talk? Fine. What do you want to know?
I could really use a photo.
This was hers. It was on her desk. She won't be needing it anymore. Joanne's the girl on the left.
You might have heard me earlier say that I don't like accents. Or rather, I prefer not to work with them. But the girl playing Kelly here, her name is Chen Young Shu. She's a really versatile actress. She originally had her in mind for the role of Allie, which is the sad, lonely ghost that you'll see later on. And I hope you've played through the game already, because that's not the only thing I'm going to be giving away. But I said to Chen, I said, hey, you're perfect for Allie. I know you can do that, but it's such a small role, and I just felt like I was wasting her. And I said, hey, how do you feel about doing 2 characters? And I gave her the script for Allie, and she read it. And kind of as a joke, at one point, she read it in this tough Brooklyn's Queens accent. And I said, hey, that's awesome. Let's do it that way. Because I figured with the accent, it would really differentiate between the 2 roles. And admittedly, my experience with accents has not been great. As I said earlier, people tend to focus more on getting the accent right than into acting. And I had the same problem here. And this is no fault of Chen's. She originally did not really want to do the accent. She was originally trying to go for this kind of goth girl thing. But I'm like, no, do the accent. I kind of really insisted on it because I wanted the 2 characters to sound different. And so I insisted to do the accent, but don't put too much effort into it. Just kind of make it there. Like, don't worry about being authentic. It's just kind of let it come, but speak naturally. And I think it did a good job. I put the 2 voices together just as a test, and they sound pretty different. And the characters are so different that I don't think the beta testers didn't seem to mind. No one seemed to mind. So I think it worked. So yeah, if anyone needs a lady voice actress, get in touch with me. I'll get you in touch with Chen because she's awesome.
Thanks.
It's funny listening to that character Kelly now because back then in the dark ages of 2006, I was very new to everything. I was new to VO recording, and I didn't even think about breath pops. And breath pops meaning stuff like this, when you talk too close to the mic and your breath ruins stuff you say. I never thought about that. I never thought about trying to avoid them or even minimizing them or editing them out in post-production. I didn't do any of that. And so I just left them all in. And I just now, after 5 years and like 8 or 9 games of doing VO, I've become a lot more skilled in listening for breath pops during recording and removing them in post. But now, listening to all this, I think Kelly is a particularly bad offender. And later, I think the Deacon also breathes a lot into the mic. If only actors didn't need to breathe, things would be so much easier.
Thanks for helping out.
Yeah, sure. Whatever.
Ugh. This is getting worse. At least I have enough for the story now. I better get home.
If you play the original version of this game, you might have noticed one small change is that the fonts look a little different. And it was a quirk of the old version of the engine. The game was, it's 320 by 240 resolution, which might seem small, and it is, but the engine can double, triple the graphics up to fit your monitor. But back then, there was this trick where you could trick the engine into displaying high-resolution fonts even in a low-resolution game. So I was able to have nice-looking fonts for most of the dialogue and everything in the game. Unfortunately, that loophole, that trick, no longer works in the current version of Adventure Game Studio. So I had to go with each of the 3 games, which all used high-res fonts. I had to go and find low-resolution fonts for everything, and which kind of seemed weird. For an upgrade, I had to downgrade all the fonts, and it's a little disappointing because they're not as nice and crisp and clear as they used to be, but there was no way around it. There was absolutely no way to display high-res fonts in a low-res game in the newest version of AGS, so sorry about that. There's nothing that could be done.
This is getting bad. Oh my god. This really hurts. Sleep, that's all I need. I'll just type up the story and get to bed. Shouldn't take that long. Right. No more interruptions. Done. Article's finished, picture is scanned, and I am done for the day. No. What's... What is happening? It's gone. The pain, it's gone. That was strange. It was like... What is that?
Way back when I completed the freeware version of Shiva in June, end of June 2006, it wasn't long before I got an email from a guy named E.L. Yammer, an Israeli graphic artist, and he asked me, he said, "Hey, I like your work, and if you ever need artwork done, I'd be happy to help you out." And I love getting letters like this. It's always great when talented people want to help me, because my art sucks. If anyone has played my old freeware games where I did the art, you can tell my art sucks. And so EJ, I saw his work, and he did that. If you look at the Wadjet Eye site, you'll see that promotional picture for Shiva, and it's beautiful. That Rabbi Stone looking over the New York skyline like that. And he came on board the Blackwell train when another artist who was originally going to do these close-up pictures here, Matt Gardner, who I talked about earlier, was going to sketch them, and this other artist was going to color them. He turned out to be too busy, so he bailed, and I sent a letter to EJ. I said, "Hey, could you do this? Could you help us out?" And he said, "Sure." So I sent him Matt's sketch, and within 2 days he had this done, and it's beautiful. I mean, look at this. This is just amazing. And this picture itself, I really wanted to, I don't really mention it. I hope you get it, because I kind of hammer this home a lot, is that, Rosa earlier poured the ashes off of Brooklyn Bridge. And here's a picture of her and her aunt on Brooklyn Bridge. That's like the only connection she has with her aunt is the bridge. So they return to the bridge many times. That's sort of a reoccurring thing, the Brooklyn Bridge, because that's the only memory, only thing Rosa has of her aunt. So I hope you got that. I hope you got that. I hope it wasn't too subtle or too obvious for that matter. But anyway, E.L. Yammer, Israeli graphic artist. Awesome guy, amazing work. He single-handedly saved the project. He just did so many little things. He did the graphic interface. He did all the inventory items. He did the map screen. He did so many little details that no one else had time to do, and he just did such amazing stuff. So thank you, Mr. EJ. You did an awesome job.
The photo. Something is different about it. I almost don't want to look, but... No. I did not just see that. I am not going crazy. No, it's just the stress, that's all. Auntie's death, work, life. I just need a rest, that's all.
Hello, Bright Eyes. Why do they always do that?
Joey can certainly make an entrance. Of course, the man behind the ghost, his name is Abe Goldfarb. You might remember him from Shiva. He did the voice of Rabbi Stone in the Shiva. And Joey is, of course, a much different character than Rabbi Stone. It actually took Abe a little while to kind of get the hold of Joey, get the hang of it. He tended to drift into Rabbi mode occasionally, and actually, when he finally nailed the character, he wanted to start over and do it all again, because that's how professional Abe is. He really wanted to be good. I always count myself very lucky that one of my closest friends is also one of the best actors I know. There's actually this kind of running joke in terms of voice acting in games where they always say how the developers hired their friends and relatives to do the voices. And that's exactly what I did. But fortunately, my friend can actually act. So working with Abe is always a blast, because he's just a lot of fun. He's very funny. You listen to the bloopers at the end, and you'll see. But he also has very good instincts when it comes to reading. He requires very little direction, and sometimes he would make very good suggestions. And most of them, I would say 75 to 90% of his suggestions I would actually take. So Abe always makes every project shine.
So, Griff, long time no see. Those tricks. Right, thought as much. Blackwell dames. Always sleeping. You're always sleeping, and I'm always watching. Yep, that's me. The eternal chump. It's about time. Hey, nap time Nelly. Wake up.
What?
Shall we try this again?
No.
Now that's not very polite.
Go away.
I'm afraid I can't do that, darling. Believe me, I've tried.
No, you don't exist.
Oh, yes, I do. Look at me.
This is not happening. This is not happening.
Oh, brother.
I am not going insane. There is nothing there.
Could you?
No. I am not my aunt. I am not my grandmother. I am not going to end up like that.
Listen.
Get out of my head. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. There's nothing there.
Could you?
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
No, you shut up. You're gonna listen. And you're gonna listen good. I've been watching you all day, sweetheart. You know who I am.
No.
Yes, I'm not going away, so there'd be no point in beating around the bush. Now say my name.
No.
Damn you, you know my name, now say it.
You're...
Yes?
You're Joey?
Good girl. You got it in one. Now turn around and look at me.
Don't
worry. I won't bite. Couldn't even if I wanted to. Hi there.
You really exist.
Oh yes, live and in person. Although I'm not really alive, and I'm not sure if I can still call myself a person anymore.
So who are you?
I'm Joey Malone, and I'm the family spirit guide.
What?
Think of me as the Blackwell legacy, darling. I'm passed down from one generation to the next, like a family heirloom. First your grandmother got stuck with me, then your aunt, and now you.
So you're a ghost.
Yep.
You're a ghost. There's a ghost in my apartment.
Hey, you're sharp. Took your aunt and grandmother ages to work that out.
Why have you been haunting my family?
Haunting? Is that what I'm doing? That's a real ugly word.
Answer me. Why are you here?
You got me, sweetheart. I've been wondering why me and why your family since this whole gig started. Must be some kind of gift your family has.
A gift?
You're a medium. A medium with a direct connection with the spirit world. And I, my dear, have the unique pleasure of being that connection.
I don't understand any of this.
Oh, you will, babe, you will. Took your aunt a while, but she got the hang of it. Your grandmother never really caught on. That's probably why...
Why what?
Why she didn't last long. But that's something we can talk about later. You felt something today, didn't you?
Felt something?
Yeah, you felt sick to your stomach, I saw you.
I've been feeling sick all day.
And where did it start?
You mean the dog run?
Yeah, that's where we've got to go.
What, right now?
Yep, the sooner the better.
But it's the middle of the night.
So you've just had a nice nap. You should be ready for action.
I'm not going out to Washington Square Park in the middle of the night.
Well, that's where you're wrong. If there's any reason behind this medium business, it's to take care of problems like your dog park. And we have to take care of them soon.
Fine, we'll do it in the morning.
No can do. We gotta go now.
What's the hurry?
Let me put it another way. Do you want to end up like your aunt and grandmother?
Was that because of you? Did you do that?
Not me, kid, not me. I didn't make him that way, and I don't know what did. But do you really want to sit around here and find out?
Fine, let's go.
That's the spirit. After you.
That was strange. Everybody just ignored you. Am I the only one who can see you?
Yep, and hear me, so keep your voice low. Oh yeah, this is the spot. Can you see it?
I don't see anything. Can we go?
Come on, this way.
Hey, wait!
Don't worry, I can't travel far from you. Goes against the rules, whatever they are. Now look inside there, and look close.
What am I supposed to see?
Just wait. It'll come.
Wait, I see something. Who is that?
That's what we're here to find out. I'll talk to the spook. You can stay here.
Okay.
If you're interested in the conception of ideas, the idea to use the dog park as a haunted place was when, again, I was looking after my friend's dog, and it was late at night, and the dog needed a walk, so I put the leash on the dog, walked out to Washington Square Park, and went to the dog park. Went in there, opened the gate, let him in, and I looked around, and it was very creepy there at night. It's just looking around, it was empty, it was dark, and it was just, I don't know, it was creepy, and it just seemed like a good place to set a ghost story, so that's where that came from.
Now watch and learn.
I've completed day 1 of this, now it's day
Why
2.
so
After
down,
that, be the end of the
beautiful?
game after day 2 is completed.
I'm a bit out of practice. How should I handle this? Hey, don't be like that. If there's one thing I hate, it's seeing a pretty girl cry. Leaving so soon? I thought we were getting along.
They all run. So hard to hold on. It's me. It's me. They won't stop.
Shh. Relax. Slow down and tell me everything. I'm here to help.
Help. Help. He wants me to help him, but I want to help them. Don't they know that?
Help who?
Can't. They run away.
We won't run away.
No. No, we're sick. He poisoned us. Got into our head and poisoned us.
Whatever happened, darling, it's over. You do know that, don't you?
No. I'm poisoned. Stay away or I'll poison you. Run. Run away like all the others.
So here is Chen's second role, that of Allie, the sad, lonely ghost, and she did a really good job here. This is the sort of thing that she normally does anyway. When I got her audition reel, it was all like sad, lonely, confused girl, and I'm like, perfect for Allie. But I also saw how tough she could be, so I figured she could do Kelly as well. But here, the voice echoes, and at first I debated whether or not I should make the voice echo because Joey's voice doesn't echo. But I didn't want to make Joey echo because it would get in the way of the acting too much, and Abe has a wide range, and Joey has such a wide range of emotions that I didn't want to have the echo mask that. And Allie, it didn't matter as much because she's really just playing one emotion for the whole time, so it wouldn't really affect that too much. And plus the echo makes her scary and all mysterious and stuff, and I kind of like that. And I put it before the beta testers and asked them what they thought, and they said, yeah, definitely make Allie's voice echo. So I made her voice echo, and I think it works well.
You're beautiful when you're angry. Has anyone told you?
No. You won't trap me again.
Again?
He made everyone go away. There is nobody else. You're him.
Who?
Him.
No, look. darling, sweetheart.
Leave me.
Hey,
Leave.
all right. We're going. Look, just sit tight. We'll figure this out, and we'll be back. Friggin' ghosts. Can't get a straightforward answer out of any of them.
What just happened?
What just happened is we've got an unstable spirit on our hands, haunting that dog park over there. You wondered why the mutts don't like it here? That's the reason.
There's a ghost haunting the dog park.
That's what I said.
A ghost.
Sure.
What am I doing here?
I told you.
No, I really should go to bed.
Hey, wait a sec.
Yeah, sleep. I shouldn't be here.
Oh, for the love of Pete.
Chris Fimo, the guy who did this background and the Washington Square Park backgrounds, did a game a few years ago called Enclosure, which was done with an engine called AGI, which creates these really old school, I mean even more old school than this game, old school Sierra style. I'm talking low resolution, blocky graphics, and he made a really great game using that engine just to say he could. And it came as a surprise when I first got in touch with him to learn that he could really seriously draw the hell out of a background. He kind of went the AGI route as a personal challenge just to see if he could take those old school blocky graphics and make them sing. And he really did. Enclosure is an incredible game, and when he had a much wider palette to use, you can just look at this background here. I mean, he just did some amazing stuff with it. So it's actually quite that's the coolest thing ever, that he made that AGI game just because he could, just because he wanted to prove that he could do something with it. And I find that very, very admirable. So good going, Chris. And I'm lucky to have him on board.
What an odd dream.
Good morning, Bright Eyes.
You're still here.
Wouldn't be anywhere else. Has anybody told you that you snore?
I do not snore.
Like a chainsaw, darling. I'd be a little hacked off if I actually slept.
So this is going to be my life from now on.
Pretty much, yeah.
You're going to follow me around for the rest of my life.
That's how it works, as far as I can tell.
Great. Just great.
Hey, it ain't all a bed of roses for me either, dollface. You think I chose to be shackled to your family for the last 40 years? Your grandmother refused to accept it, and look what happened to her.
And Auntie?
She made a mistake.
What kind of mistake?
Hey, what is this, 20 questions? What's with the third degree?
I have a right to know.
No, you want to know. There's a difference. I don't have to tell you squat.
Look, this isn't easy, you know. You're a ghost? Fine. I'm a medium? Fine. My whole life is turned upside down? Fine. But you could at least meet me halfway.
You've accepted it, you say?
So far, yes.
You've only seen a taste of it. Are you ready to go all the way?
What do you mean?
Ready to see what's out there. Ready to see what this is all about.
Yes.
Good. Maybe there's hope after all.
So what is it?
I don't have to tell you. It's best if I show you. Here, take a hold of this.
I can touch it?
Yeah, the only part of me you can touch, unfortunately.
It kinda tingles.
Alright, I have to apologize. I showed this scene to some friends at at a party recently. And apparently I don't have as dirty a mind as I thought, but apparently these lines that you just heard could be taken in rather a dirty fashion. The tie could be a metaphor for something else, and it could be read that way. And I totally did not think that when I was writing this. I guess I am a lot more innocent than I thought. But if anyone out there was offended, if you have any little ones that are crying and are upset and are scarred for life, I do apologize.
What is it?
The stuff of life. Or death. I've never quite worked it out.
What now?
Now you pull.
pull the tie?
Yeah, pull.
Okay.
I love that falling animation. I could watch it all day. Ian managed to do a falling animation, and what's special about this falling animation, I don't know if you can tell, but it's all within the same frame. Like when Rosa walks, it's in a frame, and he managed to make Rosa fall within that same frame. It's the exact same width and length as the walking frame. I don't know if that makes any sense, but if you know what I'm talking about, you'll understand. It's quite an achievement to have Rosa fall in such a narrow frame space. And Ian is an amazing animator. This guy took the indie gaming world by storm with his Apprentice series a few years ago. He just came out with a game called Super Jazz Man. I haven't actually played it because it literally just came out today, but I've been busy working on this game, as you probably know. But I hear it's awesome, so check it out. He turned into Superman towards the end. He just delivered sprites and animations so fast, it was like held the guy up at gunpoint. He did amazing stuff. So good job, Ian, all around.
Oh my god, where have you taken me?
Relax. Take your time. It's a lot to take in at once.
What is this place?
It's the doorway to infinity, darling. Out there, in the distance, the next world. The next plane of existence. The gossamer threads that separate this world from the next. Whatever you want to call it. It's all out there.
How did we get here?
We're inside your head.
You mean I'm dreaming?
No, I mean we're literally inside your head. Remember those headaches you had yesterday?
Yeah?
That was your power awakening. Or to be more specific, it was this place, forcing its way into your mind.
This is another big old info dump about Joey and Rosa in the world and having the things they do, the whole tie thing, the whole void thing. That's all a big info dump. And I mentioned before how that's a bad idea. And I did it again. I did it twice in the same game. Yeah, again, another what was I thinking, an apology moment. So yeah, sorry.
Is that dangerous?
Maybe. I don't know.
I'm not sure I like this.
Well, like it or not, we're here.
So what does this place actually do?
It's sort of a transfer point, or node. It connects the mortal world with the next. You bring spirits into this place, and then send them on their merry way.
That's it.
Well, there's a bit more to it than that.
I thought as much.
You see, many ghosts aren't as lucid as myself. Most can barely tell you their own names, let alone tell you what's wrong. Near as I can figure, they have to come to terms with their departure before they can actually depart. You dig me so far?
I think so. The ghosts don't know they're dead.
Yeah, right. So, we have to help them accept it. Once they accept their death, they are much more willing to move on. That's my job, see? I talk to the spooks. They trust me more because I'm one of them. You do the legwork. See? Anyway, I know you have some questions about this place, so go ahead and ask them.
Believe it or not, I came up with this concept on a bus driving to Cardiff, Wales. I was just visiting some friends to an event called Britain's, an adventure game studio meetup. I was on a bus trying to hash out the plot ideas for the series, and I came up with this place, mainly because I knew that Rosa was going to free all these ghosts. And it was getting way too complicated. I had this idea that each one would be freed in a kind of metaphorical way, and it just got so complicated. And I just decided to keep it very simple. I wanted the logic to remain the same for each ghost. They are freed by pulling them into this, this place, which I called Node Space. I don't know how I came up with that name. It's a stupid name, but I call it Node Space. I don't call it that in the game. But I came up with Node Space is just the way to get the ghosts out and on their way. And it's simple, and the concept works, and you could do a lot of stuff with it. I'm definitely going to be expanding the whole mystique of this place later on. So right now, it's very basic, it's functional, it does the job. Later on, there's some funky things that are going to happen here, so stay tuned.
What about you? Can you go through that hole and move on?
I wish, darling, but I can't. I've tried before, but it just spits me back out. I'm stuck here, whether I like it or not.
You're wearing your tie again. How did that happen?
Not sure. Near as your aunt and me figured, the tie is just an extension of whatever power brought us here. It's not a real physical tie. No more than I am a real physical person.
But that makes no sense.
Look, just accept it, Dollface. Forget logic. For you, logic went out the window the day I appeared in your bedroom. There ain't no instruction manual for this. Your aunt and me just figured it out as we went along.
What about that ghost in the park? The one from last night. Why didn't we bring her here?
First of all, I didn't think you were ready. And secondly, that ghost was too lost and confused. When a ghost is like that, I can't just force the tie into their hands. It won't work, don't ask me why. They have to know they're dead first. Your aunt called it, being spiritually ready.
Are you okay, Joey?
Me? I'm dandy.
You don't look all right.
It's just this place. I don't like it. Probably because I don't belong. Maybe someday, but not now.
I think I've learned enough.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right, let's get out of here. Welcome back.
Ugh.
Take it easy. It's a little disorientating.
I'm fine. So what now? Go back to the park and bring her to that place?
You got it.
And how do we do that?
There are 3 steps. First, we have to find out more about her. Second, we use that information to get through to her, convince her that she's dead. And 3, help her move on.
How do we find out more about her? She could be anybody.
Not necessarily. That picture you got, the one of the 3 girls? That blonde girl is either the ghost in the park or her twin sister.
You sure?
She's a dead ringer. No pun intended.
The blonde girl is dead.
Looks like it.
And this other girl, Joanne, she's dead too.
Yep.
What's going on?
That, my dear, is our bread and butter.
What else can we do to learn more about the ghost in the park?
The photo, dear, it's the biggest clue we have.
What else can we do to learn?
The photo.
How do we convince?
That's the tricky part. Near as I can figure, we need to remind the ghosts who they are. Their death was too traumatic, or too violent, or too emotional that their little spirit minds snapped. So we need to do whatever we can to bring them back to themselves.
And how do we do that?
Usually by finding something that has a personal significance to them. Could be an object, a piece of information, or even another person.
So we need to know more about the ghost in the park.
You're a writer, yeah? Think of this as the ultimate character study.
How How do we help a ghost move on?
With my magic tie, dear, I give one end to the spook, the other end to you. You pull the ghost in, and you send them on their way.
You don't come in with me?
No, sorry. That's your job.
I think I've heard enough.
Yeah, let's get going.
You coming?
Yeah, sure.
Please note, dog walking park is closed until further notice. Please note,
Joe.
Shh. I want you to stop, take a deep breath, and imagine how this looks right now.
Joe.
Shh. Shell.
Kelly gave me the photograph in the first.
It's open.
After you.
How many references to my earlier games can you find in this room? This isn't something I asked Chris to do. It's not something I asked him to do. He kind of did it on his own. You'll see the Shiva poster, kind of in the foreground there. It's a very low-res version of the Shiva poster. One of my early designs of Rosa is sitting there on top of the closet. The Kiss poster, which was seen in Two of a Kind, is on this wall. Although I guess that's not really a Two of a Kind thing. Anyone can be a Kiss fan. So yeah, references. Yay, gotta love them.
Yeah?
Could I ask you some?
Make it quick.
Thanks again for lending me that photograph.
No big deal. It was just sitting there on our desk.
Could you tell me about the other two girls in the photo?
Oh, them.
You know them.
Only through Joanne.
Do you know their names?
Blonde girl is Allie, I think. And the Asian girl? She's Susan. Tried to avoid them when they were here.
Really? Why?
Look, I need my space. Joanne needed her friends around her. So whenever Joanne turned this place into social central, I had to split. They didn't care for me, and I didn't much care for them.
Before you discount Kelly as being a horrible, nasty bitch, I want to let you know that I based a lot of Kelly's observations and annoyances on my own experience in college. I shared a room with a guy, and Michael, if you're listening to this, you're awesome, but this drove me nuts. I shared a room with a guy who was so social, and a heck of a lot more social than I was. And not that I was antisocial, but I would do all my socializing outside of the dorm room. I wanted to hang out with people, I would leave. When I wanted to relax and be alone, I would come back to the dorm room. This guy would open up the door, turn on the radio, invite the entire world in. Would drive me nuts, and I turned into Mr. Sourpuss Grumpy Face because I'm like, I just want to be alone. And I was so a lot of Kelly's anger towards her roommate was based on my own experiences.
Can you tell me?
The RA? He's okay. He helped us wait.
I don't.
Not much. Quiet. Maybe she just didn't. I never stuck around.
Thanks for helping.
Yeah, sure.
How are you?
I'm fine. Midterms are a bitch, or I would be handling.
Can I take?
What for?
Just to see if I can.
What? You're a
Well,
forget it.
Please, it would.
I've helped you. You can ask.
Please,
You can ask.
Thanks for helping out.
Yeah, sure.
Please, it would.
I've helped you out enough. You can ask your stupid questions, but you touch nothing.
Thanks for helping out.
Yeah.
Please,
I've helped you. You can ask.
Thanks.
Whatever.
Apparently, that's Joey. Can I?
No. Joanna and I might, but I'll be damned if I'm gonna let some.
I'm not lugging. That's her, the ghost in the park. She looks so happy here. I wonder what happened to make her like that. I recognize her. That's Joanne. The future Mrs. Davenport? I wonder what that... The future Miss... I wonder... Could I ask you some follow-up questions, Kelly?
Fine. Make it quick.
Please, it would...
I've helped you. You can ask your stupid questions, but you touch nothing.
Do you know any...
No, but it's just...
It's written right over here.
I think I care what I mean, I don't know. Sorry.
I don't suppose you know...
Not much. Quiet, I guess. Maybe she just didn't talk. I never stuck around.
Thanks for help.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks again.
Whatever.
Thank God.
Over?
We got what we came for.
What exactly do...
Well...
Exactly. That'll get us far. We gotta get back in there and search for more clues.
I'm not stealing. Just a bunch of...
Yo, it's open.
After you.
Yeah?
I'm not... She's covered her wall. Could I ask you some...
Make it quick.
Please let... It would...
I've helped you. You can ask your...
So what...
To be honest, she was...
Vanilla?
You know, she seemed...
Thanks for helping.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks again.
Whatever. Joe...
Shh! You want to start a riot? Keep your yap shut until we're alone.
Could I ask you some...
Make it quick.
Do you know when...
No, but
it's written...
I mean, sorry.
Thanks for helping.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks again.
Whatever.
Can I use your...
What?
It'll only take...
Fine.
Who do you think you're calling?
If anyone ever gets stuck in Blackwell Legacy, it's here. And there's a reason for that. In order to solve this puzzle, it's required that you have spoken to Joey on a very specific topic earlier in the game. You have to go back to Rose's apartment and talk to Joey about his special abilities. And a lot of people didn't do that, and so they get stuck here and they look online for a walkthrough, and the walkthrough says to tell Joey to use his power on Kelly's papers. And they're like, well, how do I do that? I don't know how to do that. The option doesn't come up to do that. It's because they didn't talk to Joey about that specific thing. So so I guess the lesson here is that you can't always trust the walkthrough. You sometimes have to use your brain to figure things out.
Thanks again, Ken.
Yeah.
Can I use your... It'll only... Hello, could I speak to Joey, please? Hi, Joey? Yes, I had some questions for you.
Ah! Not bad, kid, not bad. If you got something to say it quick. Lady Pincushion here is starting to look a little hot under the collar.
Joey, can you do something about that little bird who is watching me?
Huh? You mean Metal Nose?
Yes, she's making me nervous.
Me? What can I do?
Yes, hello.
Dude, look around. We need all the information.
Joey, this is stupid.
Kid, you don't back out.
Thank you, Joey. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, shit.
Thanks again.
Yeah.
Did you see the metal in that girl's yap? How does she brush her teeth?
Same way as everybody else, I guess.
Wouldn't it rust? Ugh. Imagine kissing a girl with...
Hey, Joey.
What is it, dear?
So what can you actually do?
Do?
As a ghost? Any powers or anything like that?
What you see is what you get, dear. I can float through walls as long as I'm still near you.
But you can't touch anything.
Not really.
Not really?
Well, you remember that breeze you felt when I manifested myself last night?
Yeah.
That's the extent of my physical presence. Neat trick, huh?
Not really.
Everyone's a critic.
How did you die?
Excuse me? How did I?
Yeah.
That's a bit of a...
Is it?
Yeah.
Sorry. Can't use
Huh?
the way you float.
You sound like... You're just gonna have to get used...
Can you
Leave. What do you mean
leave? Go some.
What, don't you...
Let's not. It's just what.
I'll turn my back.
And what about?
I'm a ghost. It's...
You know what I.
Sorry, darn. I told you, I can't travel. I can go maybe 30...
That must be annoying.
That's nuts. After 25 years watching your aunt
So what?
You want to repeat? Evil...
I wonder if.
It could.
I don't suppose.
Nope, no more.
I think I.
Yeah, let's...
You coming?
Yeah,
Yo, it's open.
After you.
Yeah.
Can I use? It'll only. Hello, could I speak to Joey, please? Hi. Joey? You performed a little trick for me earlier. I'd like you to repeat it for me.
Trick?
Joey, do you see the pile of papers on the desk?
Yeah?
I need you to work your magic on them.
Sure, I can handle that.
It's funny, knowing about the future Blackwell games, my first instinct on how to solve this puzzle would be to just switch to Joey and blow on the papers. But in Blackwell Legacy, you couldn't control Joey. And that obviously changed in future installments. I enabled the player to control Joey. You could switch between both of them at will. And I thought about, while doing this revamp, well, hey, maybe I'll add the ability to switch to Joey. But I'm like, nope. I don't want to play George Lucas. Some small superficial changes, fine, but nothing groundbreaking. So I kept it as it was.
Thanks again, Kelly.
Yeah, sure.
Joe, shh, you want to keep your...
Can I use
again?
It'll only... Hello. Hi.
I'm not...
Thanks again.
Yeah.
Nice one.
It looks like Joe. The last set. I'd better. Looks like Stan. The last. I'd better.
I actually saw a doodle almost exactly like this somewhere. You know, I don't remember where it was exactly. I just remember seeing this doodle, and it was almost this exact same thing. You know, the three stick figures of three girls, two at the top had a guy next to them, and one of the guys was crossed out. And then at the bottom, the girl said, "So many men, so little time." And I just looked at these three stick figures, and it's like I got the three personalities, or I just learned enough about these three girls, like to kind of develop little, I don't know, personality profiles. And I always thought it was a nice way to give information about characters without having to do a lot of work, basically. This little picture tells a lot about Joanne, Susan, and Allie. And in a way, these three girls are very much cliches. They are a little one-dimensional. Joanne is the smart one, Susan is the quiet one, and Allie is... is the pretty funny one. However, since Susan is drugged out in a mental asylum, Joanne is dead, and Allie is a ghost in a park, I figure their one-dimensionality it won't bother people too much. So I think I can forgive myself for not giving them too much of a personality.
So, congratulations, kid. You committed your first burglary.
Is that what I just did?
For the greater good, kid. For the greater good.
That makes me feel so much better. Looks like standard poly. It looks the last. I'd better. I think it's safe to say that whoever Alexander, he's either a boyfriend. The school thought that Adrian was a girl because of his name. Alex could also be a girl's name. I wonder.
Joe.
Shh. Unless you want to explain that the wall is great conversation.
Apparently...
Joe. Shh.
Unless...
I don't want to, but I guess we should talk to the ghost again.
Don't worry. I'll do the talking.
I remember even 5 years ago when creating this scene and seeing these two ghosts in this scene that they just didn't look very good. They just don't look very good in daylight. In a daylight scene, ghosts just don't look good. I tried playing with transparencies. I tried doing all sorts of stuff. They just didn't look good. And so there's a reason why all the future Blackwell games take place at night. Convergence has some scenes during the day, but the sky is deliberately kept very cloudy and dark and moody, so you don't. The ghosts look cool in exterior shots. So I guess you will not be seeing many bright sunny days in future Blackwell games.
Hey there. Remember me?
No. Maybe.
For a lot of this commentary, I keep talking about things that I've done wrong and things that I would have done differently and things I regret doing 5 years ago or things that I just have mistakes that I learned from. But something about this character, Allie, I did something very right because a lot of customers have told me that I took some scenes from this section and I put it in the trailer, the original trailer for Blackwell Legacy. And a lot of customers have told me that it was Allie's moments in the trailer that convinced them to buy the game. So there's something about Allie here that resonated with people. And even though through my complete lack of experience, I did something really right here. So for that, I'm very glad.
Can you tell me the last thing you remember?
Candy. I was eating candy.
Candy?
Candy to make the deaking go away.
Ah, I think I understand. Did it work?
I don't hear him anymore, but he did something to me. He'll go away.
Are you friends with a girl named Joanne?
Joanne? Joanne? Beware of Joanne when her plans unfurled, for she intends to take over the world. She had to go away. He drove her away. She didn't understand.
Do you know why Joanne killed herself?
Joanne? She can't be dead. She's going to change the world. She's not dead. Even though she had to go away. They all had to go away because of the deacon.
Do you know Kelly?
Kelly, crazy Kelly, made of ice jelly. We all drove her away, but that was okay. It wasn't the deacon's fault. It was hers.
Is your name Allie?
Yes, that's me. Allie Montego, story and song. She kisses the boys, but not for long.
Cute. Well, Allie Montego. At least we've confirmed who you are. Do you know anyone named Alexander Davenport?
On a date with Alexander the Great. Was it an accident, or was it just fate?
Can you tell me who the deacon is?
The deacon is the deacon. We called him and he came. He got into my head. He's scared. He's diseased. He's made me diseased too. Now everyone goes away.
Can you tell me anything about yourself, Allie?
Allie Montego, story and song. She kisses the boy.
Look, just sit tight. We'll figure this out, and we'll be back.
That place is creepy.
What? You don't like dogs?
You know what I mean. Let's talk.
Yeah. Hey there. Remember me?
No. Maybe.
Can you?
The deep we call. He got it. He's now.
Look, just we'll figure.
This
we.
Please note. Please.
Joe.
Shall.
Let's talk.
Yeah. Hey there.
No.
You're a little. How do you feel?
Lonely. The deacon got into my.
Do you?
On it wasn't it. The deacon we call. He got it. He's now.
She is so strange. Don't you think she's strange?
Not really. I think she's a choice bit of calico myself. Maybe it's a ghost thing.
Allie Montego. Let's see if I can find her. She apparently spent some time on a spiritual internet forum. She was looking for information about Ouija boards? Are Ouija boards dangerous? She asked. Can they call anything evil? And if so, how do you get rid of it?
Oh, jeez. Another bunch of hacks messing with those stupid boards.
This has happened before?
A few times. Those things are nothing but trouble.
Without a last name, the word Susan is pretty useless. It's too common a name. The girls were interested in wheat, and they are all haunted by. Could there be a... Judging from the photo Kelly gave. Whoever Alexander Davenport, he's either a boyfriend or... I only hope that Susan doesn't... Susan was one... Whoever he's either... There is obviously a connection. Could Alexander... Without a last name, the words... I don't need to...
One of the beta testers, when seeing this for the first time, was like, How come her TV doesn't have any reception? I don't see the point. This is a New York thing. Maybe those of you outside of New York don't get this, but I don't know. It seems that most of the people I know, as a rule, don't watch a lot of TV. Maybe it's just the people I hang out with. We like to watch movies. I know me personally, I've got a TV. I have a nice TV. I get zero reception, but I have a DVD player, and I like to watch movies. And that's how I live. And several people I know live the exact same way. So this kind of lifestyle really isn't that unusual.
You coming?
Yeah. Man, I hate this place. I was stuck here for 25 years. Why'd you have to drag me back here, huh?
So what exactly?
It's just that most insurance. That's why the doc.
What's with?
Hey, oh, if the plumbing ain't broke, it's giving me a headache.
Thanks.
Uh-huh.
Thanks.
Uh-huh.
Maybe there's a connect. Without a last name, the word Susan. Without a last. You coming?
Yeah, sure.
Let's talk to the.
Yeah, Hey there.
No.
Can you tell me about your friend Susan?
Quiet Sue. Little Lady Lee. Always neat and always fair. Won't say much, but you'll know she's there.
Lady Lee?
She had to go away. Stupid deacon. Sending away all my friends. Even the little ones.
Did you summon something with a Ouija board?
Did I?
That's why I'm asking you.
I hate those things. I'll never use one again.
And why is that?
Because
The Deacon, kid. Did you get in contact with someone called the Deacon?
Deacon!
Damn kids in your... Don't worry, we'll clean... Can you tell me anything? Can you tell...
Won't say. Kelly.
Look, Will...
This place always looked so normal.
It's the same as ever, babe. Just instead of a living person in there, there's a dead one. The sooner you...
I already looked. Lee is a pretty common name, but it should narrow things down. I think I got her. Susan Lee, 18 years old, was admitted to Bellevue Hospital last week after an apparent suicide attempt.
Here's something interesting. That line you just heard Rosa say was the very last line of Roses that I imported into the game. So I figure this would be a good opportunity to talk about the whole voice recording thing. Holy crap, is it a pain in the neck? Voice recording is a whole lot different than doing non-voiced. Because number one, you have to make sure you record everything, and if you don't, you either have to fudge it using dialogue you already have, or drag the actors back, and neither of them is a desirable situation. Or you could do what I did with Shiva, which was to just have a text narration. And I miss the text narration from Shiva because it made it so much easier to fudge it. If I forgot to record some dialogue, I could just, put a little text narration up. I don't know if you remember the bartender in Shiva, but the bartender in Shiva doesn't say anything. That's because I never recorded the dialogue that the bartender was supposed to say. So in the 11th hour, I just made it all text. And it worked. But in this game, I kind of made a point of not using text as sort of a personal challenge to myself. And there were a few little moments, and if you've played this game before or listened to this commentary, I'll be mentioning where they are. There was the photograph of the Christmas family picture. There, I forgot to record dialogue. There was a bit later, a couple little places where it's just, I had to fudge things. I had to reuse other bits of dialogue previously recorded, and it was very restrictive, actually. It was really hard for me to do with that because it did restrict freedom in terms of what I could change later on. Like, once it's recorded, it's set in stone. And that's something to really keep in mind if any of you out there want to pursue this, do this crazy thing that I'm doing. It's difficult, especially in a game like this where, I mean, holy crap, there's a lot of dialogue. I just went a little crazy. So I'm impressed that I managed to get all the dialogue down that I did. So yeah, that's a little bit of behind the scenes troubles for you guys.
I think that's our girl.
come.
Yeah.
Is Susan Lee a patient here?
Susan? Yeah, we've got her. She came in.
May I visit?
Sure. What?
Rosangela.
Sorry, she'll be out.
I'd like to.
I told.
Oh, that's. Susan doesn't. She calls me something.
Really? Well, what name?
My name is.
Huh.
Can I go in?
Sure.
Thanks.
Alexander?
No. I'm sorry.
Where's Alexander?
But I'd like to talk to.
I think you're lying. Alexander, he can. Who are you?
My name is Rose. I'd like.
Are you a.
No, but I'd still like. So how are you?
Fine.
That's all.
Yeah.
Susan, you're not. I know what. You summoned the deacon with.
No.
Susan, you don't have to. I believe you.
You.
Whatever happened.
He still. The drugs. He entered. I thought I was crazy. How could it happen? It's impossible.
No.
No, it's not.
The deacon is real?
I believe so, yes.
Are you here to help me?
I'm going to try.
Thank God. I was ready to die here, but.
I know. Can I ask you some questions about what happened?
Sure. Ask whatever you want.
The lady playing Susan here, her name is Jennifer Astaris. I actually met her through Sandy Chen, the girl playing Rosa. It's sort of very incestuous, all these voice actors. But Sandy was hosting some game industry party downtown on the Lower East Side, and I met Jennifer there. And just in talking to her, I could sort of tell that she had done voice acting or something with her voice, because she just spoke really well. And it was very, I don't know how to quite explain it, but it was very stylized, I guess, the way she spoke. And I said, hey, do you do voice acting? And she said, yes, I do. And she was an opera singer as well. So I asked her, I said, hey, would you want to do a voice for my game? And so she said, yeah. So I got her card, I brought her over. And her reaction to the character description when I sent it to her, she said it was yummy. I'm not quite sure what that means, but apparently that means she liked it, because she was willing to do the role. So that's Jennifer.
So what happened? What did the deacon?
The same thing got into my head. It was just so. I saw. Well, here I am.
Were you hurt?
No. Then this stupid canny.
Can you tell me?
Allie, this. You could. She loved. She was studying, and now she was. Why is that? How come the strongest of.
Can you?
Alex, but since I came just as well.
Was
Kelly?
Yeah.
No, she didn't like it, but that's okay.
Do you know what?
Yes, the deacon. He got in our head. Nothing shuts him. I just wanted. That's why Joanne. She was willing to give.
Can you tell?
Joanne wanted after. She blames herself. I don't blame her. It was only luck.
I have to go now, Susan, but I'll come back to check. Look, Joey, it's.
Yeah, I could. Was it the dark?
I'm just.
Whoa! Hold on there. You want to go in?
I'd like to.
Sure, go right in.
Hi, Susan.
Hi.
How are you?
Better.
Yeah.
It's just the med, but they also, and I'm just, now that I don't care. I've been, well,
What?
can you take, I'm scared.
Fine.
You are.
Thanks.
I racked my brains to try to come up with some sort of puzzle to get the pills away from Susan. And I couldn't think of one, at least not one to keep it logical. And eventually I just bit the bullet and had Susan just give him to you. So that was that. That was my little cop out.
I have to go, but I'll...
Come in. Look, Moti, come in, come in. Are you all right? You look a little... That's... Moti never...
Oh, in case you haven't noticed, are you getting a good look? Boo!
What's gotten in? I'm sorry, he must...
It's all right. Could I be
sure?
You said
yes.
Could you tell me more?
Well, I'm just anyone could speak. Care to tell me?
What do you mean?
You uncomfortable. The way you're... Is every...
Say you're fine.
I'm fine.
Yep.
Just Andy.
And could you...
There's a guy, a friend of mine, his name is Dave Stedham, also known as Creed Malai on the Adventure Game Studio internet forum, and I had shown him this little bit of dialogue, and this was a friend, and I was curious to get his opinion of it, and he just spouted out that last line, "Can you look at me? I know it's hard." And I just started laughing, and I said, "Hey, could I use that line?" And he said, "Sure, man, I'd be honored." So Abe was coming over the next day to record some dialogue, so I had him just record the line, and I stuck it in. So, Creed, that one's for you.
I see. Well, I'm here if you need me.
Well, I'd bet...
Take care. Come back.
Okay, There's nothing to be afraid, I hope. See ya. Well,
take care. Come back.
Come on, boy. Go get it.
Oh, Moti, now? I just took you out an hour ago. Well, you're going to have to wait. I have my hands totally full. Unless... Rosa, would you mind taking Moti for a walk? If you're going to be friends, this is a good opportunity for you to bond.
Oh, sure. I don't mind at all.
Thank you so much. Moti gets cranky when he doesn't get his way. Just take him to the park until he goes. It shouldn't take long.
Right. Here you go, boy.
This puzzle here, again, another what was I thinking moment. You're poisoning a dog, basically, to get through here. This is silly. This is adventure gamey and kind of a little ridiculous. This isn't something a normal, rational thinking person would do. One of my favorite game journalists, his name is Richard Cobbett. He wrote this wonderful article about adventure games and how adventure game characters, player characters, are complete sociopaths doing things that a rational person would never do. And this is a case of Rosa being a sociopath. Like, she's poisoning of someone's pet to solve a puzzle. And I really regret doing this because this is so not something she would really actually do. Sorry.
You're drugging innocent dogs now?
It's only a mild diuretic. It won't hurt him. And you're the one in such a damn hurry.
All right, point taken.
It's funny how 5 years later, no one has ever called me out on this really silly thing that I did. You might remember earlier in the game, a big deal was made about the dog and the leash. You had to wrap the leash around the pole. It was this big puzzle and everything. So a lot of attention was called onto the dog and the leash. And now, look, you're taking this dog to the dog park, and there's no leash. This dog leash was such a pain in the neck to implement, as you probably heard me rant about it earlier, that I decided that I just wasn't going to do it at this point. And I just prayed that people would ignore it or forgive it or whatever. But no one seemed to notice it, or if they did, they weren't bothered enough by it to call me out on it. So this is my 5-year post-launch confession. So forgive me, please.
Hey there, Bright Eyes. It's me again.
Are you him?
No, I'm not, but I've brought some friends. Say hi to the kid, sweetheart.
Hi.
I don't think she wants to see me.
Sure she does. Go on, kid. Tell Ellie how much you want to see her.
Oh, yeah, sure. Great to meet you.
See?
I don't believe you.
It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. She needs your help.
Help?
See the dog over there?
Boston Terrier?
Good. You know your breeds. This Boston Terrier is not feeling too well. I was hoping that you could take a look at it.
Yes, I can. I know a lot about dogs.
So we heard. That's why we came to you.
But they won't let me help them. They always run away.
This one won't. Go on. The dog needs you.
So this is your dog, huh?
Yeah, sort of.
Hi, little guy. What's your name? Right. Aren't you the cutest little thing? Your ears look okay. No signs of inflammation. Now I'm just going to open your mouth. That's odd. I don't feel any breath. I don't feel anything. Oh.
I'm sorry.
I remember. I'm dead.
Yep.
I killed myself. I had no choice.
Can you tell us what happened?
My friends and I, we played a game. A Ouija board. We thought it would be fun.
And you called something.
Yes. He called himself the Deacon. It's kinda hazy now, but I remember his voice in my head, screaming.
What did he say?
I don't know. It didn't make any sense. He just kept asking me to help him, but he wouldn't say how. I tried ignoring him, but he just got louder and louder until I took the pills and...
Shh. It's over now.
I know. So what now?
Now? Now, we're going to send you where you need to go. Here, take this, and hold on tight. You ready?
I guess so.
Good. Now pull. Yeah, you and me both.
Ow. Hello?
Yeah, hi!
I'm not sure if we've met. I'm Rosangela.
I know! You brought the dog to me! You brought me back to my senses. And then you brought me here. Thanks so much.
So, are you ready to, well, you know.
Am I ready to die?
Well, yeah. Sorry, I'm kind of new at this.
That's okay. I'm gonna make it easy for you. Just tell me what to do.
Just head towards that light.
The light. Right. Like every cliche in the book. You think I'll see Joanne over there?
Sure you will.
Fantastic. And hey.
Sure.
Well, see ya.
See ya. Ugh.
You're awake. That did.
She seemed happy.
Yeah, the ones who were all to others. Anyway, let's get this dog back. Our work.
She.
Just a minute. Oh,
I'm sorry.
Not to worry. Did you have? Of course. Well, good night. Thanks again.
Strange.
You coming?
Please be advised that visiting hours are now over.
Oh well, looks like we have to wait until tomorrow.
No can do. Remember what she said? The deacon. Waiting until tomorrow won't.
What? You think we can just...
Sure.
How?
Improvise. That's what this gig is.
If there was anything that would have delayed the release of this game, it would have been importing the voice clips. It took so long. I actually took a week off from debugging simply to import the voice clips, and I still didn't get it done. I'm talking a full week, 5 to 8 hours every day importing voice clips and still not getting it done. That's how many voice clips are in this game. There are at least, Rosangela alone has about 2,000. Joey has about 1,000. All the other incidental characters maybe have 100 or 200 apiece. And it just took so long, and I would just be sitting there, it'd be like 3 in the morning, importing voice clips, hearing Sandy and Abe and Shen and everyone in my frigging sleep. It takes a long time. So that is a little bit of warning for you guys. If you ever plan on pursuing this crazy thing that I'm doing, voice importing takes a long time. So be warned.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna finish up this, and then that'll be the end of the stream when I finish up this.
Fuse box? I could probably... I don't think... I don't think I need...
There's a lot of adventure game cliches that are considered cardinal sins if you put them in your game. There's mazes, that's one. The paper under a door to get a key puzzle. That's considered a cardinal sin, even though I've done that myself in later games. And another one is the forced stealth section. That is considered a no-no, and a lot of people had trouble getting past this section because they couldn't get to that. They didn't click fast enough on that little alcove before the guard comes by. And I guess this is kind of a forced puzzle. The problem with it is that, I mean, how forgiving is and understanding is this guard? If you could do this puzzle like 20 times and the guard will be like, oh, and he doesn't like kick you out or call the police or arrest you or detain you or anything. That's kind of adventure game logic for you, which is kind of a no-no. Again, kind of some bad design choices on my part. Again, this was my very first game 5 years ago, so hopefully I can be forgiven here.
Now you've done it. You better find a...
I don't have any...
Whoa, you stop. You better... I can't be helped. I'll get the...
I hope you better...
Whoa. Are you still here? You better leave. With the light, I'll get the...
Locked.
You better...
No, I don't want that.
Whoa, you better... I can't... I'll get the...
Ah. I'm not sleepy. I'm determined to get this last part complete, and then it'll be the complete of the game.
You better...
She's asleep.
Yeah, it won't be long.
Before what?
Before that.
Please. Please. Can't you help me? Please. I don't know what to do. I don't want to burn. Please. The others are gone. You're the only one. Please. You can't hear me here, but you can hear me in your dreams. Please.
This is the last part of the game.
And help me. Ignore them, Sue.
Hey!
Ignore them.
I'm talking to you.
The Deacon is a real person, believe it or not. The Deacon actually existed. There is a record of the Deacon existing, and I won't tell you where. I guess I can have a little contest. Whoever can tell me where the Deacon is mentioned, where it's a matter of sort of historical record, sort of, maybe, kinda. But when I read about him, I knew it was someone I wanted to write about. Yeah, so he really does exist. I won't tell you where. I will not tell you where. You have to figure that out for yourselves, guys. Sorry. The first one to email me with the correct answer will win. I guess you'll win bragging rights. Because presumably if I can't give you a free copy of the game, because if you're listening to this, you presumably would have already bought a copy of the game. So you'll get a special mention on my website if you happen to get the answer.
In the original commentary for this game, I kind of was very deliberately enigmatic about where I first heard about the Deacon. He's sort of loosely based on someone who I assume existed. If you've played future Blackwell games, you will have met the characters of Joseph Mitchell and Joe Gould. And Joseph Mitchell wrote, they're both real people, and Joseph Mitchell wrote a biography about Joe Gould, an autobiography about himself while interviewing Joe Gould. And one of the stories Joe Gould told Mitchell was about some crazy career drunk who called himself the Deacon, who was convinced that the devil was after him and going to drag him to hell. And something about that character resonated with me, and I imagined this ghost of that same Deacon who was worried about being dragged to hell. And especially if you're a dead person, you're going to worry about that kind of thing. So I turned into this character here.
Yeah, so can you calm down long enough to tell me what's going on?
I can't. You're like me.
What do you mean?
Dead. Like me.
Wait a minute. Just a goddamn minute. You know you're dead?
Yes.
Well, that certainly saves time. We can help you. Here, grab a hold of this.
No. Get that away from me.
What the hell is wrong with you? You need saving. We're here to save you. What's the problem?
I can't.
What are you so scared of? You're stuck, right? We can help you move on.
No. I don't want to.
You don't want to?
No, I'm afraid.
Oh, you're afraid, are you? You believe this guy? All right, Mac, spill. You've scared these girls literally to death, and I want to know why. What are you so afraid of?
I don't want to burn.
Burn? Oh, I get it. You think you're going to hell.
The devil himself. Please don't.
You're scared of the...
Yes!
Yeah, well, there's just you. And you know what? I'm worse.
Hey!
I've been doing this for 40 years, bucko. Every ghost I meet goes to their final rest, one way or the other. You're scared? I don't give a rat's ass. 2 people are dead because of you. So take the damn tie and let...
No! Don't make me...
Hurts, don't it?
Oh.
Ghosts aren't supposed to feel... Now take the damn tie.
Joey has evolved over the years. He first was seen in a freeware game of mine called Purity of the Surf. It was a Reality on the Norm game, and I kind of included Joey in there as a way to promote my next freeware game called Bestowers of Eternity. And he originally was kind of the wacky sidekick. He had the suit and he had the hat. He just kind of cracked a lot of jokes and all that stuff. And I was kind of intended for him to be a little serious. He just never came across as being serious. And when I wrote this game, I purposely made him not so funny. He's not funny. Even when he does make a joke, and he does say some pretty funny things, it's kind of as a way to mask a little bit of bitterness. Like, a lot of the jokes are based on some kind of bitterness, or it's just a way to kind of mask inner feelings, that kind of thing. So that's sort of where the jokes come from. I'm not sure if that comes across or not, but that's sort of my intention. And Abe did it very well. Like, sometimes he would Abe is a very funny guy. If you listen to the bloopers, Abe is a funny guy. And so a lot of the times I would have to hold him back. I said, don't be so wacky. Don't be so wacky when you say that line. Say it a little sarcasm, a little, think more Edmund Blackadder than Jim Carrey. Or Rowan Atkinson than Jim Carrey. And more deadpan, more sarcastic and biting. And that's sort of the idea there. And here especially, Joey is not being funny. He's laying a smackdown on the poor Deacon there, and he finally gets a chance to let loose. And I kind of like this idea here because I wanted to show that Joey has a freaking violent side, and you can't get more violent than grabbing someone by their shirt and punching them in the stomach multiple times. So I think I made that pretty clear.
Joey, stop it.
You want to handle? Go right. Let's see.
You killed 2 people. Doesn't that mean...
Why would they...
Yeah, that didn't work. So,
please, what are you gonna... Please don't... I don't...
Hell.
Hey, let me talk.
You... Go right. Let's see.
You can't...
Uh-huh. I don't believe in it, but you have this or the. But sure, you gonna make your wrong answer. Yeah, that's you got any.
Let me.
You want go right? Let's see.
I know you can.
Really? Where is?
Not far, but you'll.
Trust what? No. What do you know you're going to?
Yeah, might. Fine. Good boy.
Joey.
It got the job done. Now yank this loser.
Fine.
Good riddance.
I don't please.
I don't.
He for. It's. No! I told you there's no.
What? Oh, Joey? Joey, get me out!
Stay away. Stay away.
You can accept.
Uh-oh.
Help me. You
Fool, I'll give you a
For those of you who can't tell, that voice is actually me. I did the voice of that demon, and it was something I decided to do when I came up with the character. And this was so much fun to play, because I can actually walk you through the process right here. First, I would talk in a growly voice like this, and then I would use Audacity and lower
the pitch by 16%. And then when I was done with that, I would add an echo to my voice. Ha 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 ha!
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I'd do it again. I hope I can use this character once more.
I don't.
Abdul!
I shall give him time to prepare himself, but then
Can't you just let him go?
he has his ask.
Yeah.
You have.
It looks like Joey. The last. I'd bet. What is that?
I shall but.
How did you get?
What? It is but I move once.
Why are you after?
For all this time, even after these many years of death,
Can't you just?
he is ask.
Yeah.
You have.
Please.
I shall but.
What is that?
My flat.
Yeah.
Nothing. It's just a force of habit, I guess. Used to keep whiskey in it.
What is?
It hot and.
What are?
Please. I didn't mean. Please.
So what?
I don't.
The deacon is and the deacon is. Could this be? Get rid of that.
Huh?
Your flat.
My flat.
Just do.
But
why not?
Because
you want to be free of that.
You no longer. But that is not.
Please.
Excuse me.
Converse with me not. I shall give him time, but wisdom, the sins, and my move on.
In the design document for the game, for this scene, I had written, Rosa convinces the deacon that the demon is a metaphorical representation of his inner demons. Yeah, it's easy to write, not as easy to expand upon. And this was my biggest trouble. I wanted to have that demon there, if only because I wanted the ending lacked something. It needed something climactic, and having a big friggin' ass demon there, about to rip someone's soul apart, you can't get more climactic than that. And but I was having trouble figuring out how this was going to play, and I had written every single line of dialogue for the entire game, and or at least the majority of it, and I was stuck with this. I couldn't figure it out, and finally, I just kind of, out of frustration, I just said, well, forget the deacon. I'm just gonna write some dialogue with the demon, and I just started writing and blah blah blah, and I wrote the line, he is still carrying his sins with him. It just kind of came out, and then it was like, ding, the light bulb appearing above my head. The whole puzzle just clicked right into place. After weeks and weeks of frustration, I finally figured it out. And that's some advice for you guys. If you're having trouble getting your mind around a certain puzzle, if something doesn't work right, or if something just doesn't, you can't quite get it to fit, try working on a different aspect. Try switching gears. That definitely helped me get this puzzle down well. Helped me get it down pat, and I quite like the way it turned out.
He's gone?
I think so.
He's gone. I'm free of him. I'm really free. All this time, it's all so clear to like my head would. All those. They killed.
Yes.
I was worried about. Maybe. You see, if I'm going to do some. Well, goodbye. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
What took you so?
It got.
Well, I'm just.
Let's get out of here.
I know the.
He's at peace now, I guess. Wherever he is. I saved him, I think. Gave him
Alright.
some hope at least.
He's getting no more than he deserves. No more than any of us deserve.
I guess. Did you have to hit him?
It was the only way, darling. I didn't see you coming up with any bright ideas. Sometimes the best idea is a punch in the gut.
Joey?
Yeah?
Why did Auntie stop?
Stop what?
Stop doing this. This ghost saving or whatever it is we do.
Oh. It was you.
Me?
She wanted to take care of you. Wanted to do it right, she said. Stop listening to me. Stop saving the ghosts. Just put all her effort into taking care of you.
And then she fell into that weird coma.
Yeah.
I see. I guess there's a lesson in that.
Is there?
Yeah.
I gave some thought to editing or changing this ending when I was re-recording the lines, and in the end I decided to keep it. I felt very strongly about this ending when I first made it 5 years ago, and even when I was designing the game, I knew the game would end like this. Though I think it might have been a little too clever, or not clever exactly, but maybe too subtle and kind of oblique and mysterious for its own good. I think that was one of my major weaknesses back then, is that I tried to be very clever, like with the deacon and all this stuff, like, just stuff that, they'll get it later, which I think is a mistake. But anyway, I think I like this ending because it's Joey kind of gives this reveal about the aunts and how Rosa now quietly accepts this new position in her life. Like, this is going to be her life from now on. And that, at the end, just kind of conveys all of that. Since I was re-recording it anyway, I kind of redid that one word several times just to get it just the way I wanted it. And I still like it. I still like this ending. A lot of people don't like it. They felt it ended too abruptly. They thought it should have been punchier. There was more that could have been said. Screw that. I'm keeping it like it is.
Game complete. So that's two games played in one stream, a double feature. The other Blackwell game and this one. It's two Blackwell games in one try. Blackwell Legacy and the other one. Now you get to see the cast members behind the voice of the characters in the game. Dave Gilbert played the demon himself. So you get to see the people behind the voices. People that power the voices of each characters in the game. If I had the other Blackwell game on GOG purchased, I would automatically beat that as well, making the stream a little bit more longer, but I chose to just keep it to two games only. Because in order to make this VOD uploadable to YouTube, it's got to be under 12 hours. Or under 11 hours, rather. If it hits 12 hours, it won't upload to YouTube. Like it won't export for YouTube if it's too long. Bright Eyes is a special activation code. We're gonna see what that does next.
There's hundreds of confused spirits out there, sweetheart, and there's nobody else who can help them. There's just us. Bestowing eternity on every sob story out there, one lost soul at a time. Whether we want to or not.
So obviously it's been 5 years since I released this game, and it's interesting just revisiting this game 5 years later because things are a lot different now. I mean, the company is bigger, we've got a lot more games under our belt, we've been published by a major publisher once, and we are now publishing other people. It's now a real business, and it's weird because I'm in that weird position sometimes where I'm spending most of my day doing business stuff than game development stuff. And when I think back to Blackwell Legacy,
So
my
about
work was
11
the game
hours. So
and
I'm
nothing
going to
else. I
automatically
didn't think
cap it
about
out
business
here.
stuff. I didn't think about
I'm going to
marketing.
skip this commentary. So I will see y'all next time. We're going to read out. The game will automatically close after you complete it, which is pretty neat. So we'll just quickly go to Azrael Steel. See y'all next time.